Hello, good morning and a warm welcome to Emirates Old Trafford, day 3 of the ALV County Championship fixture between Lancashire and Gloucestershire. Slightly overcast conditions today. It's still windy, it's been windy for 3 days now, but not quite as bright and as sunny as days 1 and 2. But it's a sunny Lancashire dressing room, I'm sure, because they're in a really good position here. So good morning from myself, Scott Reed, Ed Seaborn with us as well throughout the course of the day. So Lancashire going to resume their first innings, 289 for 3, a lead of about 40. Josh Bohannon unbeaten on 140 yard. Tough day for Gloucestershire yesterday, but they'll be, I'm sure, determined to fight back today on day 3, Ed.
Yeah, tough day, tough conditions, and Bohannon, I thought in particular, played fantastically. It was just a beautifully constructed innings. He defended well, that was the foundation of it, but anything loose, and the pitch itself, the characteristics of it mean that there's very little margin for error for the seamers especially. If it's too full, you're going to be driven. If it's too short, there's time for the batters to pull you away and cut you away. So it's just, I'm sure, quite a nice pitch to bat on. But Gloucestershire know, and speaking to Dale Benkenstein, their coach, last night, they're still thinking about more the fact that they didn't score enough runs in their first innings than the fact that they didn't take a lot of wickets yesterday. That was more the regret from their point of view at the moment. So, well, the ball is still relatively new, but I don't imagine it's going to do masses at this point. So it's going to be hard work again this morning. Dane Vilas is going to come out and do what Dane Vilas does, move the scoreboard along quickly, I suspect. And of course, Bohannon's still there looking for that 150 mark and then potentially his career best, which is coming up relatively soon after that. So tough morning, I suspect, for Gloucestershire, but they're going to have to try to take whatever wickets they can. Slow Lancashire down, I think, is probably the most important thing for them this morning.
Lots of milestones for Josh Bohannon yesterday. It was his 4th first-class century, all scored here at Old Trafford. He passed 2,000 first-class runs as well in his career and for Lancashire. It was a really, really impressive innings, wasn't it, from Bohannon? An innings of kind of real maturity from a player who's 25. He's played a decent number of first-class games now, but that was impressive yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's got a terrific record, and this is not a new thing of him scoring runs at all. And he knows his game. I think he's getting to know his game even better, it seems. Lions tours, etc. will help that, of course. And he's really pushing his case, and like we've been saying on commentary, there's places up for grabs. So many places up for grabs in this England side at the moment. So it's a great time to be scoring runs. But yeah, like you say, just well constructed. He didn't go after, I can count about 2 or 3 times when he went after a ball that maybe he shouldn't have done. And it was just a disciplined innings. And he chose the right balls to defend an attack and played each situation well, because he was close to his 50 before lunch, he was close to his 100 before tea, and he's now close to his 150 before the close. Neither time did he lose composure, just continued playing the situation rather than the scoreboard, as it were, with his own total, and that was impressive, as well as the way that he went about his innings and the shots that he played.
He clearly will resume this morning and has a great chance to potentially go on and better his first-class highest score, as we touched on. There's a bit of power to come still for Lancashire. Vilas is out there with Phil Salt due in next. How do you think Gloucestershire will approach it this morning? How do you think Lancashire might approach it in this first session? The lead's 40. We're into day 3. They've got 7 wickets in hand. What's your feelings?
Well, I guess Ryan Higgins and Zafar Gohar will probably open the bowling. They've been Gloucestershire's 2 best bowlers, and it's probably not a great sign when Miles Hammond is the bowler that's bowled the 3rd most overs behind those 2. But I suspect those 2 will start off. There's not too much Gloucestershire can do, to be honest. The pitch isn't turning a lot at the moment. It may well turn more throughout the day, but they've just got to try and bowl as tightly as they can and hope that Lancashire makes some mistakes. Like you say, there will come a point when they will want to move the scoreboard along, and they've got the players to do that, and particularly in the afternoon session, we could see a few fireworks from Lancashire, I think.
OK, we'll see how it all unfolds. We're heading outside shortly to speak with the Lancashire assistant head coach, Carl Crowe. Before that, let's recap, look back at some of the highlights of day 2.
Bohannon dominates with unbeaten 142. Lancashire had to be patient on day 1, but when their opportunities did come, they grasped them firmly. Hassan Ali leading the charge with 6 for 47 to restrict Gloucestershire to 252, despite a 113-run opening partnership between Chris Dent and Marcus Harris. But it hadn't been straightforward for Lancashire at the top of their innings. Balderson out early, Wells and Bohannon at the crease at the start of day 2. But it was plain sailing for the pair. Little troubled them. The score ticked on, 50 up with a Wells boundary that almost floored his partner at the other end. The second wicket was valued at 50 with a single from Bohannon off Zavar Gahar, and it was the partnership that was proving to be a real thorn in Gloucestershire's side. It was still all going to plan for the hosts, and there was plenty more for them to enjoy. 100 runs on the ball, and then a 50 for Wells, scored off 110 balls, reached with a single off Hammond. Bohannon, though, would have to wait, fall short when lunch was taken. The score 103 for 1, another fine session for Lancashire. The Lancashire number 3 had his moments after tea, the edge off Higgins uppish but effective. He joined his colleague on 50 runs, scored off 106 balls, and in the process brought up the 100-run partnership. Wells could go no further though. Gahar found the pads, and up went the umpire's finger. Out, LBW for 59. Croft found scoring opportunities hard to come by initially, but he was happy to play the foil to Bohannon, who continued his charge. He was taking Lancashire's deficit below 3 figures now. Try as they might, Gloucestershire couldn't find a route through either man, the partnership going from strength to strength as the session ticked on. By the time they reached tea, the score was now 6 runs shy of 200, the deficit just 58, and Bohannon was 2 runs away from 100 of his own. There would be few nerves on show from Josh Bohannon after the break, but the relief was clear when he turned Dale into the leg side for a boundary. 100 runs, his off 213 balls. Lancashire now up to 200. His stand with Croft was worth 100 runs with a single off Gahar. Bohannon had scored 66 of them. He would have to bid adieu to his partner though, after plugging away for hours. Gloucestershire had their third wicket, Croft bowled by Gahar. Bohannon didn't rest on his laurels. The captain was now at the other end with the best seat in the house as the number 3 kept up the pressure. Lancashire into the lead and showing few signs of letting up. They put on 50 runs for the 4th wicket, Vilas with the final scoring shot of the day to get them there. And at the end of the day, a strong Lancashire position had become a dominant one. Bohannon strolled off unbeaten on 142, Vilas on 39, and the lead now 37 runs. With 7 wickets in hand, the hosts will feel they've got a platform from which they can go on and win this game. Gloucestershire, though, will return to Emirates Old Trafford on day 3, determined to deny them too much progress, though, despite the punishment they'd endured at the hands of the hosts.
Welcome outside. Not quite know where the sun's gone. It was lovely this time yesterday. Carl Crowe, assistant head coach, is with me. You're in your t-shirt and your shorts, man. What's wrong?
Oh, I've been flicking all morning at the boys, so it's pretty exhausting work that. Get a bit of sweat on.
We're in the danger zone here. We need to keep one eye on this lot because they're a bit ropey at this head tennis lot.
Yeah, definitely better cricketers than footballers, certainly.
How are we assessing day 2? It was a terrific day for Josh Bohannon, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think we sit really nicely. Josh played beautifully all day. To be 37 ahead after day 2, we're sitting really nicely on a good pitch still. And I think we can go on today and make a good score, push on, particularly after lunch, probably push on hard, put ourselves in a good position to win this game, I think.
The way he approached his innings, both in defence and attack, it was measured. He batted basically all day. It was really impressive, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I think sometimes when you get 100, you think that you should be scoring quickly all the way through. I think they had periods of time when they bowled nicely, and I think we played nicely in terms of recognising they went defensive. They probably stacked the field in front of the bat, and I thought at that time Josh just hung in there nicely enough, and that's the game of patience. Who's patience for longest? I think we did that, and I think Josh bore the fruit of that one actually, when they got frustrated, a few loose balls. They went from 50 to 80 quite quickly, and went 50 for a long period of time. So yeah, that patience I think really wore through, and to be at 140 not out at the end of the day, I think he's deserved that.
What do you reckon the approach is then, day 3?
Well, I think you have to earn the right to declare and get a big score. So I think you must have to go back in again. I think we mentioned in the team meeting there that when Josh and Dane go in, they're 1-0 again effectively. They're going to get themselves in, and then you earn the right as we go on to score big. And the bigger we score, then we can accelerate and then get ourselves in a position where we can declare at some stage later on, I think.
In terms of the pitch, Carl, just take us a little insight to how you think it's playing and what you think it might turn into.
Yeah, I think it's played very well, but I think, from our perspective, again, why a big score so far, because you start seeing a few balls spinning out the footholds, even off the main part of the pitch. That obviously brings Parky in, and even Wellesley last day with them having a few left-handers in the footholds. So that's definitely what we're thinking. Obviously you want a big score, then our bowlers have got plenty to bowl at. You can put man the back for Parky and Wellesley, and obviously 3 or 4 seams that are pretty good as well. So reverse swing the ball. So yeah, I think it's just giving ourselves a good chance to make sure that our quality bowlers have enough runners to bowl at, so we can keep fielders in for a long period of time as well.
Yeah, Dane's spoilt for choice, isn't he, this week?
I know, yeah, it's almost the case of who should rest rather than who should bowl. But I think also that means that competition, when you're on, you want to keep bowling. But even that comes with some challenges in terms of, as a bowler, you want to bowl. If you've got too many hanging around waiting to bowl, you're not getting the opportunity to keep going. So I think it's crucial how we use the bowlers, and maybe it's a case of spin from one end and rotate the seamers for a period of time, and then a fresh Jimmy or Hassan or Saki coming in, after lunch, after tea, or whatever that might be. Day 2 reverse swinging the ball, day 4 reverse swinging the ball. That's what we're looking to do. Yeah.
Clearly in a great position there, kind of 40 in front, 7 wickets remaining with quite a bit of power to come as well. It's quite exciting.
Yeah, it is, but like I said, you've got to make sure you earn the right to do that, and I think the first 20 minutes, half an hour, get back in again, get yourself going, and I think then we're in the position where we can dictate the rest of the game.
Okay, excellent stuff. We managed to survive that without any stray balls coming in our direction. Thanks, Carl. Thanks for joining us.
You're welcome. Cheers.
And like magic, we've arrived. We've hot-footed from the studio to the outfield, and we're in the commentary box. And the umpires are on the way out, and the players following just behind. So we're just a few moments away from the start of the third day. Where's that blue sky gone, Ed? It was lovely for days 1 and 2, and it's now a little... Well, it's not a little, it's completely overcast. And it's, to be honest with you, it's quite cold.
Yeah, well, I think the blue sky is still there. It's just that there's clouds underneath the blue sky. At the moment. But
good knowledge from you is that.
Looked at the weather forecast, and it does look as if it should be sunny later on. They're forecasting at the moment sunshine, pretty much unbroken sunshine actually, from about 4 o'clock. So the evening session should be quite nice. Until then, it's probably going to be quite cloudy. I'm not sure that's going to have a great deal of effect in terms of ball moving around or anything like that. I think the situation out there is that the pitch is quite, I suspect, probably quite abrasive, and we haven't seen the new ball do very much. Even on day 1, actually, we saw it swing about for a little bit, but even then, it only really swung for about 7 or 8 overs, something like that. It was more reverse swing that was the key in terms of moving through the air. So yeah, I'm not sure that the weather conditions are going to have too much of an effect, other than the fact that hands are going to be stuffed into pockets from the Gloucestershire fielders for quite a bit. And in fact, I look around, I'm not sure there's a single Gloucestershire fielder other than Ryan Higgins who's shining the ball that doesn't have hands in pockets. Even James Bracey with the gloves on almost looks as if he's got them in his pocket. He doesn't, but he's got them behind his back. But yeah, it's cool out there this morning.
It's a hands in pockets type of day today, is what we're saying here in Manchester. It was an excellent day for Josh Bohannon, and he's resuming on 142 for Lancashire this morning. It was a mighty impressive innings by the Lancashire batter, and Gloucestershire trying to find a way of getting him out. He didn't really offer too much of an opportunity, I don't think, yesterday.
No, well, the only one was that caught behind appeal on 50. So Ajit Singh Dale will start off the day with a ball that's fired down the leg side, and Bohannon doesn't get a touch on it. Goes through to James Bracey. So I wondered whether it might be Higgins and Zafar Gohar to start off. They've been by far the 2 most effective Gloucestershire bowlers. Higgins 12 maidens in his 19 overs. It was him who had the concerted appeal for caught behind, turned down when Bohannon was on 50. And Zaffa 2 for 65 from his 35 overs was terrific, and bowled the best I think he's bowled in the 3 matches that he's played. First run of the morning as Bohannon turns the delivery on middle and leg wide of mid-on and comes through for a single. 143 now to him, and 290 for 3 Lancashire's total, lead by 38 runs. And for Lancashire it's just a matter of probably, I would guess, especially seeing as it is overcast. And I know I've said that I don't think the ball's going to do very much, but you always want to play yourself in the morning, and I suppose potentially the cloudy skies just would mean that Bohannon and Vilas would want to have a little bit of a look just to see what the ball's doing this morning, as Dale is into Vilas and he flicks it away, and looked like he was surprised a little bit by the bounce there, because he took a hand off the bat as he flipped it towards deep backward square leg, and they've come back for 2 runs. So Vilas on to 41, 292 for 3. But I can't imagine they're going to be going hell for leather right at the start, and they can probably afford just to probably play the morning session as a whole, just as they've been playing, because Vilas will move the board along at, you know, he'll tick it along at close to a run a ball anyway. Bohannon doesn't have to do anything special, and then, you know, if they could score 100 runs in the morning, then they could really put Gloucestershire to the sword and try and maybe crack another 100 in the hour after lunch, as Dale is in, and that's flicked by Vilas much more comfortably this time, out through deep backward square leg again. They'll get 2, they might think about 3. Bohannon wants a 3rd, and they're going to get it. It's a long throw out there. Been mentioning the outfield throughout the match. It's really, really fast. The outfield has been trimmed to, well, looks like only just a matter of a centimetre or so. It is really quick, and we haven't had much rain lately either. So hadn't had any rain throughout the match, and it's a quick outfield, fairly large playing surface. That's the longer side over towards the building site, as Dale bowls full, and Vilas, pardon me, Bohannon looks furious. He's managed to turn that one straight to Higgins at mid-on, and there's no run. So already 6 runs off this opening over. I talked about the margin for error. If you're just a little bit straight, Vilas is going to work your way off his pads, as he's done twice in this over already. If you're a bit wide, he's shown he's quite comfortable with the pace of the pitch and the fact that it's not moving, to be able to play it down towards 3rd man. Did that quite a bit yesterday as Bohannon chips that one in the air, little bit in the air. Not for too long, but it would have had to have been a very short mid-wicket to have taken that catch. But it was slightly uppish, but down and into the leg side, and no run to end the over. 295 for 3 after the first over of the morning from Ajit Singh Dale. And Gloucestershire, they've had a problem really in terms of finding other seamers to back up the efforts of Ryan Higgins. Jared Warner bowled well in his first spell yesterday, but it's been tricky for Van Buren to know who to throw the ball to at times, other than Zaffa, who, as I say, got through 35 overs yesterday. Van Buren himself bowled 9. Hammond ended up bowling 11, the 3rd most overs of all the Gloucestershire bowlers. And with Vilas out there, Bohannon this morning, they're going to be up against batters looking to move the board along. Higgins to start off with.
Yeah, drilled away by Vilas for runs through extra cover. It beats the dive of the fielder inside the kind of circle, close in, and Vilas forcing the ball out through the offside for 2 in the end. He moves to 46. We mentioned this in the build-up, didn't we? I mean, this is just kind of classic Dane Vilas. He's 46 from 47, and he's not really going to play anything too risky. He's just done what he normally does, which is come out and keep things ticking along. This allows Bohannon, I guess, just to settle into his own little bubble again. as Vilas plays a forward defensive this time. Eased away through the offside, and there's no run. 2.97 for 3. It's a lead of 45.
It just takes all the pressure off, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Bohannon doesn't have to think about how he's scoring. He doesn't have to think about the lead at all, because Vilas is just moving things on all the time. And about the most forceful shot he's played is clipped through the leg side.
Just a forward defence from Vilas. It's bouncing its way out towards Tom Lace, who is at point, and there is no run. We've got one slip in place. There's point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep square leg, a long leg, and a third man. It's the very easily identifiable Chris Dent at third man with his ponytail. His runs here for Vilas, just behind square on the offside. There goes Lace after it, and here comes Dent, losing his cap in pursuit of the ball. Vilas gets one run for it this time. He moves to 47, and Lancashire edging towards 300, and that extra batting bonus point at 298 for 3.
And that's why Chris Dent is a third man, because he knows Vilas is going to be running the ball down there quite a lot. So Gloucestershire have put one of, if not their quickest fielder, down there to try to effect a run out. And Dent is a terrific fielder.
Yeah, it's a good spot that. He was on it quickly, wasn't he? It's Higgins bowling, and Bohannon gets a single. And just steering the ball again behind square, out on the offside, edging up to 144. Not out. Lancashire to 299 for 3 now. One ball left of the over, when Higgins with the ball, and indeed with the bat, has had a good game for Gloucestershire. And the balls to Vilas, whipped away through mid-wicket. That's a good-looking shot for 4. And that's the 300 up. It's also the 50 as well for Dame Vilas. Second time this in successive games. He's reached a half-century last week. In Kent, he turned it into 3 figures. And I'm sure he'll be determined to try and do something similar again. It's another batting point. It's a little shuffle down the pitch, and it's a nice shot eased away along the ground through deep mid-wicket. And Lancashire to 303 for 3. The details of that Vilas 50, it's 51 off 51 deliveries with 7 fours.
That was probably the hardest, actually the hardest ball he's hit, and in a way, even though it was just a whip through mid-wicket, there was a pretty almost disrespectful shot from Dame Vilas in a way, as Dale starts his second over of the morning, and he's driven off the back foot by Bohannon for 4 through extra cover. That is a delightful shot from Bohannon, just rising up onto the toes, and a vertical bat shot through the, well, almost not really vertical actually, a sort of 45-degree angle, but really nicely played. Controlled shot through the covers. It wasn't a thrash by any stretch of the imagination. So he's on to 148. And Gloucestershire already struggling to keep these runs down, and there's now no slip in place. Started off with 1, and now there's none, as Bohannon goes across his stumps and works it towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. The reason I said that was dismissive, or disrespectful actually, from Vilas almost, is the fact that Higgins has bowled superbly, but he's just taken, what, 3 or 4 steps down the pitch, and he's worked a ball which I don't think was that leg side-ish away with some power. And it's just, you know, Higgins has got to be thinking, well, what can I do? There's nothing what can I do to stop him doing that? Maybe we'll see Bracey come up to the stumps next over. Dale in, and that's played in the air by Bohannon on the bounce to mid-wicket. I don't think that was a bump ball, and the way that Bohannon's now prodding the surface and having a chat with Vilas, I think, would confirm that. That was a little bit closer to mid-wicket, and the Gloucestershire captain, Graham Van Buren, who's still shouting his encouragement out there and trying his best to gee up his troops, but it can't be easy out there. The way that Lancashire have started, and already Gloucestershire must be feeling there's nothing they can do to stop these runs. Dale in, and Bohannon working to deep square leg for another single, and he's on to 149. 308 for 3. Deep square leg, a long leg, a third man, and a pretty straightforward ring field other than that. Although now we've got people charging off in all sorts of directions. I thought for a moment we were going to have both point and cover. We're going to charge off into the leg side. Well, they have got a point in place. Although I thought for a moment they were going to leave nobody between extra cover and third man for Vilas, which I think brave might have been one word for it, but they haven't done that. Dale in, Vilas forward, looking for the drop and run out into the offside. It's not there. And point comes in to do the fielding. Tom Lace in action once again. Of course, it's Saturday, so we don't have the ambient noise of the building site.
Oh, it's a shame.
Today. I'm sure that the other half of that staircase, the other half that wasn't destroyed yesterday, is quite glad of the fact that there's no work being done today. Last ball of the over as Dale is in, and Vilas works that one off his pads, but there's two fielders in that mid-wicket region. It's fielded by Hammond at the conventional mid-wicket, and that ends the over. So 5 off that one, and we've had 3 overs today. 6, 8 and 5 scored off the 3 of them, and really, as we've said ad nauseam, no risk taken either from these two, just manoeuvring the field and getting the ball into the gaps. 308 for 3, Lancashire lead up to 56.
Yeah, they've got themselves up to that at 300, and the additional batting bonus point. So that's 6 bonus points from the match. One shy of 150 here. Edged. Oh, put down. I think that carried. Bohannon edging down into the slips. Difficult to tell from where we are because the slip fielder has his back to us. Felt like it carried. It may have bounced just short, but on first viewing, I think that's carried. Yeah,
I thought the same from behind. I thought that had carried it. Just, you know, what you've got to kind of estimate the trajectory of the ball when you're seeing the slip fielder from behind. It's Miles Hammond, who was kind of a wide-ish slip, and he was actually positioned perfectly for it in terms of line.
Yeah. Forward goes Bohannon in defence. It's bouncing up towards the captain Van Buren, and there's no run.
I think looking at Bracey's body language as well, it looked as if it was a drop rather than one that had bounced short. More rough luck for Higgins.
Yes, and he's had a bit, hasn't he, in this game? Can play back down the pitch. He really has been the... I mean, I thought Zafar Gohar, we were both saying yesterday, was terrific with the ball. And indeed with the bat, and in the field. It was the run out of balls. He's had a good game.
And fetching the ball from underneath the car.
Ball, which perhaps was
beyond the fence.
Maybe his finest work of the lot. But Higgins has been kind of head and shoulders, really, hasn't he? As he brings Bohannon forward in defence, and there's no run. Actually, with that magnificent mop of hair, he would be a perfect head and shoulders. He needs to contact his agent, I think, really, and suggest he's the man for it. But yeah, he's been brilliant, and he is unlucky not to have got a wicket, not just in that particular moment, but actually the way he's bowled in the match. It'll push away by Bohannon, not into the offside, but for no run.
Well, I think actually, if Higgins did head and shoulders, then Ben Charlesworth should do L'Oreal with his mullet he's got at the moment, because you're Charlesworth it.
Oh, that's good. I like that. Bohannon defending again off the Back foot just squeezing the ball away, and it rolls slowly down towards Hammond, who comes up from slip to field, and there is no run. We've started really with a low bar today in the commentary box, so I mean the only way to go is potentially even further down. 308 for 3, Lancashire lead by 56 runs.
Well, we finished off at the bar yesterday, so
Quite.
We started with the low bar this morning.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh dear. Yeah. Well, it is day 3. It's day 3. Lancashire are piling up the runs. In some ways, it's not the case that the match doesn't move forward until Gloucestershire start batting again. It's certainly not the case. But I think, especially the way that it started, you can kind of it feels as if we can kind of see where things are potentially heading this morning. But it's going to be entertaining to watch still. It's always entertaining to watch Vilas. You don't find too many better manoeuvrers of the ball in the field than Vilas out there. And then, who knows, we might see some big hits from the likes of Salt, Lamb, Hassan Ali later on. So just the 2 overs for Ajit Singh Dale. And I mentioned it, I think, yesterday, that you do just wonder a little bit with somebody who's just in his 5th first-class match, whether the effects of and I know there'll be people saying, well, they've had the whole off-season, etc. But I still don't know if there's still got to be a certain amount of learning what it's like to play 3 championship matches back to back. Even, you know, no matter how much training you do, if you're a bowler with some pace, as Dale is, then I think there's got to be a certain amount of having to pace yourself. And he's also, it's not just the overs that he's bowled. In the first 2 matches, he's bowled some really tough overs. He bowled terrifically towards the end of that Northamptonshire match when Northants were going for the win, and he bowled really well in that one as Zafar Gohar starts off from the Statham end replacing Dale, and he starts off with a delivery which he doesn't bowl, and now he's done a couple of goose steps swinging that leg about. Extraordinary. He's now got to release the ball. He bowls full, fairly slow, and Vilas is able to drive out to Dale on the deep cover rope for a single. 52 to Vilas. Lead goes up to 57. Dale Benkenstein mentioning last night he felt that Zafar's pace was the best that it had been. Certainly in terms of consistency, I think he'd say it was definitely the best he'd bowled in the 3 matches so far. Zafar in, and once more right up to the bat and driven by Bohannon out to deep cover. That's going to be the single that he needs to get to 150, and he has played magnificently. Just that one appeal survived on 50, but he's added 100 runs even since that. And Bohannon eyeing that career best now. That's the next milestone for him. 175 he needs to beat that. 150 from 328 balls. He struck 21 fours in his knock. He's been excellent off front and back foot. Zafar in to Vilas and onto the pads of Dane Vilas, and for once he misses out. The ball just strikes his pad and balloons out into the leg side. There's no run. Got a short extra cover, a short mid-wicket. Just the slip, that's the only close catcher. Deep backward square leg out towards the rope. Zafar into Vilas, who's forward and just nudging it. See, there's something so beautiful about that. It's just nudging the ball into the gap. Sets off for the single. Jog a single to a ball that you've barely hit, what, 25 metres. He's on to 53. 311 for 3. So Bohannon to 150, and he would have grabbed the headlines yesterday, understandably so, as that one's fired towards the pads. There's going to be a shy at the stumps from the slip fielder Hammond coming out from his position, but they were always through for that leg by 3-12 for 3. But if he can get to, well, the daddy 100, this is the daddy 100, isn't it? 150. If he can get to the double ton, then he can make the headlines about him again as Vilas rocks onto the back foot, drives out to Dale on that deep cover rope for another single, and that ends another over, which was not a bad over from Zafar. I felt he's probably just getting into his work a little bit, but they've still taken 5 more runs off that one. 313 for 3. Bohannon 150, Vilas on 54.
I mean, it's a seriously good knock, isn't it, from Bohannon? But as we described a few times yesterday, it was just the way he's put this together, both in attack and defence, the patience that he's shown, the judgment that he's shown. He just looks a really, well, he is. I mean, we've seen him now for 2 or 3 years. Just a superbly organised player. He knows his game really well. He's in great form, as is this man, Vilas. Looking just to thread it down towards third man, but picked up a backward point. And there is no run. Bright start by Lancashire this morning. If it was a kind of calm approach through yesterday with the bats, in particular the kind of Bohannon-Croft partnership, 117 runs. Bohannon will know he'll need to be on his toes batting with his captain, because he likes his ones and twos. Let's this one go through to the keeper, does Vilas. Taken by Bracey. And there's no run.
Yeah, and it's they've got a couple of boundaries this morning, but that's been as much the mark of actually Bohannon's innings as well. There was a long time when it was not just spin from one end, but spin from both ends.
Yeah.
And I don't think he even once thought about coming down the pitch and hitting 4 or 6.
And then Vilas leans forward and just turns the ball into the onside, and there is no run. No, there's that period where they kept, after the new ball became available, and they stuck with that with spin from both ends with the older ball.
Yep.
And we basically didn't really. There was nothing in terms of runs scored happening in the game, but it was really quite interesting period of the game because of that. It was very much kind of cat and mouse, wasn't it? Whether Gloucestershire could tempt Lancashire to do something they didn't want to, as Vilas leaves his next delivery. And there was not a single moment where I don't think Bohannon thought about doing anything that was remotely risky.
No, exactly. It was throughout his playing of spin. He's rarely looked in trouble. He's been quick enough on his feet on the few occasions when Zafar got that arm ball going in towards him and kind of skidded it on. He was quick enough on his feet to get out of the way of that, but it was just his manoeuvring of the ball for singles.
And left by Lancashire captain Dame Vilas. Through to Bracey, no run.
I actually had a look, by the way, at that, what we thought might have been a drop on 149.
Okay.
Managed to slow it down a bit, and I do think it bounced in front of him.
Okay. Right.
So just to tidy that one up.
Final ball of the over. And Vilas once again is playing a forward defensive towards mid-on, and there's no run. So he remains on 54. And Lancashire 313 for 3. Just looking elsewhere across the county championship, and again this is successive days now where we've had everyone playing at the same time, so no interruptions. I mean, we've mentioned the conditions here are a little bit more overcast than days 1 and 2, but no rain around, everyone's playing. We'll be keeping you up to date with the scores elsewhere, both in Division 1 and Division 2 throughout the course of the day. But everyone started on time, and the BBC Sport website and the app also has links to all the commentaries and live text commentary and reports from around the grounds. But great that these first rounds of the championship have been fortunate to get some terrific weather, and there's been plenty of runs around.
Yep, they have, for sure. One thing I was going to talk about on that, which we may as well do now, is Zafar's going through those exaggerated kicks again, not quite as high as earlier on. And Zaffa's in, and Bohannon drives straight to dent at short extra, and there's no run. One of the things is we've obviously, in general, there has been a feeling that the pitches need to be much better for batting. Zaffa is in. Oh, that one's bounced a bit, and Bohannon's managed to ride the bounce, but how much he knew about exactly where that could go, I don't know. It went well wide of slip in the end. They're back for 2 as the fielding's done down at third man, but that one certainly looked like it gripped and bounced. Parkinson would be loving seeing a delivery like that. 3:15 for 3, lead up to 63. I think he played it about as well as he could have done, really, given how much it did bounce. Zaffa in bowls. It's driven through the covers by Bohannon in controlled fashion out to deep cover for 1 more. But I think, in some ways, though, the difficulty is having that combination of pace in the pitch and also being good for batting. And I think here I think by admission of people other than me, they might have liked a little bit more pace in it. Zaffa in on the back foot. Vilas looking to cut, and it's ricocheted off the point fielder. They'll get 2 runs for this now. A really rare lapse from Tom Lace at point. It was kind of half volleying him a bit, but as good a fielder as he is, he'll be cross that he's not managed to keep that in front of him. And 2 more runs onto the total. 3:18 for 3. Vilas onto 56. But looking at, and I know it's a little bit biased potentially from what I've seen, but there's a difference between a pitch that's great for batting on in terms of, you know, having the pace in it to be able to score your runs, and a slow pitch where you can stay in and you can survive. But I don't know how much is that really improving you, is the question, I guess. As well, Vilas has just saved Zaffa Gohara wide because he switched to over the wicket. He bowled a few overs from over the wicket, particularly towards the end of yesterday, and that ball was certainly going down the leg side. Vilas tried to help it round the corner and helped it straight to the fielder. They've got quite a fine, short, fine leg. And if he'd missed it, that would have been a wide because of the fact that he's bowling over the wicket. Zaffa Gohara, that is always just let it hit him there. He's played French cricket, but without the bat there, Vilas. Both feet facing towards the bowler. Pitching way outside leg stump, and he's just let it hit him on the thigh pad to end the over. 3:18 for 3. Lead of 66. So I guess that's the, you know, that's whilst there's this general consensus that we need batters to spend time out in the middle. Is it, and I guess this is the question to throw out there, is it great that it's on potentially slower surfaces? How many surfaces like that might they encounter? I suppose they might encounter them in the subcontinent, for example. But I don't know. It's just a, you know, it's just a thought, really. While so much is on getting the pitches better for batting, do we actually need there to be some kind of balance between, you know, pitches being on the slower end and actually having some pace in them, you know, to maybe replicate what you'll face at test level?
Bohannon on 153 as Higgins comes in and bowls to him, plays forward and defends. Back down the pitch, and there is no run.
And I think this pitch, I'm not talking about this one so much because it's still got some pace in it, not a huge amount, but the fact that it's wearing, by the looks of things, as the game goes on, and that we've got turn coming into play, that is what you expect and hope for from a test pitch. It's a lot of other places where the pitch just gets more and more tired throughout the game.
Bohannon off the back foot plays a lovely shot down towards Dent, who comes round from deep third to field. Bohannon moves to 154 and Lancashire to 319 for 3.
And we're seeing a lot of these big chases now, aren't we? It's not just Gloucestershire, just the fact that there's been a few in recent memory from Gloucestershire. I think it's a theme that's kind of developing in the pitches that we've seen this season and a few last season as well. Bracey's coming up to the stumps now for Ryan Higgins, and Higgins in and bowls. Forward goes Vilas, and for once he plays a defensive shot, and it goes out to Van Buren in the covers. But it may not be a problem. They may not mind that so much. It may be considered better, and in fact I think it probably on balance it is better than, say, your 170 type surface for all 4 innings, where the ball's seaming about all over the place, as Vilas is forward and once more playing defensively out into the offside. But it's just an interesting thing to kind of watch as it goes along. Is there a potentially maybe more of a balance to be struck? I don't know. Higgins in, bowls. Vilas angles that one away, but finds Tom Lace at backward point, and there is no run there either. So tighter over this from Ryan Higgins, just the 1 run coming off it. Gloucestershire certainly, for the most part, thinking about restricting here. They've not got somebody out on the deep cover rope, for example, but trying to keep the runs down. That is not going to keep the runs down, though. That's short and wide, and it's been hammered through cover point for 4 by Dane Vilas. He's not going to miss out on that. And Higgins with a rare, really rare bad delivery. That's only the 6th boundary that he's gone for in his 23 overs, and I'm pretty sure that not all of those 6 will have been down to bad bowling by any stretch. But that one was short and wide, begging to be hit, and it was 323 for 3. That's not an easy score to say. 323 for 3, and Vilas onto 60 from 70 balls with 8 fours, and looking in really very little difficulty at all. Gloucestershire are +7 on the over rate. So if ever there's a pause out there, then, well, they can afford it, we'll put it that way.
We could have actually got additional overs in last night. I mean, obviously we made sure that didn't happen, but it was a possibility. Zafar in and bowling. Ball to Bohannon, that's eased away through the onside, and gets through for a single. 155 not out. 324 for 3. Yes, we got through it all very quickly yesterday, helped by the fact that this man bowled a lot, and he bowled well. 2 for 75. Especially, I thought, in the morning when he didn't. I think he got a little bit more assistance as the day progresses. Swept by Vilas, trying to get it fine past that fine leg fielder, but there's no run. Offers some good control for his captain, and then picked up a couple of wickets. His ball well with Higgins. Again, Vilas looking to sweep, deflects down towards short fine leg, and there's no run.
It's George Scott at short fine leg there, so somebody's gone off. Try and find out who it is.
Clutching the ball towards his chest and bouncing in again and bowling. Just offers the pad. Vilas left arm over the wicket, the ball pitching outside leg stump, and we saw this a lot yesterday. Just flicking the ball away. Vilas stands there with his bat resting on his shoulder. Settles back into his crease. Here comes Zafar again over the wicket and bowls to Vilas, who's hopping back and just clipping the ball down to short fine leg, and there is no run.
I think Tom Lace may be the one who's just popped off for a moment. Possibly to do with padding, etc.
Again, Vilas just pads away to complete the over. So we've had 111 now. We are obviously now past the bonus point position. Lancashire with 6 and Gloucestershire with 3. And the lead is 72 for the Red Rose.
Yeah, it was indeed just a brief switch. I think Tom Lace has just taken his shin pads off. I think that was all that was. George Scott's gone off again. So, speaking of personnel, Mohamed Amir was here this morning. That was exciting.
It was a good spot from you, yeah.
It was exciting, just doing a fair bit of bowling, because of course he's not done a massive amount of bowling in general, certainly not of the 4-day variety, as Higgins is in and bowls to Bohannon, who works that one to Marcus Harris at mid-wicket, and Harris then stuffs the hands right back into those pockets. The last first-class match that he played was in this country in a spell with Essex after the spell that he had when they won the championship. As here goes Higgins bowling to Bohannon in behind that one, defending up the pitch. So he hasn't played a first-class match since August the 18th to the 20th, 2019. Kent versus Essex at Canterbury, and in that match Kent were bowled out for 40. Although it was actually Sam Cook who took most of the wickets. Cook took 7 for 23. 2 for 16 from 7 overs from Amir. As on the back foot goes Bohannon, looking to drive. Lace has managed to knock this one down. He's probably saved at least one, maybe a couple of runs there. Knocked it down to Van Buren, the skipper, at cover, and a single to the total. Bohannon up to 156, 325 for 3. So, and in fact, even in the interview last night, Dale Benkenstein mentioned it, just not exactly sure, because of that, what they're going to get from him to a certain extent. Higgins bowling. Vilas drives, flourishing drive through cover point, and that may be laced to the fence. He's charging after it, and he's managed to launch himself forward and pull the ball back in at the last moment. Van Buren with the backup work there, but they're through for 3 more runs, and Vilas to 63, 328 for 3, lead up to 76. But you know, when Gloucestershire are short-handed as far as the bowling attack's concerned, I think any help they can get as far as Mohamed Amir is concerned, even if he's not bowling quite as many overs as he might have done in his pomp. As Higgins bowls rather, and Bohannon plays that back to him. So we'll see what happens, but it's going to be mighty exciting to watch on Thursday against Surrey. And also the other little snippet from that Dale Benkenstein interview is that they're pleased with the way that David Payne is now progressing. So it does sound as if David Payne should be back for that next match as well, as Bohannon defends up to mid-off, and that ends that over from Higgins. He's through 24 luckless overs, I think I'm going to say. 328 for 3, Lancashire, after 112 overs, 156 Bohannon, 63 Vilas. So it could be a rather different Gloucestershire attack, or rather different looking Gloucestershire attack for that Surrey match. Of course, with Amir coming in, that will almost certainly mean that Zafar drops out. So there'll be a different complexion to it, but you don't tend anyway to get too much joy bowling spin at Bristol anyway, so Zafar might be glad for a bit of a break. He's bowled far more overs than he could have expected to bowl for Gloucestershire at this stage of the season. I've certainly been lucky to have him.
I'm sure he's enjoyed it, having a nice have a big role to play early on in April. And Vilas goes right back into his crease, trying to turn the ball away through the onside, just thuds into his pad. What's this now? Over number 39. Left arm over to Vilas. Cuts the ball away through the offside. Jogs through for a single. Moves to 64, 329 for 3. Just looking elsewhere, Adam Lyth had just reached a 50 for Yorkshire, but he has been dismissed. Yorkshire 101 for 2, lead Northants by 193. Again, fizzed in down the leg side, and Bohannon just offering the pad, but that misses everything, and the umpire signals a wide.
You can see why Zaffa's not particularly happy about that, because it's, you know, it's missed his pad by probably all of a centimetre. But there we go. That's. And I don't know whether they've got that regulation in the Qaid Azam Trophy or not, but it's written into the LV County Championship regulations.
Vilas looking to sweep. The ball deflects actually just off his pad, and it's picked up. That slip, and there's no run. Yeah, it's kind of double teapot that, wasn't it, from Zaffa? Oh dear. Give me a break, umpire.
I don't know whether it's a particularly English stigma, the left arm spinner bowling over the wicket into the rough. I don't know.
Clipped out through square leg. And Vilas hurtling through as if he wanted to come back for a second, but just the one. 65 to him now. 3-3. 2 for 3, a lead of 80.
Because I don't think, you know, I think in some circumstances it's left up to the umpires to work out whether it's deliberately negative or not. I don't believe this is deliberately negative.
Bohannon gets bat on this. Steers the ball again behind square. Jogs through for 1, moves to 157. All the threes are on the board now. 3-3-3 for 3. No, it's. I mean, it's defensive, isn't it?
It is, but he's also trying to get one to rip out of the rough, isn't he?
Yeah, the slips there, just in case it does. It does kind of bite and turn, and it manages to find the edge. I know what you mean. It's just feel like it's kind of padded away by Vilas. It balloons down towards slip, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. 333 for 3, lead of 81. I mean, I don't know, is it? I presume it's not umpire discretion. If it's in the rules, then it's in the rules.
I suppose what they've done is they want to take it out of the umpire's judgment, so that it can't be then questioned in terms of why have you you know, I'm not bowling negatively. You know, they've just made it black and white, as it were, and any ball that passes down the leg side in that circumstance is a wide, regardless of how, you know, it's the one-day interpretation of the wide, I think is how it's written, which of course is going to change in October. One of the law changes that's coming into effect, along with the, well, actually it's already happening in the Championship with regards to batters crossing, as Higgins starts a new over and Bohannon tries to angle that one down towards the man, but can't get it past Lace at backward point. There's no run. Of course, we've already got that in terms of a skyer and the new batter on strike, even though they crossed. That's one of the things. But the other thing is, one of the other things that is changing is that wide law, and it's moving. And I think it's quite a kind of a subtle change in the wording. It's now. Try and get it right in my head. As Higgins is in and bowls, Bohannon clips this one through square leg and trots through for an easy single. 334 for 3. That brings up the century partnership between Bohannon and Vilas. Needless to say, Dame Vilas has been the main contributor to that in terms of runs. Bohannon's still providing the terrific foundation for this innings, and he's on 158. Lead of 82 for Lancashire, as Higgins is in and Vilas plays softly out towards Lace at point, and there is no run. So I think what the wide law's changing to is if it passes down the leg side of the batter in any position that they've taken at any point, so it completely removes the idea of a kind of, you know, stepping inside it for the wide down the leg side. Higgins bowls, That's worked away backward a square by Vilas. There's going to be a tumbling save by Ajit Singh Dale out at deep backward square. Saves a couple of runs. And Vilas content with just the 2, moving to 67, 336 for 3. But yeah, I don't know. It just, in a way, it feels a bit rough. Ha-ha. Because the leg spinner can bowl into the rough as much as they like.
Yes.
But the left arm spinner can't. Higgins in and bowls. Ooh, inside edge onto pad, I think, there from Vilas, and it squirts away out into the covers. Another situation that would have caused all sorts of outcry from Gloucestershire fielders, but at this point, 3 down, leading by 84. I don't think anyone really cared too much about the inside edge onto the pad. I don't know. I'm only making the argument for the left arm spinners,
and you've made a very good argument. For them.
I think people would be right to disagree with it as well. Higgins in, flicked off the hip by Vilas, but this time he's picked out deep square, and a single to end the over. 4 runs from it. 337 for 3. Lead sits at 85.
Just taking a look at the 2 of the scores elsewhere. Just a career best score for Ben Slater for Notts, 174. But his partnership with Lyndon James has come to an end. They put on a big stand, didn't they? 220 runs they put on, the highest for Notts against Durham. That 4th wicket partnership between Lyndon James and Ben Slater, but Notts are in a strong position in the North East, to 388 for 4 in reply to Durham's 230 all out.
Looking to bounce back from their loss against Glamorgan, which
yes.
I think a few people, it's fair to say, took a bit of pleasure in that. I can't think why, but I can see a few people did. The idea that Nottinghamshire would run through Division 2 unbeaten, etc.
It was some win, wasn't it, for Glamorgan? 85 in front. Zafar Gohar will continue, left arm over the wicket and bowls. Vilas rocks back, tries to steer the ball away through the offside, which he does, but he rolls the ball up to Chris Dent at extra cover. And there's no run. Once more, again forced off the back foot, can't get it past Dent.
I think actually particularly from those who were big fans of the conference system, and there were a fair few.
Just padded away by Vilas into the onside for no run.
In terms of it, once again proving that a Division 2 side can beat, arguably one of the best sides in the country, even though they've ended up in Division 2.
Zafar in and bowling, and Vilas hopping back and defending it as the ball gets a bit of turn there from Zafar, and a bit of bounce as well for him.
And that's why I don't think it's necessarily just negative. It's a ball like that. We've seen a couple already now.
Balls again, and that's cut through the offside for 4. He played it well. Again, he had a little bit of bounce on that, did Zafar. But nicely played by Dane Vilas. And he moves up to 72. 341 for 3.
His footwork against the spinners, Vilas, is incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, he's manoeuvred himself into a position to play the shot there and get 4 for it. This is going to deflect away off the pad down behind the keeper. It's the end of the over. That boundary 4. The runs conceded from the over for Zafar Gohar. 40 overs now, 10 maidens, 2 for 84. Lancashire lead by 89 runs. They are the 3 wickets to fall. Croft bowled by Zafar Gohar for 34. Little bottom edge back onto the stumps. The Luke Wells LBW, that turned as well for Zafar. Out for 59, and right at the end of the first day, again Zafar Gohar involved in it. The run out of George Balderson in the final over on day 1.
Well, Ryan Higgins, fairly lengthy spell actually this morning, has come to an end. That's a 7-over spell, I think he's bowled, or is it 6 overs? 6 overs, I think. So his spell is done, and Jared Warner is going to come into the attack from the Anderson end. A couple of messages on Twitter at idcricket6. Mark from Madrid, not too much for a Shire supporter to be cheerful about today, Ed. My guess is that we will bat again 200 to 250 behind with 4 sessions to survive, and with some turn on off of a Matt Parkinson. Yep, that's seems like a rather good reading of the game.
That's what Lancashire should be hoping for.
That's what Lancashire want for sure. Warner then into Bohannon, who just checks his drive. He was looking for that forcing back foot drive for a moment there, but just played it with some care out into the covers, and there's no run. I suppose from Lancashire's point of view, they might think about perhaps accelerating even further. I see that was written 40 minutes ago, so possibly without the knowledge of how quickly Vilas has moved this along. So I suppose they might be thinking about getting to that 200, 250 mark for 40 even. Warner in, bowl short, and that's cut away by Bohannon, and that is going to fly to the boundary for 4 more. Bohannon into the 160s, 162, 345 for 3.
So I tweeted a picture this morning on the BBC Lancs Cricket Twitter feed of the view from our commentary position. And Howard's been in touch, said, look at all those cables. I'd be spending an hour wrapping and taping them all together to look tidier. Strategically placed coffee cup, though. I must admit, it is slightly chaotic. There's wires everywhere. It's not my strength, really.
Here comes Warner. He bowls. Bohannon just dabs that one into the offside. It's picked up by Tom Lace at backward point, and there is no run. Well, it's... You know, we know where things are.
We do, yeah. Everything's everywhere.
Yes. Not quite what I meant, but okay.
I might not do that again because it's had a bit of stickers, that picture. People saying it looks unsafe. Well, I mean that's not necessarily untrue.
Warner. Post umpire Illingworth bowling, and Bohannon just glides that one down to Chris Dent at third man and jogs through for another single. 163 for Bohannon. Lead gradually creeping up towards 3 figures.
Yeah, his career best is 174. Thank you. Searching for his notes.
And I suspect we know pretty much the way that he's going to go about it, because I don't think he's going to do anything different from what he's done pretty much since ball 1. Warner to Vilas, who's on the back foot and just dropping the ball out into the backward point region, and there's no run.
We mentioned this, didn't we, yesterday, but it's worth perhaps recapping that he's now reached 2,000, he's gone beyond it now, but 2,000 first-class runs for Lancashire. And his average coming into the game was 43.32. Now that's obviously changed now, he's 163 not out, but coming into this match, not many batters who have scored 2,000 runs for Lancashire with a better average.
Warner to Vilas. That's just run down to third man once more by Vilas for another single. 73 to him.
So the company that he's currently sharing, and obviously he's got a long career ahead of him, and these players have all finished. But of the batsmen to have scored 2,000 runs for Lancashire prior to this 163, in terms of averages, only Stuart Law 55.63, John Crawley 51.13, Ashwell Prince 49.49, Mal Loy 46, Ernest Tilsley 45, Clive Lloyd 44, Dane Vilas 44. That's obviously changed. He's 73 not out, and Mike Atherton 44. So they were the only ones to have a better career average than Bohannon. Obviously, it's slightly skewed because he's 163 not out, but he's in some pretty good company there. He's the Lancashire batsman. Reached a couple of milestones yesterday. He's looking for another one today if he can get to 174. Again, Vilas just leans forward with the pad and it deflects down towards point, and there's no run.
So what you're saying is Dane Vilas should declare to keep the average, up.
Yeah, I mean, Vilas himself, isn't he? He's in some fine company. I think as your captain, here he is off the back foot, trying to force the ball away. He's jabbing it out to extra cover. He's picked out Chris Dent, and there's no run.
He's not far off 10,000 first-class runs. Just needs 100 more runs.
And just padded away by Vilas, and then leans on his bat. Brief chat with James Bracey, the Gloucestershire wicket-keeper, and settles back into his crease again. Zafar Gohar bowls, and he's shuffling back and trying to create a little bit of room to slice the ball away through the offside. Picks out the man at backward point, and there's no run. There's two fielders behind square on the leg side, short fine leg and long leg. The slip in place, and that's fizzed in by Zafar into those footmarks, and it turns back into Vilas. It hits his pad. It's deflected away into the onside. Last ball of the over. And Vilas doing his best to try and engineer a little bit of room and free those hands and try and open up the offside, and he can't get it past extra cover. It's the end of the over. 347 for 3 Lancashire. That lead is 95, and we're through the first hour of play, and it's brightened up a little bit. There's a few patches of blue sky, but the winds we can see there on the flags on the roof of the pavilion still strong. They've been pretty strong all throughout the course of the game, but it is dry, if a little chilly. But he's enjoying his day. Josh Bohannon, 163 not out, and Lancashire looking to try and build a strong lead.
Paul Wandering Asia at Leg Before Cricket has been in touch. He says, fair enough, Ed, it's not a 250 pitch. And then a succession of emojis going from laughing to crying.
Oh dear.
Here's Warner into his 11th over. Ooh, Bohannon's had a slash at that one, a wide delivery, and he's ended up on his haunches, actually in a similar position to when he was struck for the first time in midships, as I think you put it at the time. He got kind of leaning on his bat, on his knees.
Yes, he's had a few blows, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. Yep.
Doesn't seem to have bothered him, mind you.
Well, I think one of them in particular certainly seemed to bother him for a bit. Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's not had a long-term effect on his batting, has it?
It's not affected the batting. Warner in and bowls, and that's driven beautifully through extra cover by Bohannon for 4 runs. That's as good as any shot he's played in his innings. It was wide, yes. It was heading towards a half volley, but he put it away in some style and moves to 167, lead to 99, and that's the 350 up for Lancashire, beyond bonus point territory, but it's still a round number, so be applauded.
Absolutely laced that one away, didn't he? Blimey, his biggest boundary on the ground. That we're playing just to the left of the centre of the square as we look from the Brian Statham end, so the shorter boundary is out towards Bohannon's leg side. That's a big hit out towards the pavilion, to the hotel boundary, and it rattled its way there.
Warner charges in, and Bohannon brings out that drive again, this time not a half volley, and so he just controlled the shot through that gap in the covers, and because of that boundary they've moved the fielder back to deep cover. So just the one this time for Bohannon, up to 168, 354 for 3. So the lead beyond the 3-figure mark, because I think I must have missed a no ball, given the fact that the main scoreboard says 354 for 3. Even managed to miss that despite the fact that Richard Illingworth's got his black gloves on today. Warner bowls full, driven down the ground, firmly and misfielded by Graham Van Buren at mid-off. And they'll get 2 runs for this. Doesn't go all the way to the rope, but just a few signs this morning, just a couple of little misfields out there. Just looks as if Gloucestershire are feeling the effects of yesterday and the way that these two have come out and played so positively this morning. And it's, I'm going to say it's 356 for 3. I suspect that the main scoreboard is going to turn out to be correct, and I've missed that no ball. Most likely thing that happened. Warner in and bowls. Vilas this time watchfully, just quite softly playing towards backward point. There's no run.
We've had our first result of this round of fixtures, with Middlesex beating Glamorgan by an innings and 82 runs.
It's brought the Welsh county back down to earth, hasn't it, I suppose, after the highs of last week. Roland Jones, 5 for 40. And runs for him as well. Good to see him back. Warner in. Vilas looking to drive, but he's mistimed it up to mid-off this time, and there's no run. It was 3 for 34 for Roland Jones in the first innings. Then 65 off 87 balls with the bat, helping Simpson in particular build that lead up. Simpson finished 104 not out, and then 5 for 40 in the second innings.
Nicely done.
Certainly, and somebody who's suffered as many injuries
Yes,
as Roland Jones has. It's good to see him back bowling, taking wickets, and obviously the batting is still there too. Warner in and looking to drive is Vilas. He's picked the gap between extra cover and mid-off, and this time it's a good diving stop by Van Buren, so that one saving 2 runs. I'm not sure whether, if you're a fielding coach, you'd say he's made up for the misfield earlier on in the over, but he has saved 2 runs there. And it's 358 for 3 at the end of over number 118 for the innings. Lead sits at 106, and we've got a bit of sunshine now, and I think forecast wise it looks as if it's going to just continue to keep getting better throughout the day. Forecasting kind of bits of sunshine by the afternoon, but actually it looks as if it may have come a bit earlier. Looking away to our right from our position in the media centre, can see a fair amount of blue sky away to our right as well, where the weather's coming from. Zaffer to continue into his 42nd over, and the first ball is padded away by Bohannon. Technically just one blow away from equaling that career best at 168 as he is now. Zaffer in, struck him on the pad. There's a shout for leg before, which only Zaffer is interested in, but Zaffer is more than interested, and I think I've just managed on from looking at the pictures to lip read Steve O'Shaughnessy there, which is quite nice, and I think he said it pitched outside leg.
Good lip reading skills from you.
I think you can imagine that in general that would be what was wrong with it there, but it was certainly not the world's worst shout, and I suppose more people to join in. Bohannon clips this one quite firmly, and it's well stopped by Lace, who's now fielding at forward square leg. And that was timed well enough that that would have been 4 if that had got past him. Zaffer in bowls, going for the sweep shot is Bohannon, and he's not got a great deal on that.
fact, might not have got anything at all. Was looking for some power behind that sweep as well. It's a fielder who's more of a long leg really than a deep backward square. He's certainly a fair way behind square. And then there's the fielder Tom Lacett forward square, so there's a bit of room for that sweep shot. And that's left by Bohannon, and it didn't touch his pad, so that's going to be another wide. 359 for 3. It's actually a mark of the control that Zaffa's displayed as he's in now. But oh, that one turned. That one did turn from outside leg to just outside off stump. Bohannon played it well, just played it softly, even though he did kind of jab at the ball. He made sure that he wasn't going too hard at it, so he didn't get the edge, and just dropped it into the point region. Last ball of the over, Zaffa in, and once more Bohannon struck on the padding, and it rolls out into the short fine leg area. But he's only bowled 3 wides. When you consider he must have bowled, what do you reckon, about 15 overs now probably from over the wicket. He's only bowled 3 wides in it. It shows you, I guess, partly the consistency of the turn out of those foot marks, but also the control that he's bowled with.
Yeah, Matt Parkinson will be enjoying the side of it, won't he?
For sure.
Plenty of left-handers in that Gloucestershire side. It's probably one of the reasons why Lancashire, one of the many factors behind how they kind of pace their batting today, with the view that Parkinson has quite a few areas you can work with.
Yeah, and very much thinking about batting once.
Plus an array of seamers to choose from. He's spoilt for choice. Vilas, who's on strike, 77 not out. That's driven handsomely through the offside. There's a fielder sweeping on that extra cover boundary. Vilas jogs back for 2, and he moves to 79. 361 for 3. He's a lead of 109 runs.
It's a good game developing between Surrey and Somerset at Toval. Sam Curran, 75 not out.
Ooh.
So another one who's, I mean, he's almost got forgotten a little bit, Sam Curran, of late, just because he hadn't been a part of the side for a bit through injury, but he's still there, scoring runs as well, 75 not out. Surrey 255 for 6 in reply to Somerset's 337, so that could be relatively even after first innings, depending on how Surrey's lower order goes, but they've still got Jamie Overton to come with Sam Curran and Jordan Clark out there, so I think there's still some runs out there, although Craig Overton has the new ball in his hand at the moment.
Could do a bit of damage then.
He could, and he could face his brother as well.
Oh, it's quite exciting.
Yes, I think it's the first time they've faced each other in the championship.
Oh, very good.
For whatever reason, they just, through injury or non-selection, possibly as well, a couple of times, or England resting. Just, I think it's been the case that the Overton derby has not actually happened in the championship.
Change to the field with the leg side being strengthened. There's a deep square leg, a deep mid-wicket and a long leg. So 3 fielders on the leg side. There's a mid-on, mid-off, extra cover and backward point. Warner bowling to Vilas, who meets it and drives into the offside but picks out Van Buren. And there is no run. I mean, Somerset have obviously come back into form this, I mean, crucially with the bat. They've had a pretty torrid run at the back end of last season and through the first start of this season, but it felt like it was only going to be time before they found form with the bat. There's too many good players in that team for them not to.
Yeah, I mean, it's been extraordinary, really, and to a certain extent, there are a lot of young players in there, and some of them are more one-day inclined.
Warner to Vilas, shovels the ball away through wide mid-on. He'll get 4 for that. Dane Vilas. I feel like he had all the time in the world to play it. To the right of mid-on, there's those 2 fielders set back on the leg side boundary, but just jabbed away through the onside for 4. Takes Vilas to 83.
Arguably not the prettiest shot, but I love it, actually. I love I've always had a soft spot for batters who aren't the prettiest in terms of some of the shots that they play. I know Vilas is pretty in some of the shots that he plays, but that one was a kind of a shovel. It was mighty effective. He timed it so well.
He did. A little bend of the knees for Vilas. It's a single here. He drops it out into the onside because field is set back, so Vilas takes the single. 84 to him now. Lancashire 366 for 3. It's a lead of 114 runs.
But Shiv Chandapal, Dean Elgar, Graham Smith.
It's always Graham Smith's always mentioned.
It's always poor Graham Smith with that bottom hand, the extra cover drive through mid-off before. Who cares? I say I like watching those sorts of players. Simon Katic, another one with that kind of open stance, moving into the ball. Left-handers, all of those actually. Talking about how left-handers are better to watch normally.
Bohannon defends as Warner comes charging in from the Jimmy Anderson end, and the ball bounces its way up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
I don't know. I just love watching them. Also, just the fact that they do things a bit differently, I think, is nice sometimes as well.
I agree. As much as we love, and you were speaking to us about the cover drives that you were witnessing last week between Gloucestershire and Yorkshire. Plenty of handsome shots in that game. As much as we like all that, you've got to having different ways to score and batters who do things differently. I was speaking to Josh Bohannon about it actually last night. Warner balls to him. It's 4 in defence and there's no run. He said, look, everyone does it their own way, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And that's one of the many, many beauties, isn't it, about the game, that you can find different ways of scoring and different ways of winning matches and different ways of being successful.
How long was your interview with him?
It was very, about 35 minutes.
Spent longer with you in interviews than he has out in the middle.
We covered a lot of topics in a relatively short period of time. It's the first time I've spoken to him since I spoke to him before he flew out to Australia, because he was called up by the Lions, and I got him on the old Zoom to speak to him before he flew out to Australia. But it's the first time I've spoken to him on record since then. So we had a little bit of a chat about his winter away in Australia and being part of the Lions setup and what he learnt from that, and how he's trying to kind of match, if not better, what he did for Lancashire last season. Sam Curran's out for 80.
Another one for Siddle. 4 for 31 from 21.1 overs.
This is a zapper ball into Vilas. It's down the leg side, and you know what? Umpire Shaughnessy spins round towards the scorers, and the signals are wide. This is manoeuvre down towards that third man region. Played it delicately, Dane Vilas, just bending his knees and deliberately trying to open the face of the bat and nudge the ball through that gap. There's a slip and there's a backward point. Gets a run for it. Takes him to 85. Not out. Lancashire to 368 for 3. Just deflected off the pad by Josh Bohannon. Lead of 116 runs for Lancashire. 7 wickets remaining. And these two have shared a partnership of 133. Bohannon gets bat on this across his pad and turns it into the leg side. That make that 134 partnership rather between Bohannon and Vilas. Bohannon and Croft added 117 runs yesterday afternoon. Zapper balls. It's a good ball. It brings Bohannon forward. Ball bounces into and out of the gloves of Bracey. Just a little extra bit of loop on that from Zafar Gohar. Breeze is blowing into his right hand side, and ball pitching and turning with the breeze. As it deflects off Bohannon's pads and there's no run.
I think it might have deflected off his backside, actually. He's just giving his left glute a rub.
Ah, yes, classic. Second slip in place. Good stride down the pitch, Bohannon. No buttock on this one, it's his bat instead. End of the over. 3-6-8 for 3, a lead of 116 runs.
Well, he has been struck almost everywhere now.
Yes.
Oh dear. I suppose you spend that long out in the middle, but even so, what with padding away the left-arm spinner from over the wicket and a few deliveries which maybe haven't quite got up as much as he might have been expecting. Right, Miles Hammond is going to come back on from the Anderson end. Ryan Higgins was off the field then. George Scott coming into action as 12th again. But it will be Hammond who bowled 11 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 29, and actually came through one period in particular, came as close to getting either Bohannon or Vilas out as anybody. Beat the inside edge a couple of times, took the outside edge and went wide of slip, but they're not going to give him a slip here. You've got a deep square leg, a deep mid wicket, a deep cover. Those are the fielders out. Mid off and mid on are relatively deep. As a softly played ball up there might get a single as Hammond comes in with his off breaks and bowls a low full toss, which is driven by Vilas and stopped by dented extra cover, and there's no run. So Hammond, having been overtaken by Singh Dale or by Dale I should say, and Warner, having bowled 12 overs, Hammond's now going to start his 12th. Bit of turn, but Vilas goes back and just late cuts this one down towards third man, and will come through for 2 more. 87 to him, 370 now for 3. Bit of turn from wide out there from Miles Hammond as well. There are some footmarks there from right armers bowling round the wicket. Hammond bowls, that's pulled away by Vilas firmly out to Lace on the deep mid-wicket rope. 371 for 3. Vilas to 88 with that latest single. Bohannon still that one blow all the way away from that career best, or levelling it. And Gloucestershire with that over 8 still at +7, but it'll be more than that because Zafar Gohar's bowled the majority of the morning, so it'll probably be even heading towards +10 by now. They've got time, not quite to waste, but time to spend as Bohannon drives firmly through extra cover. There's a tumble from Josh Shaw out on the deep cover boundary, and having taken a chunk out of the turf, which is going to replace, he's kept it down to 2 runs. Bohannon on to 170, and it's 373 for 3. It's not really a move to keep the runs down necessarily, this. Just throw the ball to Hammond, maybe see if he can get a wicket as Bohannon works that through mid-wicket. Gets it far enough away from Van Buren, trying to save the single. Heads up to the fielder in the deep, Tom Lace, for another single. 171. Bohannon 374 for 3. Lead sits at 122 as Hammond bowls, and that's swept in the air and caught at backward square leg on the bounce. Bump ball. Okay, I admit it, I was a little taken in by that, but in fairness, from the angle that I'm at, I haven't got a hope of seeing that bounced into the ground with Vilas's body swivelling on the sweep and swivelling even further towards the leg side. I've got no hope of seeing that bounce. The trajectory looks as if it might have been in the air. Oh dear. 6 off the over, and it's 374 for 3. Looking elsewhere in Division 1, Essex 41 for 2. They've just lost Westley, caught behind by Burgess off Will Rhodes for 10. So Essex behind by 176 and 8 wickets in hand. So that looks to be a tall order. They do still have a chap called Alistair Cook, 27, not out. Might be handy in a situation like that, but still, it's quite a lot to ask of him.
Zaffer go balls to Bohannon. It's deflected away off the pad.
You just missed me falling for a crowd catch, but in fairness, I could not see that the ball had landed with Vilas on the sweep.
This is swept by Bohannon. There's cries of catch this time. It's up in the air. It's out towards square leg. Bohannon comes back for 2. 173 to him now.
It's just, I mean, what can you do?
Well,
what can you do?
He's got to go with it.
Other than fall for it. It looked as if it was probably kind of trajectory where it hadn't been a bump ball, and there we go. I sort of hedged my bets about 20%, but thought that it was probably a catch. But sometimes you just get settled down the river.
Zaffer in bowling to Bohannon. Bat just in front of his pad, works the ball away through the onside. Van Buren fields at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Closing in on the career best score, Josh Bohannon. Just again off the front of the pad and rolls back down the pitch. 2 slip fielders. There's a short fine leg and a long leg, mid wicket, mid on, mid off, extra cover, backward point. And eased away through the onside. And Van Buren just shuffles a few paces away to his right to field the ball, and there's no run. Again, pad offered by Bohannon to complete the over. 376 for 3. What's the lead now? 124. Vilas has 88 and Bohannon 173.
I was just having another look at that Surrey Somerset card, and all the 7 wickets to fall so far have been caught. And I don't think, I'm assuming Stephen Davis is keeping wicket. He is. None of them have been caught by him either. Tom Banton's taken a catch, which did the rounds on.
I saw that, yeah.
Social media, yeah. Diving away in front of the gasometer, I think it was. Well, not obviously right in front of the, I mean, in the shadow of the gasometer. Probably not too far off the famous Fred Grace catch position where that might have been taken. Vilas goes forward, and pardon me, Bohannon. No, it was Vilas. Everyone's trying to sell me down the river. The scoreboard said it was Vilas that was. So pardon me, said it was Bohannon that was on strike. Oh dear. Dabbed it away for a single out towards backward point. 377 for 3. Vilas on to 89. Hammond in bowling to Bohannon, who drives firmly out towards deep cover. They're thinking about 2. Well, they're going to come back for it as well. Shaw hurls the throw in, and that is the career best first-class score for Josh Bohannon. I think several members of the crowd certainly know that, because there's a Significant round of applause there. I think it's just going around on the PA system now as well. Clasp for the hands from Vilas and Bohannon. He scored that off 372 balls with 23 fours, and a sharply run 2 to bring it up seems appropriate, I guess, in a way. Lead goes up to 127. Hammond bowling to Bohannon, who's forward in defence. Vilas looking for the single, but they decide against it.
Yeah, previous best of 174 came here against Derbyshire in 2019. All his 4 centuries have been here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Hammond bowling. That's whipped wide of mid-on. Work for the fielder to do. Can't get there. And it's 4 more runs to Bohannon. Another neat shot, just placed wide of the fielder. Valiant effort to get there, but couldn't bring it in. And his 24th boundary moves him to 179.
BBC Sport website reporting it's finally Overton v Overton at the Oval.
Yeah.
Craig is bowling to brother Jamie, who edges wide of the slip cordon for 4 runs.
It's all Overton. Hammond into Bohannon, who's back and looking to cut this one. Late cut, but he's picked out backward point and is a little cross about having done so. Certainly thought he could get yet more runs down towards third man there. Last ball of this Hammond over. He's in now and bowls. Oh, right as he bowled it, Van Buren's cap went flying off at mid-wicket, but that didn't put off Bohannon, who looked at, well, maybe it did put off Bohannon actually, because he looked at drive and didn't really time it. It's gone towards cover. That was slightly disconcerting, seeing something fly off over to the left, even from me. So I'm sure Bohannon would have seen it in his peripheral vision. So it was a clever tactic from Van Buren, but it didn't work. 383 for 3. Lancashire 179 for Bohannon, passing his career best in that over. The lead is up to 131 for Lancashire. Still a little over half an hour remaining in the morning session.
It's also the highest score by a Lancashire number 3 against Gloucestershire. The career best for Josh Bohannon. The man on strike now looking for his 9th Lancashire century and his 24th of his career. If he can get it, Dame Vilas.
We've got a discussion about the ball. I think that's what's going on at the moment. The gauges.
Yes.
Out there. I think that's just been put away into a neat little cover. Steve O'Shaughnessy's got. He's got everything.
Of course he has.
I didn't even realise they had a little pocket to put those handcuffs in.
I'm telling you, those pockets are like the TARDIS.
He's going off now. So it looks as if Gloucestershire have succeeded in getting this ball changed. I'm not sure it's going to do them a great deal of good, but I suppose that probably shows you actually that the ball had to be really out of shape in a way to really draw too much attention to it at this stage.
And now the selection process begins. Not that one. No, not that one.
And also, I've read in the regulations, it's got to be a ball from this year's batch as well.
Okay.
So in previous years, it had been this year and the previous year, but I think that obviously shows you they've done something with it new this year, which is potentially going to play an important part. And I'll talk a little bit about 2 different balls actually, because another sport that I love is baseball, and there's been all sorts of controversy over the winter in baseball with the fact that there were 2 different batches of balls, and I think there was something like a 0.02 gram difference between the 2 balls. and there was a mixture of them used throughout the season. Come back to that as Zaffer prepares to start his 45th over from the Statham end, and he's in over the wicket, bowling, and that one's turned past the off stump of Vilas. Bracey just neatly removes the one bail. Don't think Vilas had gone anywhere at all, but basically players in baseball were up in arms about this, understandably so, because it potentially is something that is not part of the game, affecting their statistics, as Vilas looks to work the ball leg side but can't get any bat on it. So they don't know when they're up there batting which ball it is that they're facing. Zaffer in. Ooh, Vilas goes onto the back foot, just about gets that bat in front of that pad. It probably would have pitched outside leg stump, actually, even if it had struck him on the pad. But I guess Bold was potentially in play there. Maybe an inside edge onto pad, onto stump. Zaffer in. Vilas once again playing that one very uncertainly, and that's gone out into the backward square leg region, and there's no run. But what they've quite demanded, I think, now in baseball is there's going to be an independent balls tester before every game to make sure that the balls are weighing the same. Vilas goes back, a little bit of turn out of the rough, and works that one away behind square on the leg side for a single. Vilas moves on to 90 now, and that's the 150-run partnership between Bohannon and Vilas. So got a few extras in there as well. Vilas 90 out of that 150. But that doesn't take away the part that Bohannon has played one bit. Vilas 90 off 118 balls. Bohannon on strike on 179. And pads up to the last delivery of the over. Just the one run from it. Lead sits at 132. So yeah, an independent balls tester.
Right.
Because of this discrepancy between the two, and it's been a really controversial topic, because not only is it just about each individual player wanting to know which is it I'm facing. Do I have a better chance of hitting a home run, for example, or as a pitcher, do I have am I going to give up a ton of runs today? And it genuinely makes a difference. They did a study on it. It makes a huge difference. Even I think it was like 0.02 grams or something, as I say. And the other thing is, there was a suspicion that the league themselves were looking at certain games between sides and thinking, right, we're going to use the ball that we think is going to produce more runs for this game to try and up the runs. Suspicion that they were trying to make certain games more exciting and had some sort of control over that. All sorts of conspiracy theories flying around.
Sounds like it, yeah.
It just shows you the ball is important.
Again, wise words from you, Ed.
It's important to have somebody there to check them, to make sure that everything's in place and in order.
Vilas off the back foot, chopping away through the offside as Van Buren comes in from the Jimmy Anderson end. And Vilas moves to 91, and the score moves on to 385 for 3. It's a lead of 133. And Bohannon, he's back on strike. So Van Buren from the Jimmy Anderson end. And he comes around the wicket to Bohannon, who plays forward in defence, and there is no run.
I hope you didn't mind that little interlude there.
No, I quite enjoyed it.
It felt like a good time for it.
So it was good. Van Buren to Bohannon. That's behind square on the leg side for one run. 180 not out. 386 for 3.
I mean, the term for the ones that went the distance further, they called them juiced balls.
Juiced balls. Okay. Vilas forward in defence, no run.
Because the other thing is that humidity makes a difference with them as well. So that's not funny. The humidity where they're kept before play
Vilas pushing out into the offside. And Dent comes up to field and there's no run.
That's another thing that...
There's a lot of science behind this, isn't
there is a huge amount.
Yeah.
Like I say, there's a bit proper scientific studies into this.
Yeah. See why it's so controversial. Conspiracy theories. Again, Vilas defending. Down on one knee as he plays it calmly towards Dent for no run. End of the over. 2 off that. And Lancashire 386 for 3. Lead of 134 with 25 minutes remaining until the lunch break on the third day here at Emirates Old Trafford. LV County Championship fixture between Lancashire and Gloucestershire. Division 1 fixture this, between two teams that are in Division 1 because of their successful 2019 campaign. Seems like a long time ago.
It does. These two sides only met once in that campaign, and it was at Cheltenham, but not at the Cheltenham Festival.
No. No.
The extra game that was played at Cheltenham in that year. Zafar Gohart into his 46th over.
My first visit to Cheltenham, though. Well, I mean, not to Cheltenham, but to the cricket of Cheltenham. I absolutely loved it. But the festival's fantastic to go and watch.
2 slips in place. Zafar in, and Bohannon padding up to that first delivery, pitching about maybe a stump, 2 stumps outside leg stump. And yeah, last year, because of COVID, they had some new marquees in place. Zafar in, swept away. He's got this one away through square leg, and that's raced to the boundary for another 4. Bohannon 288. He's been kind of threatening at perhaps 284. The scoreboard's already moved over. 390 for 3, but he's been threatening to unfurl that sweep shot for a little bit, wanting to bring it out, and he did this time to full effect. But yeah, these new marquees, they were all sorts of different colours, sort of burnt orange, marine blue.
Ooh, very exciting.
It was, yeah, they were lovely. I mean, it really looked a picture.
I can well imagine, yeah.
And kind of open marquees as well, not your sort of traditional white, sort of closed tenty things. As Zafar's in, and that one bounces a little bit, and yeah, it struck him on the thigh pad, I think, judging by the way he's now adjusting it.
But they were popular, weren't they?
Oh yeah, I think so. I mean, you know, you could, because of COVID, etc., getting air through the marquees, as Bohannon once more allows that one just to hit him, pitched way outside leg stump. But yeah, I'd be interested to see whether they're back again this year, because I think they certainly proved popular, and it was I took a few pictures from through them. Lovely view, great atmosphere. Now that's popped up in the air. What's that come off? There's a shout and not out, says umpire O'Shaughnessy. He's not impressed. Racy still standing halfway down the pitch. Zafar Gohar even further than halfway down the pitch. Hands on heads everywhere.
Distraught.
Arms folded in places. See whether we can get anything from the pictures. It's either come off his glove or it's come off his arm above his glove, but I'm going to have to slow that down myself, I think, just to see if we can get a better indication. Certain amount of frustration, though, in general, as Zafar's in and once more panned away by Bohannon to end the over. 390 for 3. The lead sits at 138. It's not just the odd decision this match. There's been, and you know, I try to be as impartial as you can be following one team, but you see as we're getting a look at the replay now, it does look as if it's come off the glove, doesn't it? I think. But you know, it's been quite a few decisions over the first 3 rounds that have felt as if they haven't gone Gloucestershire's way, and some of them, has to be said, more obvious than others, and it happens. But it doesn't take away from the sense of frustration that there must be out there from Gloucestershire. And again, the usual caveat about umpiring is blooming difficult. I know, because I've done it, and nowhere near at that level.
It's Van Buren to Dame Vilas. It's played away into the onside for no run. It's captain to captain this, and Vilas off the back foot. Cuts that away through the offside for a single. 92 to the Lancashire skipper. 391 for 3. So the festival this season, is it back to kind of proper, 4-day game and then some T20 matches as well? All kind of.
Well, it's no T20 this year, unfortunately,
right,
because obviously the T20's got moved earlier.
Buren to Bohannon. It's a wristy shot which he turns away to square leg for no run. So is it two
championship matches?
Okay.
Yep. Starts on July the 19th,
right,
with Hampshire.
Okay.
4 days. Then the very next day, we've got Western Storm against South East Stars in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy.
Okay, excellent.
1 day break.
From Buren to Bohannon, who's forward in defence and there's no run.
1 day break, and then on my birthday, Northamptonshire.
Wow.
For the second championship match, and then it finishes. Well, in fact, there's another 2-day break after that. And then there's a national county match against Wiltshire taking place.
Bohannon off the back foot, slapping it up towards mid-on for no run.
And then finishes on August the 2nd with a Royal London game against Warwickshire. So no T20s this year. I know there was disappointment, but unfortunately the T20's finished by then. Yes. Finals days, 2 days, 3 days before the festival.
This is cut away by Bohannon just in front of square for 1 run. It takes him to 185 and the score to 392 for 3. But there's obviously 2 1-day, well, there's 3 1-day fixtures, isn't there? The warm-up match is the women's game, and then there's the 50-over match as well. So that's terrific.
So there's an awful lot of cricket over that, well, fortnight. Is it more than a fortnight, actually? No. No, in fact, it's less than a fortnight, but still a terrific period of cricket. Everyone always looks forward to it, even those based in the south of the county travelling north, because it is just the most wonderful atmosphere. And the matches there are, I mean, I'm not going to say always, but in recent times I think it's been always. The matches have just been so good. Great finishes. The pitch has got something in it for everyone. Zaffer continuing over the wicket, bowls, and Bohannon leans forward, allows that one to hit his pad. But it's so often it seems to come down to the final session at Cheltenham. And even if it doesn't, there always seems to be some intrigue around it, or usually many storylines that develop either before or during the festival, as that's kicked away once more by Bohannon. Last season it was right at the time when the entire England squad went down due to COVID. So John Simpson was playing for Middlesex, David Payne for Gloucestershire, both called up to that squad, of entirely new squad, I should say. There's once more Bohannon pads away to short fine leg this time. So there was that. Ryan Higgins his wife had a child on the morning of the match as well, so the first match.
Busy.
So Higgins didn't play. Payne played 1 day, didn't bowl.
What going on?
So once more it's padded away. He did do the toss though, because he was captain, because Chris Dent had broken his finger, so Dent wasn't there either. We had Ollie Price making his first-class debut alongside his brother Tom, who played in just 1 first-class match before. So that was day 1 and 2 of the Cheltenham Festival last year, and that sort of thing is just fairly commonplace. As Bohannon pads up once more, he gets this one back towards the bowler. back to what angle will it come off? But yeah, can't wait for the Cheltenham Festival. And hopefully, as it usually does, the weather plays ball again. As forward goes Bohannon and pushes this one softly up to Marcus Harris at mid-off, who gets a rare touch of the ball. And it's 392 for 3 with Bohannon 185, Vilas 92. So, yeah, you know, can't wait for it. And Gloucestershire have tended to do, in recent times, tended to do quite well there. It wasn't necessarily always the case, and in fact, Bristol, the form has flipped a bit of late as well. But I think in the Championship, it used to be they would struggle at Cheltenham, but dominate in one-day cricket there. But nowadays, they've tended to get a lot of their best wins at Cheltenham.
It's Van Buren balls to Vilas. Just nudged away towards square leg, but for no run.
And of course, even the one that they didn't win against Hampshire last season to try to get them into the top 6 last year, that was still a really exciting game of cricket, and Gloucestershire still having a chance to survive even into that final session and get that Division 1 spot.
Vilas wants a run here, just in front of square on the leg side. It could be quite a sharp single, pick up and throw towards the bowler's end. He does get one. Moves on to 93. Score moves to 393 for 3. The lead is 141.
Are there matches at Aigburth again this year?
Not Aigburth, no, but they have got games spread around a little bit. Up to Sebba for a one-day fixture.
I would love to get up there.
Blackpool have got, I think, 3 games this year. I think they've got 2 T20s and a one-day cup fixture. There's Bohannon again on the sweep, but doesn't time it. In fact, it's signalled as a wide by the umpire. Fizzed in down the leg side by Van Buren, bowling over the wicket. And Southport has a county championship game.
Wow.
Not been to Southport for a few years. Van Buren to Bohannon. He sweeps, be off a top edge, but down towards the boundary. There's a cry of a catch it. It was way up above the and to the left of the short fine leg. And the ball reaches the rope for 4. So yeah, looking forward to that. They've spread them around a little bit. Right at the top of the kind of county in Sebba.
A few trips to the seaside as well.
A little trip to Blackpool, yeah. Trip to Southport. Good for Blackpool. They've not had too much cricket recently, but to have got 2 T20 matches is excellent, and the one-day cup game, and to the 4-day match at Southport. Swept again by Bohannon. That's 4 more. It's right out the middle of the bat. It takes him into the 190s. This it also takes Lancashire beyond 400 as well.
The ball may even have left the ground by now. It was going through a bare patch, and then it was bounding across the car park.
Yes, it soon disappeared, didn't it, underneath the little red kind of metal fences just at the edge of that boundary rope. 402. Lead is edging towards the 150 now. In fact, it might be. It is 150. So 150 in front.
Yeah, and they've moved this along. I'm not going to say quicker than they might have expected, because I think they probably would have expected, especially with Vilas out there, to move it along like this, but it's moved along well.
Drives through the offside. There's Bohannon for 2. Takes him to 195. And the lead now 152 runs. They started this morning, it was 37, wasn't it? 37 in front. It's now 152 in front. Josh Bohannon, 195 not out. Van Buren from the Anderson end bowls, and Bohannon plays forward and pushes into the offside. There's no run.
Swinging like a rusty gate. If you heard that, listening wherever you are on the effects microphone, we certainly did.
Needs a bit of oil on that, doesn't it? Yeah. Off we got till lunch now. We've got about 10 minutes to go before lunch. Bohannon's had a handy habit of reaching various intervals, yes, approaching milestones, and he's in danger of doing it again.
It's just remarkable consistency again. We said how consistent it's been from him. certainly in danger of doing it again. Going back to the outground festival cricket, whatever, it's one of the big worries about reducing the number of first-class matches down to 10.
Yeah.
Where are you getting your festival cricket from? If you're having 2 championship matches at Cheltenham, that means you've got, what, 3 home games at Bristol? As Vilas goes back and defends out towards short extra cover, there's no run.
Well, yeah, you feel like it'd almost kind of kill off outground cricket, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would. You know, the festival would be down to, I would have thought, would be down to 1 game, even 1 championship match. And Zafar in, kicked away by Vilas. Might be able to sort of survive on that, but it's just the thing is with the festival, it's one of the reasons why it's kept going when other counties haven't, apart from the fact that it's just a great place to watch and play cricket. As Vilas goes back and clips this one backward a square on the leg side, and there'll be a single there to Vilas, move him up to 94, 405 for 3, lead up to 153. But it's also, I suppose, the quirks in a way of the geography of the county of Gloucestershire and then the city of Bristol, in that just the other side of the Avon, you've got Somerset territory, and it's vital to keep the north of the county represented and have cricket in, it's not the far north, but, you know, north of Bristol anyway. So, yeah, you worry, really do. You worry about what it does, just the constant centralisation of the game and treating England as if it's Australia, where the majority of people live around a handful of cities. 2 slips in place for Bohannon on 195. Zafar round the wicket now to Bohannon, who's forward and defending out into the leg side. Van Buren with the light blue or sky blue backed boots does the fielding, short mid wicket. Zafar moves in once more, driven down the ground, nicely timed and well stopped by Zafar Gohar, away to his left. I suppose he's probably thinking, even if these two aren't at that stage yet, as he completes the over with a short and wide ball, which is hammered through extra cover for 4 by Bohannon, moves him up to 199. There's not been many balls that he's bowled there. I mean, considering he's through 48 overs now, he's not bowled many balls short and wide, but he has tended to get punished actually when he has. And Bohannon placed that one again superbly, getting it way in front of square, got into position so early. And rather than playing it towards backward of square where there are plenty of fielders, just played it away from the field in front of square, and to 199, 409 for 3 at the end of over number 131.
Lead of 157. Captain there, Dave Vilas, and he gets into the lunch break in a few minutes' time. If not already, I'm sure he is thinking about how this afternoon will play out, at what stage would he want to pull out?
Yeah, but I just realised I'd started a thought and then not finished it in terms of Zafar Gohar. He's probably eyeing some wickets when they do decide to pull the trigger, at the same time as Lancashire obviously accelerating the scoring rate against him.
Down the pitch, and he's heaved that past the bowler, and Bohannon ducks underneath it. And Vilas gets a single, takes him to 95.
Zafar in the action again.
A lot happened there, didn't there, really? I mean, he little dance down the pitch, he absolutely battered it towards Bohannon, who had to duck out the way of it, and then Zafar's involved once again. 410 for 3. Everyone's creeping in now because Bohannon's a run away from a double century. Van Buren to Josh Bohannon. Pushing away into the offside for a single. It's 200. It's the first time he's reached a double century. It's a magnificent innings from Josh Bohannon. Wonderfully put together by the 25-year-old who is in the form of his professional career. this season and last. 200 not out, 403 deliveries. His teammates appreciate it, as indeed do the Lancashire supporters inside the ground. It's a wonderful, wonderful innings by Josh Bohannon. And the lead moves to 159. And Vilas takes a single and edges a little nearer to three figures himself. He moves to 96. And it's 412 for three.
And important to point out that whilst, yes, you'd say Gloucestershire's attack is a little depleted. He's faced 48 overs of a quality spin bowler.
Van Buren to Bohannon, defends again, and there's no run.
Higgins has bowled 25 overs. So, yeah, you can't take anything away from this innings. These have been quality runs.
Goes back this time, slices the ball away through the offside. He wants a second. He's captain, actually, on this occasion. Thought it was just the one, but even with all the batting faced and the time in the middle, there's still plenty of energy in the legs to come back and turn one into two. 414 for three. He's a lead of 163. One ball left of the over.
Steve O'Shaughnessy's fancying a bit of wicket keeping. Well, I suppose he's keeping the wickets in a different way, making sure it's all level.
Van Buren balls to Bohannon, and that's kept out. And Bohannon, 202 not out for Lancashire. We've got 3 minutes until lunch, so time for another over. As Bohannon getting through for that double century, just steering it away into the offside, and a big broad smile on his face, removing his helmet and acknowledging the support from his teammates, and a big hug from his captain Dane Vilas as well.
Yeah, if his celebrations for his three figures were actually slightly muted in a way, it's certainly what you'd expect from somebody reaching 200. Absolutely delighted, as well he should be. So Dane Vilas now just 4 runs shy of his own large milestone. Looking for it here as he works it into the leg side, but they brought the field up for him. Tom Lace, forward square leg, does the fielding. It's just the deep backward square leg that's the only fielder out, as Vilas, both feet facing the bowler, pads up, and I think he may have not padded up to that one. I think he might have boxed up to it, potentially, judging by the rueful grin. Zaffer slip in place now and bowls, and once more Vilas padding that one away. This time certainly was off the pad. They just did bring Hammond into that slip position for that ball, so nobody between dented extra cover and the point fielder, who's Ajit Singh Dale. So there's plenty of room for the drive if Vilas chooses to do that, and Zaffer is going to come back over the wicket, and he bowls to Vilas, who kicks it towards mid-wicket. There's no run, so Vilas is certainly not going to get drawn into anything here, and it looks as if at the moment he's more interested in being there at lunch. Just 30 seconds before that clock will tick over to 1 o'clock, so 2 balls left in the over. I'm not sure, even if Zaffer gets through them quickly, whether the umpires are going to be able to get in position for The next over, Zaffert bowls and off the back foot. Vilas drives through the covers, and that's going to go to the boundary for 4, and that is a century for the Lancashire captain. It's back-to-back centuries for Dame Vilas. 24 first-class hundreds for him now, raising his bat to all corners of the ground, and that Lancashire dressing room up on their feet again.
Been busy there, haven't they, on the balcony in the last few minutes? 24 first-class centuries. He's 9th for Lancashire. Yeah, back-to-back tons for the Lancashire skipper.
Oh, what a typical innings, really. 136 balls. He was going along at a run a ball, round about for the 50. In fact, I think it was bang on a run a ball, 51 or 51 he had. But still, strike rate round about 75. 11 fours. Zaffert in, and Vilas pads the last ball of the morning away. And it's another session that's gone by without a wicket falling. Perfect morning for Lancashire. They've moved the board along. Vilas has just got to his 100. Bohannon having got to his double century. The lead sits at 166 at lunch. And Lancashire could not have asked for more this morning. With Gloucestershire walking off once again, sort of having to commiserate each other a bit. It's been a rough morning in terms of plugging away, not taking wickets. And I know that there's a huge amount of work to do with the bat to come, but equally they may be put to the sword even further in the afternoon session before we get to that point.
Yeah, that's gone just about as well as it could possibly have gone, really, for Lancashire. Gloucestershire players make their way off, and the applause from the Lancashire balcony is for Josh Bohannon's unbeaten double century and the captain 100 not out, and that lead was 37 for Lancashire on the start of play this morning. And as morning sessions go, that is right out of the top drawer, isn't it, from a Lancashire point of view? Could not have gone much better, and they get to lunch in a commanding position in this fixture. 166 runs in front, 418 for 3 at lunch on the 3rd day, and that's a lead of 166 runs, and a special mention for Josh Bohannon, career best score for him, and then turning that into a maiden first-class double century. Right, we're at lunch. Day 3, 418 for 3. That's the lead there at the bottom of the screen. 166 runs in front. 2 players unbeaten, having reached milestones in that morning session. We'll be back in around about 40 minutes.
Hi, I'm Keaton Jennings, a batter at Lancashire Cricket Club, and we are here on the sportsbreak.com terrace at Emirates Old Trafford. And as you can see behind me, we're really close to the pitch. We've got sofas, park benches, and a lovely bar in the corner. Emirates Old Trafford will be absolutely bouncing during every game day, so come down with sportsbreak.com and enjoy your day.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? UA92 is game-changing, created to accelerate careers in business, media and sport. Much more than a qualification, it's a personal development journey that prepares you for life. Become your best and connect with the best. With placements, with major players. Sparked from the minds of the class of '92. Their tradition of dreaming big. And inspired by the commitment to passion, preparedness, ambition and youth. So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA92.
Yeah, it was obviously nice to spend some time in the middle and try and do a job for us to try and set this game up moving forward. Something that we talked about last week at the start of the summer was trying to, every week someone trying to do a match-win performance and hopefully trying to set up this game and get that win. So our plans this morning were to try and bat all day, and how we did that obviously as individuals looked very different, but thankfully the way I did today hopefully he's done a job for the team.
And your innings in particular, Josh, how much did you enjoy that?
Yeah, it's always great fun. I think one of the things I've learned to do since batting up the top of the order is try and bat for a period of time. So obviously all the hard work that happens in the winters and then to come out in the summer there and do it today, it's a massive reward for myself. So yeah.
In terms of the way you put it together again, it was pretty impressive both in defence and in attack. You must be thrilled with the way you pieced it all together over a long period of time.
Yeah, I think we were pretty clear yesterday, having watched how we went about it when we were bowling, that it was hard when they got it right, and we knew at the start of today that it was going to be hard in periods, and they bowled really well in periods as well. But yeah, it was nice to obviously get through them tough periods and then manage to just get a few away, and it sort of felt like it came in clusters. A really challenging day, but good day.
Your 4th century, all here. Quite like batting here, don't you?
Yeah, it's the place that I want to score all my runs, and obviously score them elsewhere as well. But it's somewhere that I love batting, and hopefully I can do it for a long time.
Every century is a good century, but is it a timely century in front of James Taylor?
No, it's not for me to say that. I'm just taking one step at a time and score as many runs as I can for Lancs, but hopefully I can go on and make that a big one tomorrow.
Obviously, you had a winter with the Lions as well. What were you able to take from that?
I think more than anything, just the intensity around the environment, around the training, everything that they do on and off the field was something that I really enjoyed. And hopefully it's something that if I keep scoring runs for Lancs, it's hopefully something I can be a part of moving forward. It was great to meet new people and new coaches, obviously new players from other counties that you've played against for a while, and then to sort of be on an England tour with them is, it's exciting. You get to know people a bit better than you probably think you do originally from playing against them. And it was great to bond with those people. It was a great 6 weeks in Brisbane that we had.
You're probably one of a number of batters that will feel potentially if you can have a good 5 or 6 rounds of championship cricket, then who knows?
All the chats have been around that in the winter, but it's just something that I'm not in control of it at the end of the day. It's up to the selectors, and all I can do is put my name in the hat and score as many runs as I can for Lancs, and that's the only way I'm going to do it, is to help Lancs win games of cricket, score runs for Lancs and help us win a championship, and hopefully that leads to bigger and better things. Who knows?
Yeah, such a stellar year last year, didn't it, Josh? I mean, how keen are you, how determined are you to at least match it again this time round and kind of make it back to back, exceptional seasons?
Yeah, I was, when you look back, I was obviously happy with how the season went, given the amount of innings that we got over the course of the summer. It's obviously something that I want to beat, of course, but I'm just trying my best to score as many runs as I can every game for the team.
In terms of the game here, 30 in front, 7 wickets remaining. Take us out to the middle. What's it like? What do you reckon tomorrow? It's
still a nice pitch. There's a bit of spin from straight now. There's cracks, so there's enough there for our bowlers to exploit. Hopefully we can come back tomorrow and put us in a great position to try and get our bowlers to win us this game. Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks.
Bohannon dominates with unbeaten 142. Lancashire had to be patient on day one, but when their opportunities did come, they grasped them firmly. Hassan Ali leading the charge with 6 for 47 to restrict Gloucestershire to 252, despite a 113 run opening partnership between Chris Dent and Marcus Harris. But it hadn't been straightforward for Lancashire at the top of their innings. Balderson out early, Wells and Bohannon at the crease at the start of day 2. But it was plain sailing for the pair. Little troubled them. The score ticked on, 50 up with a Wells boundary that almost floored his partner at the other end. The second wicket was valued at 50 with a single from Bohannon off Zavar Gahar, and it was the partnership that was proving to be a real thorn in Gloucestershire's side. It was still all going to plan for the hosts, and there was plenty more for them to enjoy. 100 runs on the ball, and then a 50 for Wells, scored off 110 balls, reached with a single off Hammond. Bohannon, though, would have to wait. 4 short when lunch was taken. The score 103 for 1, another fine session for Lancashire. The Lancashire number 3 had his moments after tea, the edge off Higgins uppish but effective. He joined his colleague on 50 runs, scored off 106 balls, and in the process brought up the 100-run partnership. Wells could go no further though. Gahar found the pads, and up went the umpire's finger. Out, LBW for 59. Croft found scoring opportunities hard to come by initially, but he was happy to play the foil to Bohannon, who continued his charge. He was taking Lancashire's deficit below 3 figures now. Try as they might, Gloucestershire couldn't find a route through either man, the partnership going from strength to strength as the session ticked on. By the time they reached tea, the score was now 6 runs shy of 200, the deficit just 58, and Bohannon was 2 runs away from 100 of his own. There would be few nerves on show from Josh Bohannon after the break, but the relief was clear when he turned Dale into the leg side for a boundary. 100 runs, his off 213 balls. Lancashire now up to 200. His stand with Croft was worth 100 runs with a single off Gahar. Bohannon had scored 66 of them. He would have to bid adieu to his partner though, after plugging away for hours. Gloucestershire had their 3rd wicket. Croft bowled by Gahar. Bohannon didn't rest on his laurels. The captain was now at the other end with the best seat in the house as the number 3 kept up the pressure. Lancashire into the lead and showing few signs of letting up. They put on 50 runs for the 4th wicket. Vilas with the final scoring shot of the day to get them there. And at the end of the day, a strong Lancashire position had become a dominant one. Bohannon strolled off unbeaten on 142, Vilas on 39, and the lead now 37 runs. With 7 wickets in hand, the hosts will feel they've got a platform from which they can go on and win this game. Gloucestershire, though, will return to Emirates Old Trafford on day 3, determined to deny them too much progress, though, despite the punishment they'd endured at the hands of the hosts.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford for session 2, day 3 of this Division 1 match between Lancashire and Gloucestershire. Lancashire have throttled Gloucestershire for the vast majority of this match. They're not quite forcing them into submission yet, but Bohannon and Vilas have certainly come close to doing that in the field anyway. Gloucestershire have turned just about everywhere to try to break this partnership, but they've not managed to do so. Bohannon has reached his maiden first-class double century. Dame Vilas has reached 100 in double quick time as well, and it will be Bohannon on 202 to take the first ball after lunch, and Josh Shaw getting his first bowl of the day from the Anderson end, and Bohannon mistimes the first ball after lunch up towards mid-on, looking to drive. So 4:18 for 3 Lancashire went into lunch on, leading by 166 runs, and these two approaching a 200-run partnership. That will be the next milestone. Shaw in and bowls wide, and Bohannon looking to cut, but it's about the first time he's mistimed 2 balls in succession in this innings so far. Cut it straight into the ground and it went out into the offside. Zafar Gohart called into action yet again this morning. Plenty of overs under his belt. He's bowled 49 for the innings so far. Higgins through 25, but this is just the 10th for Shaw, who's now in and bowls, driven down the ground by Bohannon. Timed that a little better, but has picked out Zafar Gohart at mid-off, and there's no run. Shaw 9 overs for 53. It's been, I'm afraid to say, it's been a bit of a case of Van Buren just hasn't been able to trust his seamers, without the exception of Higgins, of course. It's been 2-3 over spells max in general. Shaw approaching and bowling, and Bohannon this time works it to short mid-wicket. Jared Warner does the fielding. Ed Seaborn, Scott Reed with you this afternoon. BBC Radio Manchester, BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Radio Gloucestershire. And I'm afraid to say our star-studded cast from the first day aren't here.
We peaked too early.
Don't I? Promised them too much. Shaw in, and Bohannon flicks this one away backward of square on the leg side. They'll pick up 1 fumble, they'll pick up 2, probably would have got there anyway because they're quick enough, and Bohannon moves to 204.
They couldn't possibly stomach the idea of a days 2, 3 and 4 with us. No. They went storming out of the commentary boxes. I'm not working with those 2 clowns again. And we've not seen Bumble and Paul Alec since.
No, and then those terrible previews before the day as well.
Yeah, it started so well.
Yeah,
on Thursday.
The pros were in on day 1. As Bohannon turns this one towards mid-on. This is a quick single, and a shot at the stumps is unsuccessful. And I think another well-judged single. It was a sharp one, admittedly, but I'm not sure there was too much that Marcus Harris could do there. And another run to the total, 421 for 3, so Bohannon will nick the strike on 205.
Bumble will be back, but not for this game. But he will be back on Thursday, the 5th of May, so he will be back for Lancashire, Warwickshire, the next home fixture. That's the 2 teams, of course, that finished 1st and 2nd, and the 2 teams that went head-to-head in that epic Bob Willis Trophy final.
Epic.
It was over with inside
describing it.
It was done inside the first half an hour on day 1. We managed to drag it out, though. So yeah, that's the next home game for Lancashire. The defending champions Warwickshire are here. Anyway, Bumble will be back for that. But it was great having them here on Thursday. But Zafar Gohart to continue, obviously, over number 50 No wonder he's stretching those hamstrings. 4:21 for 3. I've got news which will not be particularly pleasant listening for Gloucestershire fans. This is padded away by Bohannon and there's no run. Albeit maybe those that kind of like this type of thing, but just kind of approaching records for Lancashire against Gloucestershire. And there's a few of them to keep an eye on over the course of the next hour or so. Again, Bohannon just rocks onto that front pad and just gets hit again somewhere in a slightly awkward position. I didn't. The one question I didn't ask Bohannon was how are his bruises? I spoke to him last night. He's had a few, hasn't he? A few blows in some slightly delicate areas. Again, just pads away. It flicks down towards short fine leg. But hasn't he batted well? What an enjoyable couple of days he's had. Maiden double century for Josh Bohannon. He's 205 not out. Little into out this shot from Bohannon as he drives up towards mid-off. But for no run. We've got a bit of sunshine. The wind is still battering around us. But the outfield in sunshine. It was cloudy skies this morning. It was pretty chilly out in the middle. Jabs his bat down and keeps his next delivery out. There's Bohannon. And then picks the ball up and hands it to Bracey. And he'll loop it back towards Zafar Gohar. And he'll complete his first over after lunch. There's Bohannon again looking to try and sweep a ball that pitches well outside leg stump. Can't get it away. End of the over. 421 for 3. Bohannon 205 and Vilas unbeaten on 100.
And another Lancashire-born player made a century this morning for Derbyshire, Matty McKiernan.
Oh yes, yes, excellent. I say oh yes in particular because he had joined us a couple of times on BBC Radio Lancashire, a kind of weekly cricket show that looks at local cricket and the local leagues across Lancashire, and he was a guest on that a few times. So when you have that kind of a semi-association, you kind of keep an eye on the player's development, and he's been a little bit in and out at Derbyshire.
Yeah, it's kind of I suppose you'd say one of those late developer types. I think I did have a look and I've forgotten as usual. I think it was 27, 28, something like that. His years of age. Still in single figures in first-class appearances. Shaw into Vilas, who drives down the ground, only as far as Zafar Gohar at mid-off though, and there's no run. So Mickey Arthur led Derbyshire.
I know, tremendous.
Yeah. Got Leicestershire on the ropes, 316 runs behind, 2 without loss in their second innings. Leicestershire having been bowled out for 213 in their first go-around. So need more rearguard action for the likes of Hassan Azad, Sam Evans. Shaw bowls, and that's flicked away wide of mid-on by Vilas. Tumbling stop. Ball just does get behind Higgins, but they elect not to come back for a second run. So that's Vilas's first run of the afternoon. He moves to 101 for 22 for 3. Century for Liam Dawson for Hampshire. As this century makers list just continues to grow, and may be joined quite soon by Ben Brown, who is 91 not out. Shaw balls clipped away firmly by Bohannon. He's taken about 3 steps down the pitch and then decided to admire it the rest of the way to the boundary. 4 more.
That is a great way to describe it. He did. He thought about, oh, actually, maybe I should go through and just make sure, and then actually, no, I'm going to stand there and look at it. That's a glorious shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's played a few of those flicks through mid-wicket. Well, he's played a few of just about every shot in this innings by now. 29 boundaries, up to 209. He's approaching the 500-minute mark in terms of time in the middle. Shaw in, past umpire Illingworth bowling to Bohannon, who works to short mid-wicket, and this time there's no run.
I've got a stat here for you. In fact, I'm going to save it till the end of the over because it relates back to what happened with the first ball of the game.
Oh, have we finally? Wow, I can't wait now. This is something that is basically 2 days in the making. Isn't it?
It is. It's taken some finding.
Shaw is in, and Bohannon plays respectfully in defence into the cover region. Yeah, I mean we floated it first, I think. Well, I mean we floated it right at the time, but in terms of really asking, I think it was lunchtime on day one, wasn't it? I think when we first kind of thought about, or really sat down and thought about maybe has this ever happened before? So the anticipation.
Oh my word, isn't it?
The excitement. Shaw to bowl the last ball of the over. It's driven down the ground in beautiful fashion by Bohannon, but they've got mid off quite straight, so Zafar Gohar can prevent runs. 426 for 3 Lancashire. Bohannon 209 and Vilas 101. Lead for Lancashire sits at 174.
So, day one. The entire cricketing globe has its eyes focused on Emirates Old Trafford because Jimmy, having been sensationally axed by England in the winter, he's doing his best to show that he can still perform at test level. All that malarkey. So Jimmy Anderson sends down a wide with the first ball of the match on Thursday. So we asked the question, has this ever happened before? And thank you to Gary Morgan, who spent the last couple of days having a look at this for us. He says that James Anderson's wide from the first ball of the match was the first time he had a wide from the first ball of a first-class innings. Previous earliest, Zafar bowls to Vilas, who pads away, no run, was his 12th ball against the West Indies in Antigua in 2009, and the previous earliest for Lancashire was the 37th ball he sent down against Nottinghamshire in 2014. Brilliant.
I applaud you.
Padded away again by Vilas. It loops away into the offside and there is no run. G. Morgan, take a bow.
How good is that?
Sensational work. Slip in place. Vilas on 101. Sweeps, and probably sweeps for 4. He does, yeah. Clattered it away through the square leg. There is a fielder just backward of square, kind of in front of the hotel, but I mean, it's only probably 20 yards away to his left, but he got it right out the meat of the bat and gets 4 for it. Moves on to 105. Score moves on to 430 for 3.
We kind of said it if it had ever happened, or at least, you know, the closest potentially it might have happened would be kind of earlier on in his career. But I suppose 2009's not that early. I mean, it's early-ish, but it's not that early.
Zafar left arm over the wicket balls. Vilas rocking back and engineering a wonderful shot through the offside. Again, that ability to shift his feet quickly and create the space to free his hands. Carves the ball out through the offside, gets 4 more, 434 for 3.
That's the 200-run partnership. Brought up with yet another boundary. It's the way that they're doing this without... Oh, there we go, it's just gone up on the scoreboard. But it's just the way they're doing it, still without taking any risks. There's barely a ball been hit in the air throughout Bohannon's innings in particular, and in fact even Vilas as well. There's not been a 6 in this innings. There's not been anything close to a 6. There was one ball I can remember which lobbed over mid-off for a couple of runs, but so few in the air for any length of time.
Zafar to Vilas. Forward in defence, just nudging the ball away into the offside. Picked up at extra cover and there's no run. It's his 13th 4. Bohannon's hit 29 4s for his 209. Last ball of the over. Vilas going back this time. Again, he's pitching it in those footmarks outside the leg stump that will be of interest to Matthew Parkinson a little bit later on in the game. That's the end of the over. So lead of 182 at 4:34 for 3. And the 200 partnership, I think the details of it being relayed to supporters inside the ground. I guess the first, I mentioned that there's potentially some approaching records. There's a couple that are not too far away, which would be the highest fourth wicket partnership for Lancashire against Gloucestershire and the highest first-class score by a Lancashire batter against Gloucestershire. Both of those records are within reach, as indeed is the highest total that Lancashire have scored against Gloucestershire in first-class cricket as well.
Well, the 200-run partnership has come up in, I think, 1 ball over 50 overs. So even I can work out roughly what run rate that is. Shaw was about to bowl, but then somebody moving up on the balcony right above the sight screen is put off Dame Vilas, and then a death stare from Richard Illingworth at the snood.
I think that troublesome door. He keeps...
His movement about behind the door as well, I think.
Okay.
You could see it just there, maybe. But probably, like you say, it was the movement of the door itself. Shaw will start the over this time, and will get driven through cover point, and Bohannon might have enough on that to get 4 more. Dive comes out, and it's a good one from Hammond, and the relay field is completed. They're back for 3 runs, as Bohannon was a little bit worried about the throw hitting him. He went scurrying off over towards mid-on. And 3 more to him to move him to 212 for 37 for 3. And we're in this odd situation. Gloucestershire cannot break this partnership, can't take wickets, and yet you know that it's going to be tough for Gloucestershire when they come out to bat. Shaw bowling, and Vilas pushes this one into the point region, and there's no run. Not just because of the difference in the seam attack, which has been, I think you'd have to say, has been the biggest difference in the game. Of course, Gloucestershire's middle order didn't bat the way they would like, but in general, the way that Lancashire treated Gloucestershire seamers minus Higgins, it's just meant Gloucestershire have not been able to build up much pressure at any point. Shaw in, that's cut in the air and caught. A tame end to a terrific innings from Dane Vilas, and about the first ball that he really deliberately tried to hit in the air has caused his downfall. Miles Hammond taking the catch at cover, and just a really tame end. It was short, it was wide, it was asking to be hit, and Vilas decided he was going to use the wrists to try and hit it over the top, and the ball just lobbed tamely to Miles Hammond at cover. And the end of Vilas for 109. He'll raise his bat to the crowd once more, but I'm sure even after having scored that many runs and in the extraordinary position of ascendancy that Lancashire are in, leading by 185, he'll be a bit cross to have got out like that.
Yes, and you factor in his slightly unnerving record of going from 100 to at least 150, and then indeed on to 200, which is, I think it's almost half the time he gets to 100 for Lancashire. He turns it into at least 150, and he's gone to 200, I think, 3 times. He just felt like that was all there for him again, but he departs. Second successive century for Lancashire, and Phil Salt, a little bit like he did last week. He came out to bat at Canterbury on his Lancashire debut last week. I think Lancashire had about 300 on the board when he came out, which is the ideal position really for him to be in. That's in this middle order batter now. He's taken the gloves. He wants to bat in the middle order for Lancashire, and you want him to come out and bat in a position where the team's got runs on the board and he can try and express himself. So we could see a few fireworks from Phil Salt here.
Yeah, well, you don't find too many out there that hit the ball harder than Phil Salt.
Yes.
So Shaw getting a wicket, and it's the first wicket for the Gloucestershire Seamers. Deep square leg goes out as Shaw bowls to Salt, who defends away into the covers. I can't imagine Salt's going to be immediately looking to throw everything at this. I can't imagine it's going to take him long either, but he's got time just to have a bit of a look. I imagine Lancashire probably... You reckon they'll want to have a go at Gloucestershire before tea?
Ooh. I don't know. It's difficult, isn't it? Because it depends how what he does, I think.
Yeah, sure. Bowls down the leg side. Not sure what's on that. Bracey can't bring it under control. It's off his fingertips and away for 4 byes, and really not any chance for Bracey with that one. It was just fired down there. A good foot, 2 feet down the leg side. Bracey at full stretch off his fingertips, and the last thing Gloucestershire need is any kind of finger problem for Bracey. And I think he's just waving off the physio there, I think. But that is the last thing Gloucestershire need at this stage. 441 for 4 with that set of 4 byes. It's, in fact, there was only one other bye that Bracey's conceded in this innings, and those 4 certainly no fault of his own.
I think Lancashire last week in Canterbury produced a declaration to give themselves as much time as possible to bowl Kent out, and in the end they had to come out and bat again. So it's, I mean, it was a good job they declared as early as they did.
That's the reason I kind of wonder, because if you leave it to just the 4 sessions, then there is the chance maybe that Gloucestershire can potentially get it into a position where, you know, in the final session you're looking at taking off the 2 overs for the innings change plus the 1 in progress, that sort of thing. Shaw bowls to Salt, who's in behind that one and defending out into the covers, no run.
And it started to get a little bit like that last week in Canterbury. Lancashire certainly were getting a little bit twitchy towards the back end of that final session on day 4, and they still hadn't bowled Kent out, and they knew that they had to come out and bat again, and they had Ben Compton, who apparently just carries on batting for as long as he wants to. So yeah, what happened last week might well be a factor, and Vilas declaring as when he did in Canterbury gave his team the best possible chance to bowl Kent out on a good pitch. But obviously we're not out there. We're not. You know, we're still being told, but it's a good pitch, albeit it looks like Zafar's getting some turn from those footmarks, and obviously the Parkinson element does alter it a little bit. Well, it alters it not more than a little bit, alters it significantly, doesn't it? Up to batting on the last on the surface. So yeah, it's always easier up here, isn't it, than being the captain having to make these decisions when to declare. There's Zafar in bowling to Bohannon, who pads this first delivery away.
And there are always lots of opinions as well. I'm sure there'll even be some that say declare at 200 just to give yourself maybe the maximum amount of time to bowl Gloucestershire out. But then, and I don't think that's the way that they would go, but there's always going to be second guessing.
In your weird and wonderful new world in cricket, as Zafar bowls to Bohannon outside the leg stump, who's making this declaration decision in your future of the game, where everyone has an equal say?
Well, people can come to decisions as a group. It happens.
Zafar to Bohannon, forward and defending.
You know, I know there were only 2 of us this morning, but we worked out in front of the camera which way we were going to sit.
That's very true.
It's just an example. Yeah. I know there's only 2 people involved there, but just scale it up.
We came to a very amicable agreement, didn't we, really, that this is how we're going to do it. Bohannon driving, 1 bounce into the ground up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
My weird and wonderful world of cricket. We actually had a bit of stirring Scott Reed, as Kevin Howells likes to call it earlier on.
This is padded away by Bohannon. And there's no run. Bracey fields, hands it back to Zafar Gohar.
When you were giving that Jimmy Anderson build-up, that was stirring Scott Reed coming out again.
I know, it all disappeared quickly. Forward goes Bohannon once more. Deflects away into the onside. Sorry, into the offside. There's no run. End of the over, 441 for 4. A lead of 189 here at Emirates Old Trafford. Third day of this LV County Championship fixture. Lancashire against Gloucestershire. We have had one result today, if you missed it a little earlier on, or if you're just joining a coverage. Middlesex in Division 2 beating Glamorgan by an innings and 82 runs. Toby Rowland-Jones picking up 5 wickets for Middlesex in that fixture. We'll keep you across the scores as they all filter through. In fact, the update from the Oval is that Somerset are batting again. I'll come back to it.
Here's Shaw continuing bowling to Salt, who clips that one down to fine leg and will get off the mark. 442 for 4.
Surrey all out for 308, and Jamie Overton unbeaten on 27, and his brother Craig bowled quite a bit to him but couldn't get him out.
Yeah, ran out of partners. Be furious about that. Jamie Overton. I mean, so he could have scored a century if I'd had enough partners.
So it's a lead of 29, and Somerset are batting second time round.
Nicely set up. Be interested to know what that pitch is doing. Is it wearing at all at the Oval? Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Bohannon works that one to mid-wicket. There'll be a couple of runs here. Placed it between the straightish mid-wicket, inside the ring as it were, and the deep square leg out on the rope. And 2 more to bring the total to quadruple Nelson. It's 4-4-4-4-4.
We've had 1-1-1.
Yeah,
1,
we have.
And we had all the 3s.
We did.
Did we have all the 2s?
Ooh, I don't.
It'd be terribly exciting if we did.
So.
We definitely had the 3s and the 1s.
I don't think so, but it's not too difficult to check. Shaw in and bowls, and once more working into the leg side. Bohannon thinks he's going to repeat the dose, almost exactly the same place. And more work for Dale to do on the boundary out there. 216 to Bohannon, 446 for 4. So again, actually we're on 111 for a while, but we're off quadruple Nelson very quickly. The problem is there's so many. I mean, we're on the 140th over now of this innings. I've got to scroll through.
You're committed to it now, though, Ed. You can't back down.
For sure. In now, and he bowls. That's down the leg side again, and this time an easier take for Bracey, but it's probably a good thing that there isn't a microphone near James Bracey. Not that he'd be actually saying it, but I suppose if if he could see what others were thinking. I can't imagine James Bracey be best pleased about going down the leg side for another one there. I'm guessing possibly Shaw is trying to get that ball reversing back into the right-hander, but at the moment it's just going a bit too far down the leg side. Shaw in, bowl short, pulled away in the air down to fine leg. There'll be a couple of bounces and fielded by Marcus Harris down there. It was just hit too hard for him to think about getting in to try to effect a catch. But again, that's probably about the furthest Bohannon's hit the ball in the air this innings. Single to move him to 217, 447 for 4.
Whereabouts are you now on your search for this?
I'm into the 200s now.
Excellent.
The problem is it used to be quite easy to scroll through the commentary list on the well-known cricket website as Shaw completes the over, and that's clipped by Salt through long leg, but not literally through him because Harris has gone across to field it, and they've got 2 more runs. 449 now for 4. Lead up to 197, so approaching 200. But unfortunately, there are now adverts at the bottom of the page, which means that you can't just keep going page down, page down, page down, page down.
You're giving me excuses here, Ed.
Well,
and you said, and I quote, it's pretty easy to find out.
Well, everything's relative. I mean, it's not say 2 days to find out. You know, has James Anderson ever bowled a wide to start off in a first-class innings?
Well done, Gary Morgan.
It's not quite that.
Well done, Gary.
I mean, you know, so in relation to that, this is very easy.
Are you there yet?
Absolute doddle, almost. There are a couple of frustrating maidens coming up. Just at the wrong time. Yes, we did have 2-2-2 for 2.
Oh, my words. We've had 1-1-1 for 1. All the 2s, all the 3s and all the 4s. Brilliant. This is... this could it get any better? Bohannon goes back and defends. No,
I mean, this is actually going to give me something for my update for the live text service at tea time.
Slip in place, Zafar Gohar from the stay the men balls, and again Bohannon just leans into it, pad first, and the ball's pushed into the offside, and there's no run.
Gonna have to get somebody onto that now.
Yes.
Lancashire versus Gloucestershire, maybe, or perhaps more generally.
Zafar in the sunshine balls, and once again just the pad offered by Bohannon. The ball loops down towards short fine leg, and there is no run.
Well, going to be some time before 5-5-5 for 5, but the rate it's going, it might happen.
Once more, Bohannon just rocks onto the front pad and deflects off that, and it kind of weaves its way past his back leg and then past the stumps. Zafar from the Brian Statham men, left arm over the wicket. Once more, just eased away off his pad. And again, there is no addition to the score, which remains at 449 for 4. So the lead is edging towards the 200 mark at 197. He's in and bowling, and again deflected away by Josh Bohannon. End of the latest over from Zafar Gohar. 53 of them now. 53 overs he's bowled, 15 maidens, 2 for 111.
So I assume you have the highest individual score up as far as Lancashire versus Gloucestershire is concerned. Adrian Thomas has kindly sent it in to me, but I'll let you.
Should we check that it's the same?
Well, yes, we should probably ought to compare, oughtn't we? You see, yeah, there we go. Lovely. I mean, I didn't think Adrian would be wrong, but it always just pays to
220.
double check, I suppose.
Is the answer. The highest first-class score by a Lancashire batter against Gloucestershire, 220. Frank Sugg at Bristol in 1896, and 220 by Len Hopwood in Bristol in 1934.
Here's Shaw, and Salt works that one too. Short mid-wicket, there's no run, so Shaw into his 14th over now. At least the wicket of Dame Vilas to not exactly shout about, but at least one in the wickets column, albeit not in a fashion that he would have imagined. I can tell you that Ben Brown has reached his century for Hampshire, so that's 3 centurions in that innings against Kent. Shaw in and clipped through mid-wicket by Salt. They're thinking about 2. Well, Salt was, but Bohannon wasn't. And he was probably quite right not to be. Salt to 4, and that's the 450 up for Lancashire with that single in the 142nd over of this long, hard slog in the field from Gloucestershire. Hampshire just brought up their 500 against Kent. 502 for 4, plays 305, so Lead almost at 200 for Hampshire there. Short, ball's very short, and that's probably going to be... No, it's not. It's going to be... Well, there's not even been signalled one for the over. Okay. Bohannon is now rehearsing a shot above his head, sort of almost like a tennis serve, but that hasn't even been called one for the over, unless I missed it, but I don't think I did. Extraordinary. Steve O'Shaughnessy's having having a chat at point, as it turns out, with the son there. Shaw in bowling. That's clipped to mid-wicket. Not fielded cleanly by Hammond there, but he's managed to prevent the run.
He's been quite subtle with his signals in this game, hasn't he? But I didn't see it neither.
No, normally they make sure that everybody knows about that one. The no ball sometimes I miss, because the ball flies off to the boundary and you're watching it get... Well, actually, that's what happened with the no ball that I missed earlier on. It was the same ball that Bohannon absolutely flayed at cover drive off Warner. Short bowls. It's come off the inner half of the bat and then onto his boot by the looks of things as he's hopping around his Bohannon, so we can add that to the list of places where Josh Bohannon's been hit in this innings of 217. He's barely going to be able to walk after this. They have to stretcher him off. Illingworth is
he's wrapped up there, isn't he?
Wrapped up. Yeah, he's got the snood. He's got the gloves on. I'm not surprised. It's chilly out there, especially with that wind. Shaw bowling, driven on the bounce back to Josh Shaw. Ends the over. Just the single off it. 450 for 4. And the lead at 198 for Lancashire. Still 56 more overs left in the day to go. So plenty of time for Lancashire still to play with, and already up near that 200-run lead. Is 250 the mark? Is it more a question of time? All sorts of theories as to what might be the way forward, but in this non-new, weird and wonderful world, Dane Vilas has been in consultation with the coaching staff. That's the opinion that matters, and now that Vilas is back in the pavilion, he can discuss more easily what the course of action is to be. Zafar Gohar to continue to salt from the Brian Statham end. 2 slips in place. No fielder out on the offside boundary. They've got a deep backward square leg and a short fine leg, but it's not really that short, as the first delivery is padded away once more by Salt with that left arm spin from over the wicket. In he comes, Zafar Gohar, and once more padded away, and Bracey's got to go and fetch that, because there's nobody between the fielder at short-ish fine leg and mid-wicket. To be honest, that's probably the most likely point where the ball's going to ricochet, so Bracey might be kept a little bit busy. Zafar in, forward goes Salt, making sure to use the bat this time, just in case that was the one that just did pitch in line. Not sure that it did, but didn't take that chance. Looks like Zafar's going to switch to round the wicket. So Alistair Cook was dismissed for 36 by Ollie Hannon-Dolby for Warwickshire. Essex 105 for 3, still trailing by 112 runs at Edgbaston, as forward goes Salt and defends away out into the covers. Matt Critchley 48 not out for Essex, and Adam Rossington 9 not out. A couple of new recruits for Essex. Short delivery cut away, and a tumbling stop at point is able to prevent more than just the single. Ripple of applause for that bit of fielding from Dale. 451 for 4. Salt on to 5. And Bohannon on 217, needing 4 more for the highest score for Lancashire against Gloucestershire in first-class cricket, as Bohannon pads that one away to end Zafar Gohar's 54th over. It's probably a good thing Mohammad Amir is going to be available next match, because as many overs as I suspect Zafar's bowled in an innings in his career, I suspect he's probably had instances where he's bowled more than 54. But even at this point, that arm's got to be getting tired, because the other thing is it's chilly out there as well, so he's got to add into things a bit.
He's done a wonderful job for so many different reasons, but I think actually this spell of ball, and he's, you know, we're kind of toying between, is it negative or defensive or whatever it might be, and there's an element of the attack in there because of the rough he's got to work with, trying to spin the ball across the batter. But wherever way you're shaping it, this spell all day today from Zafar from this end has been absolutely terrific. He's done all he can do to try and box it down at one end. As Salt drives through the offside, it doesn't beat the infield, and there is no run.
Yeah, he's still going at barely above 2 and over for the innings, which, considering how positive the likes of Vilas in particular has been, and Bohannon has looked to work around the other spinners, for example. Van Buren 13 overs for 46, Hammond 13 overs for 42. It shows you what a quality job Zafar has done.
Yep, if your spinner's going at that when the team's got 450 on the board. Salt is playing forward in defence, and there is no run.
And whilst it is beginning to turn more, it's not. Again, it's turning from the rough well wide of leg stump, but it's not really turning from a straight line again. And it wasn't turning as much as it potentially has at times today, and it's been the odd ball which has just bounced as well as turned. So he hasn't had masses to work with out there.
Shaw comes in and balls, and Salt up onto his toes. It's flicked out towards the onside. There's no run. It's actually just off his thigh pad. It's a leg by. He's taking a little bit of getting used to this, because I'm so used to seeing Liam Livingstone wear number 7 for Lancashire. I think he did change squad number either last season or in the winter, but he's kind of got a bit of the build of Liam Livingstone. Obviously, in terms of the way he strikes the balls, not massively dissimilar as well. Be good fun to watch potentially this afternoon. Runs down to fine leg. How many of them? 2 of them. Lancashire have taken the lead above 200, by the way, as they come back for a second. It's now 202 at 4-5-4 for 4.
Just how carefully you were saying that one.
Too many similar numbers on that board. Albeit the fact that we've had all the 1s and all the 2s and all the 3s and all the 4s together has been perhaps the highlight of the game.
That and Zafar Gohar going.
Yeah, that was great as well.
Trying to go underneath the fence.
Yeah, that's great. Short this time from Shaw. Taken by Bracey. And there's no run.
The prison break.
Prison break.
Looking for a way under the fence, and then going round the perimeter, searching for a weakness. Couldn't find one.
It was the mixture of joy when he realised he'd actually found where the gate is, and then the sadness when he realised it was padlocked.
Oh
dear. It was a very good effort to try.
We shouldn't take such pleasure in
No,
these
we
things.
absolutely shouldn't. This is cut by Bohannon for 4. Sat up for him really short and a little wide, and you don't need much, do you, when you pull into a guy that's on the unbeaten double century, and he has carved it away for 4. And with that, he's now got the highest first-class score by a Lancashire batter against Gloucestershire. That 4 has taken Josh Bohannon on to 221. He's gone past Frank Sugg and Len Hopwood. both got 220 for Lancashire against Gloucestershire in Bristol in 1896 and in 1934.
Looking at Frank Sugg, also played for Bolton Wanderers in the 1882 to 83 season and signed for the Wednesday and then Derby County.
Wow, superb. Was he a Bolton lad?
1885 to 1888.
Yes.
Played for and captained Burnley.
Oh my goodness. I'm surprised I didn't know it. Not familiar with my 1880s.
305 first-class matches.
Outstanding.
2 test matches. 16 centuries. 50-50s. Not as in he wants to be a millionaire or anything. As forward goes Salt to the next delivery from Zaffa, who's come over the wicket and is forward in defence. As Salt back to the bowler. The article I'm reading says it was described by a commentator, I'll come back to this, as Zaffa is in and forward goes Salt in defence, quiet defence again. Described by a commentator as a play anywhere footballer as long as he could play football.
Is that like a utility player?
Yes, three-dimensional cricketer, I suppose, in modern parlance. Zaffa is in. Bit of turn there. Salt on the back foot, clipping it into the backward square leg region, getting a single. Fielder pounced on it, but they were through easily enough. Salt moving to 6, 4.59 for 4.
And was he born? You said play for Bolton and captain Bolton. Was he born in Bolton?
He wasn't. No, he was born in somewhere called Ilkeston or Ilkeston. I'm not sure actually what that is. In Derbyshire.
Okay.
Zaffa in, starting that from well outside leg stump. It does turn and bounce, but once more it's just been allowed by Bohannon to hit him. He played for Derbyshire as well, actually, 1884 to 86.
He had some career, didn't he?
So he actually started off at Yorkshire, born in Derbyshire, lived his early life at Yorkshire, made his first-class debut for Yorkshire. As once more, padding up Bohannon to a full delivery. So, one of those cricketers who's gone from Yorkshire to Lancashire, although via Derbyshire. Played for Lancashire from 1887 to 1899. And he could also keep wicket. One first-class stumping. Zaffa is in, padded away once more by Bohannon. 4.59 for 4 at the end of the 145th over. Bohannon 221 and Salt 6. So the lead sits at 207.
Elsewhere in the County Championship, Somerset made a steady start. They're 18 without loss in their second innings in reply to that deficit. They're about 30 behind, weren't they, on first innings? So tight game at the Oval. Yorkshire are 261 for 3. So David Malan is out for 75. Adam Lyth making 53 a little earlier today. So Yorkshire lead Northamptonshire by 353 runs with 7 wickets remaining. Essex are playing the defending champions. They're playing Warwickshire this week, and Essex are 107 for 4, and they're still 110 runs behind with 6 wickets remaining. Matt Critchley out for 49. See a bowling change.
It's Ajit Singh Dale replacing Josh Shaw.
It's from the Jimmy Anderson end. He bowls. It's swatted away through the onside by Phil Salt, and that's gone out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4. It's a valiant effort in the deep to dive and try and stop it, but it was muscled through mid-wicket by Salt. And the score moves on to 463 for 4. The ball's disappeared into the gravel behind the advertising board.
Yeah, he got a fair bit of that one, I think, fair to say.
Yes. He meant that, didn't he?
Well, yeah, it's just, I mean, he does. He just hits the ball so hard. It's not necessarily the shots themselves that he plays. It's just the speed the ball comes off that bat. Seen a fair bit of him in T20 cricket for Sussex over the years, being in the South Group, of course, so seen enough balls obliterated to smithereens by that blade over the years.
He's up to 10, lead of 211. Dale into Salt. It's turned out towards mid-wicket. Jogs through for 1, 464 for 4. Back to those scores in Division 1. Hampshire are playing Kent, a high-scoring fixture in Canterbury this week. Kent 305 all out, Hampshire 540 for 4, with Liam Dawson 170 not out. Been some centuries there because Vince has made 111, and Ben Brown, who I think is a really astute signing from Hampshire, looks like a really good addition, wicket keeper. He's at 140 not out, so Hampshire are in front. They lead Kent by 235 runs. Team that finished 3rd last year in the race for the title in Super September. Bohannon up onto his toes and turned down to final leg for a single. And he moves to 222 not out, 465 for 4.
Just having a look at Frank Sugg's 2 test matches played in the 1888 tour of England by Australia. W.G. Grace, captain of England, side that included the likes of Bobby Abel.
Salt this time guides it down towards Chris Dent at 3rd man. Jogs through for 1, moves to 12, 466 for 4, lead of 214.
His first test was the second match of that series. England won by an innings and 137 runs. They bowled Australia out for 80 and 100. Those were the days. And Henry Wood was the keeper for England, and he batted at number 11. Those were also the days.
Dale ball. Oh, it's a no ball. Quite got it right, shall we say? Banged in, and it kind of looped high and wide and just about reached the keeper. Score moves on to 468 for 4.
And England won the 3rd test match of that series, again by an innings and 21 runs. England scored 172. Australia all out for 81 and 70.
Bohannon plays forward and defends this delivery from Dale, which is of better line and length, and it's into the offside for no run.
But of course the Australians in those days couldn't be too good. So there we go. And amazingly, in the second innings, all 4 of the first 4 Australians were out for naught, including a wicket to the first ball of the innings. Bobby Peel, 4 for 37.
Final ball of the over. Dale to Bohannon. Played a little defensively, just guiding the ball out backward of square on the offside for no run. End of the over. Lead of 216. 468 for 4, Lancashire in their first innings. With Josh Bohannon 222 not out, Phil Salt on 12. Meanwhile, back to the Ashes of yesteryear.
Back to the Australia were captained by a chap called Percy Greatheart McDonnell.
Outstanding.
Described here in his profile on the well-known cricket website as almost certainly the only Greek scholar to captain Australia. I'm sure Pat Cummins could have been if he'd wanted to be. He's a very clever chap. He was actually, it's interesting, look at that, he was actually born in Kennington, in London. So, there we go. There's your...
Well done.
There's your brief history of Frank Sugg.
Good stuff, that. Well, that wasn't brief. I mean, that was pretty comprehensive.
Well, I'm not claiming to have known any of this. It's
no,
the wonders of the internet and the scholarship of others. But there we go. Zaffer to begin his 56th over. And he bowls now to Salt, who clips that one away fine, set off for a single, but Bohannon tells him to get back. Because that fielder, he's had a very fine leg, but just short enough that they couldn't get the single. Zaffer bowling to Salt, who rocks back and plays quietly out into the covers. Just seen that one ferocious shot from Salt so far, but it was there to be hit. So still indications that Lancashire just want to take a little bit more time here. Salt pads up. Zaffer inquires. Steve O'Shaughnessy looks cold, frustrated, annoyed. Barely bothers to even shake his head. Zaffer in and once more padded away out into the offside. I suppose during the next over, the next question
is it Len?
is Len Hopwood, yeah. Both quite long-lived, actually. Len Hopwood, 81 years of age when he passed away. Zaffer in, back cut from Salt, but he's only got it as far as Dale, fielding at point. And there's no run. Got onto the back foot nicely, but then sort of, well, because he hit it straight to the fielder, it was kind of one thing nor the other. Either behind square or in front. Last ball of the over. Salt defending right in front of his pad, out into the covers, and the end of that over. 56 overs, 16 maidens, 2 for 113 for Zaffer, and Lancashire 468 for 4. And Bohannon himself now on double Nelson. I noticed one of the first things I can read about Len Hopwood is he was an effective, if unattractive, all-rounder. He also played 2 tests. Bang on 400 first-class matches. Born in somewhere called Newton Hyde in Cheshire. And his 2 tests came in the summer of 1934, which I think was that the same year that innings was? Yes, it was. There you go. Obviously a good year for him.
Dale to Bohannon. And Bohannon will ease that one away down towards the fine leg boundary for a single. Gets off the 2s. Moves on to 223 now. 469 for 4. Lead of 217. Brings Salt back on strike. Who walloped a delivery from Dale through mid-wicket the last time he faced him. And as a result, Gloucestershire have blocked it. They've got 2 mid-wickets in there and a deep square leg. So 3 guarding that shorter boundary. So he plays it through the offside down towards wide third man. Wants 2, a bit of hesitation actually. The throw comes in towards the keeper's end, and all got a bit lively there because Bracey took it and he went leaping in towards the stumps, and Salt had come back for a second. The throw, had it been to the bowler's end, could have been quite tight for Bohannon, who was a little bit hesitant in coming back for that second. But 2 added, 471 for 4.
Had it been bang next to the stumps, I think
Yeah,
he might still have been a goner, but that's no criticism of Chris Dent, because you could not have got that throw away any quicker, and it had good power on it still. But when you're throwing off balance like that and that quickly, you're not always going to have the accuracy.
Salt defends up to the bowler, and there is no run. He's lightning quick, isn't he? Salt, Dent down at third man.
Yeah, I think it was 2019 T20 match against Somerset where they ran a couple of 2s to Chris Dent. Well, tried to run a couple of 2s in the same match, affected 2 run-outs from the boundary. Dale bowling to Salt, who turns that one backward a square on the leg side. More sprinting round the boundary to do, this time from Hammond. And they're through for 2 runs. 473 for 4. Salt on to 16. Lead going up to 221. So still not by any means all-out aggression here. But just continuing to find those gaps. Admittedly, Salt as yet not quite as regularly as Vilas was doing. Dale bowls short, pulled away, and that's pulled mightily over mid-wicket, and a couple of bounces and away for 4. Probably got even more of that one than his previous pull shot. Just didn't quite get up enough, and there's just been nothing in this pitch for the short ball. We saw it even in Gloucestershire's batting innings. It's just caused no issues at all. Salt with his second boundary, both of them to that pull shot. He's got 20 and 477 for 4. Dale bowling. Salt defends with a high elbow too. Extra cover and the end of the over. So 9 runs off it, and 477 for 4 is the score. Leaders at 225. Certainly haven't seen the best of Ajit Singh Dale in this match. Been really impressed with him in the first 2 matches, but again, I'm going to mention it again. You just go back to the point of this being a young bowler and a young quick bowler, and I don't think that Lancashire supporters have seen really how he can get it up there, and far be it from me from this distance to say that his pace appears down, but it kind of has appeared that way. And he is a young bowler trying to pace himself in first-class cricket. He's played more first-class matches in the last 3 weeks than he had in his career before. Zafar to continue into his 57th over to Bohannon on 223, who pads the first ball of the over away. They still rarely use their feet, Lancashire, to Zafar, and be interesting to see how Gloucestershire go about playing Parkinson when that time comes, because it will, as Bohannon goes back, tries to cut, and cuts it straight into the surface. Ball barely dribbles off the pitch, and Bracey out from behind the stumps to collect it. Zafar Gohar in once more, and padded away by Bohannon. But I don't think Gloucestershire with the rough in play, with the bounce and the turn that Parkinson's going to get, I don't think there's going to be too much use of the feet against him either. At least if there is, it runs the risk of also being used to the feet back to the pavilion, as Bohannon once more is padding up to that one into the leg side. So I just had another quick look at the Len Hopwood page. The unfortunate experience of bowling to Bradman at his best. Bradman made 304. Hopwood bowled 30 overs without a wicket. Zafar in, and that's deflected to slip, but no glove involved. There's a slightly jokey appeal, I think, from a couple of Gloucestershire fielders. But when Zafar Gohar doesn't appeal,
you know it's certain.
Tend to know it's not a very good shout. As going back trying to cut is Bohannon, and he's missed it. Good take from Bracey with the turn and bounce, but no edge. It's a maiden over from Zafar, and I don't know if we are now in the territory where you can say every over that Gloucestershire bowled here is an over that they don't have to face, but maybe we are into that territory already. With Lancashire's lead at 225, we might be.
Have you got any more to add from Len? Or
Have I got any more?
before we move on to the next record that has been broken?
Oh, Lord. Well, I was going to bring up the cards from the 2 test matches that he played, one of which was here. It was a draw.
Okay.
And the other one was at Headingley, which was a draw. England hanging on. That was the match that Bradman scored his 304. He made it from 430 deliveries, 43 fours and 2 sixes. There's some good names in that Australian side.
It's Van Buren in and bowling, and that's driven away by Salt. Stopped by Chris Dent at extra cover, and there is no run.
Bill Ponsford, 181.
Right.
Bill Woodfull, the captain. Stan McCabe. Arthur Chipperfield, that's a good name. Anyway, Clary Grivet. Phil O'Reilly, a couple of greats.
Salt off the back foot this time, whipping it away through the onside. Jogging through for a single. 21 to him now, 478 for 4, 226 in front, Lancashire.
Number 11 was called Tim Wall. I think Wall is a good name for a number 11.
I can see you've thoroughly enjoyed this.
I have actually.
I know,
yes.
I quite like it. Is Van Buren bowling to Bohannon. Goes back trying to cut the ball away. Stop just backward of point and there's no run.
Sometimes it's nice to go down such rabbit holes.
The danger with the rabbit holes is you're not quite sure how to get out of them at times. But once you're in there, I think you've got to embrace
this sounds
it.
like more life advice.
Van Buren. Oh, Bohannon comes down the pitch and smacks it back over his head, I think, for 6. It has, yeah. It's gone for 6. I think it's the first 6 of the Lancashire innings. Bohannon with a little dance down the pitch. Van Buren in. Here he comes. Bang, back over his head. And all the way down towards the boundary in front of the pavilion.
150th over for the first 6 of the innings. Come on, Lancashire. What is this?
232 in front now. Mid-on drops back to the boundaries. A long on and a deep mid-wicket. Van Buren to Bohannon. Guides up this one away through extra cover. There's no run.
Gloucestershire, of course, had a 6 in their innings. Well, in fact, they had 2 because Josh Shaw hit a 6 as well. But they had the 6 courtesy of, I think it was Hassan Ali throwing at the non-strikers end with nobody backing up.
Bohannon able to manoeuvre it away through mid-wicket for 1. Keeps the strike. 230 not out. 485 for 4. The milestone that has now been passed, but it was passed an over 2 ago, is this is Lancashire's highest total against Gloucestershire in first-class cricket. The previous highest total was 474 for 3 declared in Liverpool in 1903. Ken Graham has provided me with all sorts of stats on this game in 1903.
Well, there you go. Now it's your turn.
He says the 474 for 3 at Liverpool was scored on the first day of the match. Ooh. I'll come back to it.
Zafar in, and that's swept round the corner by Bohannon. It'll just be the 1 down towards long leg. 231 to him now.
Archie McLaren made 204 in 210 minutes, passing 1,000 career runs in the championship. And Reg Spooner scored 168, adding 368 runs for the first wicket. Still Lancashire's record opening partnership.
Zafar in and bowls. Salt on the back foot looking to drive, but doesn't get too much bat on it, and it goes out into the cover point region, and there's no run.
It rained on the second day, forcing Lancashire to declare on that total when play resumed at 5:10.
Zafar in, down the pitch, and he's got him stumped. Bracey does the rest. So Zafar at last gets a 3rd wicket. Salt coming charging at Zafar Gohar. Turn out of the rough, and Salt swings straight past it. So he's gone for 21. And 486 for 5. That ball pitching way outside leg stump, nowhere near the pitch of the ball. I mean, that was, we talked about actually with Zafar Gohar's dismissal in Gloucestershire's innings with the the charge of the cavalry, sound the trumpets, etc., the bugles, and that was rather similar. Salt stumped Bracey, bowled Zaffer for 21, and he couldn't even dive back into his crease either, just like Zaffer. His dive came up short of the crease line, never mind being nowhere near in time. So Salt out for 21, 486 for 5.
So back to this one. So that 474 for 3 at Liverpool was scored on the first day of the match. Archie McLaren made 204 in 210 minutes, passing 1,000 career runs in the Championship. Reg Spooner scored 168, adding 368 runs for the first wicket. Still Lancashire's record opening partnership. He added, Ken on the email, thank you for this, it rained on the second day, forcing Lancashire to declare on that total when play resumed at 5:10. Keen to bowl at Gloucestershire on a wet, uncovered wicket. Seamer Willis Cuttle, 4 for 36. Left-arm spinner Jimmy Heap, 3 for 13 off 11 overs on debut. Bowled Gloucestershire out for 135 before rain prevented any further play. Thanks for the email, Ken.
Danny Lamb is the new batter for Lancashire. Seeing that replay of that Salt dive back as well, it's almost like a kind of a dive that Michael Phelps might have made to start a...
It's a pretty good effort, wasn't it?
100 metres butterfly or whatever.
It's a proper leap, wasn't it? It was tremendous. Yes. Trying to launch it out towards the city centre, I think. But,
still wasn't enough even to get back to the crease line.
But well bowled, Zaffer. He's got another wicket, and he's done a great job for his team here. Yeah,
and there was always the chance that he might be able to pick up a few just to round out those figures further at the end here, with Lancashire looking to be aggressive. Lamb then to face his first ball, and having seen everybody else do it, he thinks, well, I'm going to have a go at this. He boots it away to backward point. How many can Bohannon make? And can Gloucestershire get him out at all? That average is rising ever further. It's at 48.5 now for Bohannon. Not sure we're going to get 5-5-5 for 5. I think Lancashire might have had enough before then. Zaffer in and bowls. Forward goes Lamb in defence. Zaffer having switched round the wicket for that delivery. And there's one ball left in his 58th over for the innings. Here he comes, twirls in, and Lamb drives, but only as far as Chris Dent at short extra cover, and the end of the over. 486 for 5. Lancashire, 151 overs have been bowled in this innings, and the lead sits at 234 for Lancashire.
At Nottinghamshire have declared 488 for 9. So it's a lead of 258 against Durham. Ben Slater walks off unbeaten on 225, a career best score for Ben Slater. But declaring with 9 down, 488 for 9. So Nottinghamshire lead Durham by 258. Somerset 35 of that loss in their second innings. 150 up for Ben Brown for Hampshire, who are 555 for 5. He's got 150 from 190 deliveries, Ben Brown. Lancashire are at the Ageas Ball next week to face Hampshire. Now Van Buren to Bohannon with a slip in place. Lead of 234 here for Lancashire. Van Buren bowls. And he's out. He's gone to sweep it and maybe gloved it, and it just loops up, and Bracey takes a one-handed catch. And that brings to an end a fabulous innings. Career best score. First double century of his career for Josh Bohannon. And two of the Gloucestershire players come up and shake him by the hand and applaud him as he makes his way off the field. And indeed, the supporters inside the ground are on their feet as well, as are his teammates on the balcony. 231 for Josh Bohannon. A fabulous performance over the last couple of days. 467 deliveries, 4 fours and a 6. But Bohannon gone, caught by Bracey off Van Buren, and Lancashire lose their 6th wicket. 486 for 6, lead by 234.
It can't have been that easy actually, just on the dismissal itself, whilst it's certainly not the best delivery that Van Buren has bowled in general, although it was bowling for the rough. I think it's looped up off his glove, and Bracey's done well to kind of locate it, because I've just been expecting to take the ball down the leg side, and instead it was looping up in the air. But yeah, I mean, just a magnificent innings from a player who's already going places, but certainly if he keeps scoring runs like that, he's going to go a lot further. I was looking forward, it was one of the players, I have to say, in particular, just because of the potential for England's selection down the line, I was really looking forward to seeing. I've seen a fair bit of him.
Van Buren bowling to a new batter, which is Hassan Ali. And to continue the theme of allowing this to strike the pad, that's exactly what he does first time up. Van Buren bowling from the Jimmy Anderson end, left arm over the wicket, and that's worked off the pads and gets his first run with the bat. A good day with the ball on the first day, picked up 6 wickets at Hassan Ali, and he gets his first Lancashire run here at Emirates Old Trafford. 487 for 6, lead of 235, first wicket for Van Buren. Now Danny Lamb on strike. He's having a little tweak of the field here. There's 2 catches closing on the leg side. There's a deepish square leg. There's a slip. There's a long leg, short fine leg. There's mid on, the mid off, extra cover. And it's Van Buren to Lamb. And that's just dabbed away into the onside, but for no run. 46 overs left to go today, so loads of time left in the day's allocation. Obviously a full day tomorrow, and the forecast is good. Sends his ball out towards the square leg boundary along the ground. It's bobbling its way out towards deep square, so Lamb moves to 1, gets his first run. Score moves on to 488 for 6, with 1 ball left of the over for Van Buren. And Hassan Ali leans into it and picks out mid-wicket. And Zafar Gohar, who I presume will keep the ball, because he has bowled, it feels like he's bowled for the last 3 days. he's bowled 58 overs. And he's going to peel off his jumper and continue as well. Lead of 236.
Yeah, well, I suspect his arm will feel like he's bowled
Yes.
for 3 days at the end of this one. 59th over. I wonder how Lancashire are going to play this from here. Are they going... It looks as if they're not going to just swing for the hills and see how many runs they get from here. It's sort of looking as if they've got either definitely some kind of a number or time in mind. Whether it's 250, whether it's 270, or whether it's, say, half an hour before tea or at tea even. Forward goes Lamb and defends out into the extra cover region. There's no run.
Yeah, I wonder whether perhaps first thing is to you try and ask Gloucestershire to get more second time round than they got first time round.
Sweep shot comes out from Lamb, trying to send it round the corner, but only as far as short fine leg, and there's no run.
And maybe when you get to that stage, and that obviously is 253, look at overs left, look at time in the game, look at loads of conditions.
Zafar in and Lamb on the front foot forward in defence.
But I know what you mean. They've not, even since the Vilas dismissal, sort of kind of muscled a couple away, didn't they? And we saw Bohannon hit that 6, but still been relatively kind of genteel, hasn't it, from Lancashire?
And even the shots that Salt hit were just short balls that he went after. So that's driven firmly enough by Lamb, but only as far as Marcus Harris at mid-off. No run. You kind of get the feeling that Marcus Harris has got a huge part to play. That Gloucestershire top 3, as that's fired down the leg side. And was there anything on that? not been signalled wide by umpire O'Shaughnessy, so must have taken a little clip or something. It did go through to Bracey, but maybe actually didn't go between his legs, did it? I think it did. Anyway, sweep shot coming out once more from Lamb, and he's missed it. Strikes him on the body, and the end of a maiden over from Zafar Gohar. Continues to be difficult to get away, even just for singles. He's really seems to have got into his work this afternoon, having maybe at the start of the day just took him a few overs just to get into things. But this afternoon, I mean, the economy rate, which was just a little over 2, is now basically 1.9, 114 conceded from 59 overs. It's his 18th maiden. He's now got that 3rd wicket to help the figures a bit, and potentially a chance to pick up a couple more if Lancashire do decide to really step their foot on the accelerator. Surely, even if they don't, Hassan Ali's gonna fancy a bit of one of these two, surely.
Well, he's on strike for Van Buren, and he does go big, he goes high, he goes out towards the leg side, and it's heading in towards the seats below the point for 6. Well, you teed it up really, Ed. He suggested he might fancy having a go at one of these two, and there we go. Bang, out through deep mid-wicket, high over the rope. And it's clattering in towards the seats for 6.
He's not already by nature a kind of a defensive player. He's got a test strike rate of 79.
Goes on the reverse this time. Hassan Ali, and gets it away. What a good shot for 4. He's looked at where the fielders are. There's plenty on the leg side to that shorter boundary, and he reverse sweeps it instead for 4. 6 and a 4 from this over for Hassan Ali.
Again, though, you see actually there's from, and I suspect Parkinson, from what we've seen, Parkinson probably will want this Brian Statham end, because I think if that ball landed in the same area from this end as opposed to the far end of the James Anderson end, that probably would have turned and been quite difficult to play that reverse sweep to, but it just didn't really turn.
Van Buren to Hassan Ali, forward and defending. The ball actually just creeps its way down towards short fine leg, and it's Lamb at the non-striker's end that calls him through for a single. Score moves on to 499 for 6, and the lead to 247.
And again, yes, I understand Van Buren, not a big turner of the ball, and Parkinson is a leg spinner, but still you'd think he might want this end.
Van Buren balls, and it'll paddle away by Lamb's, quite a cute one actually. Down towards the boundary, behind the keeper it goes, and he just comes back for 2. Takes Lancashire beyond 500. At 501 for 6. Lamb moves on to 3. Lead of 249. Plenty of intent in this over, and a bit of creativity with these reverse little paddles, and Lamb tries something similar again, but on this occasion it doesn't work.
Signalled a wide though, which is extraordinary because it was a reverse sweep attempted. And in fact, and now Richard Lillingworth has revoked the signal. So there we go. Now I think they're trying to work out how many balls there are left, because I'm sure he didn't see him revoke the signal.
Van Buren to Lamb. That's hit adding to the offside. Quickly picked up again by Dent, who fizzes one in towards the bowler's end to deny the possibility of a sneaky single at the end of the over. 501 for 6, lead of 249.
I think umpires get tired too.
Well, yes. Yeah.
I think Steve O'Shaughnessy looking over, said, we just signalled wide. Now the umpires are going to have a quick chat amongst themselves. I hope nothing too untoward was said after that wide. It's the only thing you always get a little bit twitchy when the umpires have a bit of a conference there. Didn't seem to be any other reason for them to do so. So I hope that nothing was said out there. Of course, Gloucestershire frustrated with 2 decisions in particular that where they feel that should have gone their way. And the problem is, A, when you haven't scored enough runs, and B, when it's the type of pitch where you're relying on the odd little moment to go your way to get the wickets, particularly with the top order. Those sorts of things can get magnified. Zafar in, sweep shot attempted by Hassan Ali, and that has not come off. It's just gone off his pad and down and away. Zafar in and bowls, and Hassan Ali turns that one to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. So he went after Van Buren. Will he go after Zafar Gohar? Will he have more discretion against Zafar Gohar as that's padded away out towards backward point? "19 tests for Hassan Ali, just the one for Zafar. I think they might be, or might have been, teammates in the PSL at one point. Not currently. I'll have to check that again at the end of this over. Either way, I'm sure they'll know each other very well from various A tours or whatever. As Hassan Ali pads up to that one. At the moment, not showing any signs that he wants to have a go at Zafar. It's not easy to have a go at him with the ball turning out of that rough. You have to charge down so far to get to the pitch of the ball. Zafar in and bowls, and somehow he plays that one off the back foot around about hip height. You've got to charge down half a mile to get to the pitch of the ball, and then it's not particularly easy to play it off the back foot either, because the ball's turning away from you. You have to play against the turn if you want to heave leg side. That's gone up in the air, out towards deep backward square leg, and a comfortable catch is pouched by Ryan Higgins, and that is the 4th wicket for Zafar Gohar. He gets rid of Hassan Ali, and that turns out to be a wicket maiden from Zafar Gohar. 4 for 114. He bowled it a bit fuller. Hassan Ali thought it was in his hitting arc, but maybe just a little bit of bounce, a little bit of turn was enough to get the top edge on it, and a really easy catch actually for Higgins. Obviously he had to judge it, and there is wind out there as well, but you don't see those dropped at this level very often. And it's 501 for 7, but Hassan Ali with that 6 and a 4 helping to move Lancashire's total on past the 500 mark, and he can now think about his bowling.
Century for George Hill, the maiden first-class century for George Hill for Yorkshire. 200 balls. Faced for his 100, Yorkshire 295 for 3 against Northamptonshire. It's a lead of 387.
Well, if you were them, I suppose you're first of all thinking, from what Gloucestershire saw from that pitch at Northampton, it's not going to be easy to take wickets in that final innings. Then you think, well, you need to give yourself plenty of time, but then equally there's been some big chases there. I think last season Northants chased down something like 370 odd on the final day against Glamorgan, so they need to watch out for that as well. Obviously they'll hope to bowl better than it sounds as if Glamorgan did on that particular day, but still the usual, or not the usual, but the often repeated conundrum of when to declare, how much time to give yourself, how many runs to play with.
Wicket maiden for Zafar Gohar, so Van Buren will start his 17th. Daniel Am cuts out towards deep point for a single. He moves on to 4. 502 for 7. That brings up the lead now to exactly 250. 42 overs left in the day after this one. Forecast is good for tomorrow. Dame Vilas holding all the cards here. Lancashire captain as to when he feels like he needs to declare, or indeed just keep going for a little bit longer. It might end up with the way that Lancashire are going, being bowled out potentially as Mahmood plays forward in defence First ball he's received, Saqib Mahmood. Van Buren in from the Anderson end to Mahmood, forward again. Good stop at extra cover by Chris Dent. No run. There's a deep backward square leg. That's the only fielder outside the circle. Everybody else so close in on the offside, on the onside, and making it difficult for Mahmood to nudging around into for ones and twos. He just picks out mid-wicket. A deep mid-wicket on leg side for Mahmood. It worked away again through the onside. And Zafar Gohar feels low down to his left, and there's no run. One ball left for Van Buren in his 17th over. Just the one off it so far. He's darting in balls to Mahmood, who's forward and to extra cover this time. And that is the end of the over. 502 for 7, lead of 250 for Lancashire. Mahmood and Lamb currently batting for the Red Rose. And they get the third day as we head towards the final section of this afternoon session as well. We've got 10 overs to go until the tea interval.
Zafar Gohar has bowled over 50 overs worth of dot balls. 302 dot balls. He's still going. Searching for the fifer now. With Lamb on strike on 4 and 2 slips in place. And just the deep backward square out towards the rope, but he's really about 3/4 of the way there, where the catch was taken, as Lamb tries to bring out that sweep shot now, and it's not easy to sweep out of that rough. The turn and the bounce, even to a very full delivery, which Hassan Ali swept off it. It wasn't easy, as was proven. Oh, he's padded up to that one, and it's smartly taken by Hammond at first slip. It's a little glancing blow off the pad that time. Hammond at first and Tom Lace in at second slip. Zafar Gohar in bowling, worked up towards mid-on. They're going to take on the fielder, and they're going to do it successfully. Jared Warner at mid-on, just too deep to prevent the single, but I suppose they're partly thinking about the charge down the pitch and hit over the top. So Lamb gets a single, 503 for 7, lead hits 251. And Saqib Mahmood looking for his first run. Doesn't look as though the field is too different. Tom Lace is signalling for a helmet. It almost looks like he wanted a pair of headphones then from his signal. Or a pair of earmuffs maybe. Tired of this useless chat from my teammates.
Shut it out with some earmuffs, yeah. Well, Lancashire need one more. In fact,
sorry,
need one more run to make Gloucestershire score more second time round than first time round. I guess that perhaps potentially could be kind of your first objective when you're in this position. But
Matt Taylor throwing the helmet on. So I wonder whether he's going to go. Is it going to be short leg? Is it going to be leg slip? Looks as if actually they're going still to have the 2 slips, but in fact it's Higgins who's been tossed the helmet, not Lace. So Lace is going to stay at second slip. I assumed it was Lace that wanted the helmet because he was signalling for it, but it's in fact going to be Higgins who goes under the helmet at leg slip. So he's gone from taking a catch at deep backward square leg, and he's now under the helmet at leg slip. Zafar bowls outside off stump. Saqib Mahmood leaves alone through to James Bracey. I get the feeling if you asked Ryan Higgins to keep wicket, he would. Zafar to Mahmood, who sweeps, gets it away to backward square leg, who just come in a touch, but not enough to save the single. So Saqib Mahmood gets off the mark. 504 for 7. Moves the lead on to 252. Zaffer approaching the end of his 61st over. Bowling now over the wicket to Lamb, who goes through the reverse sweep, but he's got this one away and timed it really nicely to the boundary for 4. It's not easy to play that shot at the best of times. Add in the turn and bounce, but watched it well, and he just had that fielder at backward point to beat, so he had a fair amount of margin for error, even if he did maybe get a top edge, say. There's no fielder at short third man, for example. So first boundary to Lamb, he moves on to 9, and 508 for 7 the total for Lancashire. Lead of 256, pardon me. Decided to take four runs off the score in front of my screen rather than add 4 runs on. Still 41 overs left today.
2 wickets at the Oval for Surrey. Somerset have lost as Van Buren bowls to Mahmood. Turned through the onside for 1 run. Tom Lambenby has gone, and then quickly followed by Matt Renshaw. So Somerset 43 for 2. Pretty tight game between Surrey and Somerset in South London. Not much in it. And a couple of early wickets. There's Lamb forward and playing in towards the onside, but for no run.
So what you're saying is that it could be the winning runs, the leg by to the number 11 again, maybe.
Van Buren to Lamb. Well, Lamb would just work it through kind of that mid-on region, but the fielder's set kind of halfway back, so it was a race between mid-wicket and the bowler to try and get to it. And it's allowed Lamb to get through for a single. Moves on to 10, 510 for 7, 258. Here's Mahmood down the pitch. Trying to swap the ball through the onside. Stopped at mid-wicket. There's no run. Van Buren for Gloucestershire. And Mahmood goes back over his head, up towards the boundary in front of the pavilion. And that's gone for 4 runs. Mahmood to 6. 514 for 7. Lead of 262 now.
It's quite an easy strike, really, from Mahmood. He didn't really put absolutely everything into it, just swung through it.
Just dabs this one slightly more calmly out through the onside for no run to complete the over. Happy with what they've got from that one. 6 from it. 514 for 7. Lamb 10, Mahmood 6. Conversation between the 2 batters out in the middle. Lead of 262 for Lancashire. 40 overs left today. And we are, well, 8 overs away from tea.
And being that point away from tea now, it almost leads you to believe Lancashire are just going to play it until tea now, because there's only going to be, with the change of innings, there's only going to be what, 5 overs before tea, which isn't really, you know, just about get warmed up, and then you've got to go off again. Zaffer in and bowls to Lamb, who pads away into the point region. So it does look as if that's the plan for Lancashire. Maybe they'll declare at tea, but doesn't look as if, to me anyway, it's going to be before it. Perhaps I'll be wrong, usually am. Zaffer bowling, sweep shot comes out from Lamb. Not sure what that came off. Don't think it was any glove or bat. Didn't hear any shouts of catch, and it just lobbed out into where a cover under the helmet would be, as Zaffer bowls and Lamb pads away to backward point. So more dot balls to the Zaffer go-hard tally. Not that we really talk about that so much in first-class cricket, but of course when you bowl 300 of them, there's a reverse sweep brought out this time by Lamb. think he must have missed that completely. Sort of pinballed around behind there. It's a bit difficult to tell exactly what it had come off. Zaffer bowls, on the back foot goes Lamb, and just quietly plays this one up to mid-off. Miles Hammond's doing some warm-ups. Miles Hammond would surely be too tempting for Saki Mahmood, as Lamb sweeps firmly, but only as far as backward square leg. And a single to keep the strike for Lamb. He's on to 11, 5-15 for 7. Lead sits at 263. Still, Zaffer continues to go at under 2 and over.
Hampshire have passed 600. And they're taking on Kent. They're 602 for 6.
How many more do they want? Who else is nearing a century now? Not quite. Brown 157.
Off not many.
Off 198, yeah. Felix Organ and Keith Barker out there at the moment. They've put on 56, I believe.
Van Buren to Lamb. It's punched through mid-on for a single.
No, only 46 actually. Piffling partnership. In the context of 615 for 6.
Well, the BBC Sport website and app reporting that their highest score against Kent was 671 in 2002 in a match in which Rob Key made 160 and John Crawley scored 272. Plenty of runs in Canterbury, as there was last week for Lancashire. They got 500 in their first innings. Mahmood thinks about one as he just turns it away into the onside, just in front of square. Does get through for a single, so he's on to 7 now. 5-17 for 7, lead of 265.
John Crawley's had a few mentions today. He played in the only test match I've ever gone to watch at Lord's. It was back in 2003 against India.
And looks to reverse. It comes off the full face of the bat. It's well stopped, actually. Lamb moves to 13. Score ticks along to 518 for 7.
2002.
Oh, almost.
Dear. I was debating that one in my head before I mentioned it. I got it wrong.
Van Buren to Mahmood. Hit him for 4 in the last over. Went over mid-on. This time he just guides it away through the offside, where Lace fielded extra cover and there is no run.
Scored a century in the second innings. Unbeaten century at that.
Chipped away by Mahmood. Out towards the wide long on boundary. I think he may have timed it for 4. He has done. Just a little clip away, but such is the pace of the and speed of the outfield. Raced out towards the boundary, just a little clip to the left of mid-wicket, to the right of mid-on, down towards the boundary. 4 more. Mahmood into double figures, the lead to 270. And Van Buren to complete his 19th over. And play back towards him by Saqib Mahmood. No run. 5-2-2 for 7.
One of my other abiding memories of that match was Harbhajan Singh, who wasn't selected for the match, but he was around the edge of the boundary signing autographs, and the security guard was telling him he couldn't do this. You can't do that. You're not allowed to sign autographs. And so Harbhajan engaged him in this long debate about why autographs couldn't be signed, all the while signing every autograph that anybody wanted.
It's clever. It's a clever plan.
Just absolute class from Harbhajan. He could have just wandered off, allowed the security guard to get him out of it, but he signed a good number. Just coming up with new arguments for why he should be allowed to do it. Zaffa into his 63rd over now, and bowls to Lamb, who reaches forward and defends out towards point. So they're happy to pick on Van Buren, but still haven't really gone after Zaffa too much. And there does look to be more rough to bowl into from this Statham end, as Lamb goes for the sweep shot. Doesn't get too much on it, but he'll pick up a single down to short fine leg. Lamb on to 14, 523 for 7. Maybe Mahmood fancies a pop at Zaffa. It's almost as if they're kind of respecting the number of overs that he's bowled, and I don't know if that's not the case, because it is, sure, it's far more to do with the rough that he's bowling into and the turn and bounce, but still. As Mahmood faces and works that one into the short mid-wicket area. Bracey will charge out from behind the stumps. Hopefully not too much worse for wear after that blow to the fingertips to the ball fired down the leg side earlier on. Zaffa bowls, and Mahmood does fancy a big shot. He brings out the big slog sweep, and it's a big miss. Probably not a bad option though, because Zaffa's not pitching too many in line with leg stump. Once you pick the right ball, and there he's gone for a slightly more uncertain looking sweep and misses it as it turns past him and into the gloves of Bracey. And I say you know, the slog sweep not a bad option. It was more the fact that he was looking to hit it towards mid wicket that was the reason why it was a better option, because don't bring that deep backward square into play. Use of the feet from Mahmood. He turns it into a low full toss and then just works it out to deep backward square leg for another single. 524 for 7. Mahmood to 12, and he'll keep the strike. There are 5 overs remaining until tea.
Little roundup of Division 2 games for you. Worcestershire picked up the wicket of Pujara, bowled by Dylan Pennington for 12. So Sussex are 52 for 3. They're following on and need a further 170 to avoid an innings defeat at Worcestershire. Leicestershire 58 for 1 against Derbyshire, 260 behind after Hassan Azad fell to Alex Thompson for 32, and Durham 36 for 1 against Nottinghamshire, trailed by 222 with Michael Jones LBW to Luke Fletcher for 4.
I saw a picture posted by Dave Bracegirdle yesterday with Luke Fletcher and Samit Patel doing the comms.
It's Van Buren and Mahmood down the pitch to him and slashes away through the onside, but stopped by Dent at mid-wicket and there's no run. But that was interesting.
Probably worth a listen back.
Van Buren to Mahmood. It's turned out towards mid-wicket and there's no run. I suspect not many people knew where the ball was, but
I was wondering who did the ball by ball. I'm sure Luke Fletcher's been trained up by Dave Bracegirdle by now.
Very true. Oh, I think the bails are blown off again. That's it. Delicately placed back on. Still got his black gloves on, umpire Illingworth, and his snood covering his mouth. Looks quite nice and cosy. Mahmood plays it back to Van Buren.
I think he looks chilled to the bone.
Steve O'Shaughnessy looks... he's dressed in slightly more lighter clothing. Down comes Mahmood towards Van Buren, heaves the ball away through the onside, then comes back for 2. Takes him level with Lamb. Both have 14 runs. Lancashire 526 for 7. Lead of 274. Long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, long leg on the boundary. And Mahmood just content to play it along the ground through that leg side. And getting through for a single. Takes his total to 15 now. 527 for 7. Last ball of this over for Van Buren. Again, guarding the leg side boundary. So Lamb tries to reverse it and doesn't make any contact. Almost falls over in the process. And the ball's picked up by Bracey. And that's another one choked away. So we've got 4 overs left until tea. 275 for is the lead. 5-7 for 7. He's Lancashire's first innings total as it stands.
Actually, just because of Danny Lamb out there and thinking of his sister, there's more county fixtures in the T20 Cup tomorrow, I believe, with Gloucestershire taking on Cricket Wales at Innis Tor Cricket Club.
Oh, where's that?
In Swansea.
Oh, nice.
I believe that's sort of close to potentially how to pronounce it, so apologies if it's not.
Convincing to me.
Got a double header in that. Zafar to continue. Bowls a sweep shot attempted by Mahmood, but doesn't make a great deal of contact. Lost both the opening games to Somerset at Thornbury, but it's a very strong Somerset side, that one. Zafar in. Oh, that's a good ball. It's squared up. Mahmood turn and bounce. He's probably looking for something initially that might bring him runs, and then just had to withdraw the bat away from it. Zafar bowls. That's down the leg side. He's helped that straight to short fine leg. Not sure whether that was Mahmood that cried out there in frustration, because that was one of the rare ones that really kind of sat up and stayed quite far down the leg side, but helped straight to short fine. This one's outside off stump, edged and down. Hammond diving away at slip. It came very sharply, but the reaction lead me to suggest it just did go straight down. To look at that one again as Mahmood tries to bring out that big slog sweep again, and that one's almost as unsuccessful as the previous attempt to do that. Not sure whether that came off the cue end or not, but it looked like it might have done. Last delivery of this over. Forward goes Mahmood and defends that one. So the score stays on 5-27 for 7. That's 20th maiden bowled by Zafar. So another over ticks by, but to be honest, it just looks as if that's what Lancashire are pretty much playing for. Now I'm sure they'll go after the bowling for the other end, and maybe with just 3 overs left until tea, maybe with Zafar just having 1 more over, they might actually go after Zafar a bit as well in the next one. But even if they want to, it's not proving particularly easy to just launch into him as easily as that.
Well, spin from both ends has come to an end because Jared Warner is replacing Graham Van Buren from the Jimmy Anderson end.
Just having a look, sorry, at that at that edge. It actually went right into the ground, almost between the legs of Bracey, and Hammond reacted really well just to stop it. It looked like it had gone down into the ground, but I didn't kind of realise exactly where it had landed. It actually did go between Bracey's legs.
Here's Warner back into the attack, and balls to Lamb. It's left and through to the keeper, and there's no run. Essex have lost their 6th wicket. Adam Rossington, the man out for 51. Danny Briggs with the wicket for Warwickshire. So Essex are 172 for 6. They still trail. They're still 45 behind. And 6 wickets down against the defending champions Warwickshire.
Yeah, they've proven to be Essex's kryptonite a bit.
Shaw searching for another wicket here. Would be his first. It would be the 8th of the innings. Instead, Lamb takes it off his toes out through deep mid-wicket and gets himself 4. He moves on to 18. 5:31 for 7. Chipped up and over mid-wicket.
Yep, you haven't really been able to get away with bowling down the leg side, or indeed anywhere other than really full and straight and on and around off stump, middle stump. Even middle stumps tended to be worked away relatively comfortably off the seamers, but that is just too far down the leg side.
279 in front now, Lancashire. Big swing and a miss from Lamb. He's trying to send it out towards the ice cream van. Ball through to the keeper, Bracey. And there's no run.
He's got a few vans to aim for out there. We've got the burger van, and then what's that one in the middle?
I think that says coffee on the front of it.
Oh.
You got your coffee, your burgers, and your ice creams. Everything you need. I think that says coffee on front of it. Hit firmly back over the bowler's head. Couple of bounces down towards the long on boundary, and 4 more for Lamb. 283 in front now. Lancashire, 2 boundaries off the over. Low full toss. Hit back from where it came from. 5-3-5 for 7.
It was a strong shot, and I think because it was the low full toss, it was sort of towards the bottom of the bat. Otherwise, it might have got even further than that.
It says coffee in Delhi. Short and pulled away. Oh, that's a big hit. Heading towards the coffee in Delhi stand. Out towards that leg side boundary. It's gone for 6 and then some, really. I think it may have hit the fence, which is protecting the nets. Well, a 4 and a 4 and a 6 in the over so far. 4 chipped over mid-wicket, a 4 hit down the ground, and a 6 here, walloped away through the leg side.
Valuable runs, because it's going to take Gloucestershire longer than, what, 4 balls to score those 14 runs, and as a consequence it adds on longer that Gloucestershire have got to bat before they could potentially take the lead and then bring that situation where you take overs off for the change of innings, for example, and makes their task all the tougher.
Yeah, 289 in front. Here's Warner to Lamb. Little shuffle down the pitch and tries to squirt it away through the offside, but Tom Lace fields and there's no run. A profitable over that for Lancashire and for Lamb, who's now 28 not out from 38 balls faced, and Mahmood 15 not out, 541 for 7. Here it's at Emirates Old Trafford. A little sprinkling of spectators below the point and in front of the pavilion and the astroturfed area below the hotel, quite busy as well. We've got some wooden benches away as we look from the Stay the Men to our left-hand side. It looks like there's 3 people come in fancy dress, I think, on one of those benches. Looks like the jockeys are in.
Oh, it's over there. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong ones.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
There's 3 people wearing all sorts of different colours.
It'll be Zafar there to bowl what will almost certainly be his last over, as looking to sweep is Mahmood, and they'll come through for a run. Ball didn't go very far at all, but it was only Van Buren saving the single anywhere near it at mid-wicket. And to be honest, he's saving the single with the ball hit firmly, not dribbling away out there. So Mahmood on to 16, and now we'll see whether Lamb wants to try to line up Zafar, who then he loses his run up because I think there was a big gust of wind just then, and Zafar looks thoroughly disgusted with the wind's interruption to his bowling. Reverse sweep coming out. Lamb's got plenty of this one. Over cover it goes, and that has gone all the way for 6. What an extraordinary shot. It's a slightly shorter boundary to that side, but it's still some hit. And I don't think that just limped over the rope either. That's an extraordinary shot. I don't know whether it was the no, it was reverse. He didn't switch his hands round. It was a reverse sweep 6 over, in fact more like extra cover even for 6. Have that in your 65th over.
Yeah, it's a bit harsh, isn't it? Poor Zaffa.
Rude is what it is. It's just plain rude. 2-9-6 the lead is now. Deep cover goes out. Zaffa to Lamb, who sweeps powerfully over the head of Van Buren at mid-wicket, and that's going to go for 4.
This feels like a little spell leading up to tea that might produce a declaration during tea for Lancashire.
Yeah, it felt a bit kind of, you know, why would you carry on after tea, really? And yeah, I think, as you say, the way that they've gone about these last couple of overs indicates what's happening. And the lead is at 300. And the 550 comes up. But it won't be 555 for 5, I'm afraid. Zaffa bowls, bit shorter, pulled on the bounce to Warner at mid-on, who makes sure there's no run there.
Watching these guys dressed as jockeys sprinting up towards the burger van now.
And back again. Zaffa in, slog sweep comes out, sent out towards deep mid-wicket this time. Van Buren's out on the boundary rope. And it's just the single. The last boundary also brought up another 50 partnership, this one between Lamb and Sakib Mahmood. 553 for 7. That ends the over and ends Zafar Gohar's spell.
Has he bowled all afternoon from this
In fact, I'm not sure it does end the over, you know. There's 5 on the board, and now they're going to have to go back and bowl the last ball.
Okay, yes.
They've realised there was only 5 balls bowled. So are they
like
trying to be cruel to Zafar? Always, he bowls 65 overs. He finally thinks he's done, and now he's got to come back and bowl 1 ball. I suppose he'll like it if he does get his 5 off it, but
it'll be worth it for that. Yeah.
This is just cruel. I think the umpires have had enough of.
Yeah, I think they could do with 20 minutes off, really.
Lancashire batting at this point.
I don't blame them.
But now he's got to warm up his hands again. He's puffing into his spinning hands, trying to get those spinning fingers warm enough to bowl 1 last time. And Sakib Mahmood, infuriatingly, goes forward and defends. Obviously, he wants Lamb on strike for the next over, so it's good work from Mahmood. But Zafar won't get his 5 and we are assuming that Lancashire will declare it tea. Maybe they won't, but it certainly feels as if they will. But 65 overs, 20 maidens, 4 for 135. Extraordinary effort from Zafar. So many overs. And he's kept the runs down. Even with that late flurry, his economy's only, well, still under 2.1 an over. And he hasn't had that. He's had the rough to bowl into, but if you're not looking to attack out of that rough, it's not been too difficult for Lancashire's right-handers to play. If they'd been left-handers, might have been a bit more interesting.
Final ball of the afternoon session is full and wide, and it has Lamb reaching for it and trying to just see it disappear down towards third man, but through to the keeper, and there's no run.
In a way, if you're Warner, you're thinking it's a good chance to get a wicket, but at the same time, the way that Lamb's hitting the ball now, it could just provide yet further damage to those figures.
.39 from 43. Oh, looking to try and ramp it this time. He was in position earlier to try and just scoop it over his shoulder, but he missed out. Oh, he's a little frustrated with himself.
I mean, with 9 fielders out on the boundary, it's not the easiest just to say, go on, just whack it.
Yeah, everybody's out, so we've got the bowler and the keeper, the 2 batters and the 2 umpires. And everybody else is out on the edge of the boundary rope with 4 balls left before we get to tee. And Daniel Lamb looking to be a little creative here. Smacks the ball through the offside. One bounce up towards extra cover. And moves on to a really good 40 here from 45. Doing a good job for Lancashire. He's got that lead up to and beyond the 300 mark. Gets the idea, the possibility of maybe a declaration at tee, should Dame Vilas wish to do so.
Just rehearsing that reverse paddle again. Just rehearsed it in slow motion. I don't think Warner's bowling that slowly. I mean, I know it's been a long time in the field, 166th over, but I think he's bowling that slowly.
3 balls left. Mahmood back on strike. And here's Warner running in, bowling to Mahmood. And that's run down towards the keeper. Actually gets a little glove on that, takes the pace off the ball. They do get through for a single. Mahmood just trying to nibble it down towards this fine third-man boundary. Maybe off that bottom edge of the bat. Stopped well by Bracey. Did really well getting to his right-hand side and getting something of it. A long couple of days with the gloves on behind the stumps for Bracey.
Yep, still only the 5 byes conceded, and 4 of those didn't have much chance on. Just took a couple of fingertips with him to the boundary. Or with it to the boundary, I should say.
2 balls remaining. Warner wicketless so far. He's got Lamb back on strike. Lamb forces the ball away. Again, it's full and wide of off stump. He wants 2, but he's denied the possibility of a second. And he is 41 not out, Daniel Lamb. And Lancashire are 556 for 7. It's a lead of 304. And this is the last delivery, we think. Quite a few mishaps along the way of the afternoon session, and those 3 jockeys are off. They've got a race in the 4:10 at Haydock. Warner's in and bowling. Slow ball outside the off stump, and Mahmood stands there and looks at the umpire to say, well, was that borderline wide? But no. And that is the end of the over, and it's also tee as well. At 5-5-6 for 7. Lamb's 41 from 46 was entertaining towards the back end of that afternoon session. From a Lancashire point of view, frustrating for Gloucestershire, no doubt, as he was very creative, trying to find ways of scoring and pushing the lead up to and beyond 300 now. So 304 Lancashire. Lamb 41 from 46, Mahmood 17 from 34. We'll see whether or not Dane Vilas feels that he'll be happy to declare, or whether they'll come out after tea and bat on.
Yeah, well, you'd kind of think maybe just also that extra bit of applause there was perhaps significant, but I think really that Lancashire are going to declare. They've got to 300. They've got to the point where, you know, Gloucestershire are going to have to bat at least, you'd think, well, even if they went at 100 runs a session, they're going to have to bat until tea time tomorrow before they're level, and they probably won't go at 100 runs a session. So they've basically made the game as good as safe. Well, they have made the game safe, and they've given themselves 4 sessions to bowl Gloucestershire out, which you'd think ought to be enough time, with Parkinson getting turned out of the rough and the attack consisting of Anderson, Parkinson and Mahmood and Hassan Ali in terms of the seamers, with the Balderson, pardon me, and Lamb potentially to provide some more seam if necessary. Won't quite wrap up the bowling figures just in case Lancashire don't declare. We expect they will, but we'll tidy all that up for you and I'll put my teeth back in. We'll go off for the tea interval. Be back with you after the break, probably with Gloucestershire batting in their second innings. Lancashire lead sitting at 304.
Life is what you make it, so make it count.
Make it better, make it greater.
Make it have a purpose.
Make it worthwhile, make it faster.
Make it work for you.
Make it loving what you do.
Make it your passion.
Make it happen.
Make it in media, make it in sport, make it in business, make it in digital.
Make it possible.
Make it easy.
Make it your way.
Don't just make it through each day.
Make it pay.
Make it for real at UA92.
We are driven.
We are passion.
We are the fans.
We are the future.
We are equal.
We are Manchester.
We are a community.
We are here to win.
We are exceptional.
We are spirited.
We are powerful.
We are the Manchester Indians Cricket Club,
The Ashton Tigers Cricket Club. The Lancashire Disability Squad.
Gladway Cricket Club.
Didsbury Cricket Club,
Greenmount Cricket Club.
Peridot Cricket Club.
We are Thunder.
We are Lancashire Lightning.
We are
unified.
So Jimmy Anderson from the Jimmy Anderson end after the tea interval for Lancashire. As suspected, the declaration came at tea with a pretty healthy lead of 304. And Jimmy greeted with some cheers. About to come charging in from his end. Wicketless in the first innings. Jimmy Anderson, 16 overs, 7 maidens for 30. It was Hassan Ali and it was Saqib Mahmood in particular that did all the damage. But here comes Jimmy, 2 slips in place. Left alone by Dent and through to the keeper. And there is no run. Dent and Harris were excellent first time round with the bat for Gloucestershire. Because they did something that has been done so far in the first 3 days, which is a wicketless partnership. There's not been a wicket fall in the morning session on days 1, 2 or 3. And these two got Gloucestershire off to an excellent start on Thursday. Anderson around the wicket bowls. Shape away from Dent and taken by Salt, and there's no run. Marcus Harris made 67 and Chris Dent made 52. All looked well at lunch on Thursday. I think it was 101, the lunchtime score on the first day, and then the first wicket fell at 119. As Lancashire picked up 6 in the afternoon session on the first day. Anderson to Dent. Defends his delivery up onto his toes, in behind it. Drops out into the offside. And there's no run. Jack Blatherwick is out there for Lancashire as the 12th man. Let's have a little scout around, shall we, see who's where. There's 2 slips. Luke Wells and Stephen Croft are jumping up and down at first and second slip. Then the gap there to Daniel Lamb, who's at gully. There's a point fielder, which is Josh Bohannon, and Blatherwick 12th man at extra cover, and the captain's at mid-off. Parkinson's at mid-on. Anderson's in, and that's clipped up towards Parkinson at mid-on, and there's no run. And George Balderson is at square leg, and Hassan Ali is at long leg. So there's no Saqib Mahmood currently on the field for Lancashire. The reason why Blatherwick is stood there as 12th man. 0 for 0, first over of the Gloucestershire second innings. Jimmy with the breeze, battering into his left-hand side. He's in and bowling. Oh, it's a lovely shape away from Dent. And it's left against. Through to Phil Salt. There's lots of Lancashire players running around, and the hands couldn't really be buried deeper into their pockets. Lots of jumping up and down on the spot and hopping from side to side. Sunshine has got through. Jimmy battling with the wind as he gets back to his mark. Final ball of his first over into Dent. And nudged into the onside for a single, the first run for Gloucestershire in their second innings. Off the bat of Chris Dent. And that completes the first over after tea. One without loss here at Emirates Old Trafford. That's a Lancashire card in the first innings, dominated by Josh Bohannon's 231. 109 for Dane Vilas, 59 for Luke Wells, and then Daniel Lamb enjoyed himself towards the end of that session, making 41 from 46, helping Lancashire declare at tea on 556 for 7. Here's Hassan Ali.
Here he is from the Statham end, bowling. Oh, that's a good ball. Must have gone probably over off stump rather than past it. It shaped back into the left-handed Dent, and I thought I was going to see some flying timber there. What a ball that is to start off your bowling spell with. In-swinging delivery, Dent left it. Hadn't really got anything else to go on other than expecting it to carry on. The wind certainly would have played a part in that as well. It's strong. Hassan Ali in, and that one's worked away by Dent comfortably towards mid-wicket. Well, comfortably enough, fielded by Balderson. I've got a few statistics courtesy of the excellent Paul Edwards on Zafar Gohar's 65 over spell of bowling that we've seen. Well, not spell of bowling, but you know what I mean. 65 overs of work. 65 overs, 20 maidens, 4 for 135. He's equalled a record number of deliveries bowled for a Gloucestershire bowler against Lancashire, as Hassan Ali is in and then dabs that one away into the gully, and there won't be a run. Equals Tom Goddard in 1938, so 65 overs worth. Only 5 Gloucestershire bowlers have bowled more balls in first-class cricket. William Woof did it twice.
Excellent.
Charlie Parker did it twice. George Dennett, W.G. Grace and John Ferris. So an extraordinary amount of work for Zafar Gohar as Hassan Ali's in, bowling on the pads, and it's flicked away by Dent towards the deep backward square leg boundary and over it for 4. So the first boundary for Gloucestershire, and we saw really throughout that innings that lasted 166 overs from Lancashire. If you bowl a little bit straight, it's pretty easy pickings. The surface isn't that slow that playing shots like that potentially you'd think are tricky. So 5 for no wicket, and Dent with all 5 so far, with Marcus Harris at the non-striker's end having not yet faced. 2 slips and a wide gully. Hassan Ali bowls, angles that one across Chris Dent, and through it goes to Salt behind the stumps. So 2 slips, the gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, forward square leg, and a fine leg. For Hassan Ali, 6 wickets in the first innings. And he got rid of Chris Dent as well. That was the first wicket. Just angle one across him. Dent played at a ball he probably didn't have to play at and was caught at the second attempt by Stephen Croft at second slip. This time, though, he turns that one to Anderson at mid-wicket. And there is no run to end over number 2. 5 without loss. Gloucestershire, Dent with all 5. A reminder that 65 overs that Zafar Gohar bowled, equalling Tom Goddard in 1938 for the most balls bowled by a Gloucestershire bowler against Lancashire, and only 5 bowlers have bowled more. William Woof ×2, Charlie Parker ×2, George Dennett, W.G. Grace, John Ferris.
It was a mighty impressive effort from Zafar Gohar, who feels like he's been in the game pretty much all the way through. He contributed with the bat. He was busy in the field. He had a run out, and of course, as Ed's described, he bowled and bowled and bowled some more in this game for Gloucestershire, who were 5 without loss in their second innings. Anderson runs in and bowls, and Harris up onto his toes and defending the first delivery he faces from Jimmy Anderson. It's popped into the offside, and there is no run.
This is a pretty serious win now, isn't it? We thought it was strong at points yesterday, but this is getting towards, well, I'm not going to say gale force, but this is proper win now.
Yeah, it's pushing Anderson into his left-hand side as this is a straighter ball, and Harris turns it off his pads into the onside for no run. We had the wind gauge out, didn't we, yesterday afternoon? Well, I say we did. Colin did, who's allegedly in charge of everything here. And was it 22? 22 miles an hour?
Yeah, I think it was gusts of 22.
Yeah. Well, he took it. The first reading he took was from the TV gantry, and it was 7. And because we were so disappointed in that, we sent him out there somewhere where it's a bit more windy. Anderson to Harris is left. Shapes away and taken by Phil Salt. In front of Luke Wells at first slip. No run.
I think these gusts are getting on for double that strength now. But actually, Met Office says 32 mile an hour gusts, so not quite double the 22, but it's strong. Because if it should stay quite strong as well, it looks like we're set for this sort of win for the rest of the match. Maybe not quite this strong, but pretty close.
Runs here for Harris. Beats the dive of mid-on. Vilas will chase after it, and Harris will run 3. Nicely timed. Just caressing the ball away off the pads through that mid-on region. Vilas catches up with the ball. Harris gets his first runs, 3 of them, and Gloucestershire move on to 8 without loss.
Thinking back to last season, there was the match against Hampshire, which Gloucestershire managed to bat out. They batted for 97 overs that time.
Down the leg side by Anderson to Dent.
And they're going to have to bat for an awful lot longer this time.
29 overs left after this one.
Yep. Plus the 96 tomorrow.
That's the full day tomorrow. Yeah.
That's the equation. So maybe technically don't have to bat absolutely all of them if they can get past Lancashire.
There's Dent just on the front foot and defending. And there's no run, and goes without saying after having, especially on the back of just how well these two batted in the first innings. Dent and Harris, the pressure's on, isn't it, to try and repeat it and get Gloucestershire off to a solid start here. Try and settle down the Gloucestershire dressing room. They've got an awful lot of work to do tonight and tomorrow. A lot to just to try and get into a position where they could think they can make this game safe.
Well, Hassan Ali's going to come round the wicket, having bowled his first over from over, or maybe it's just a plan to Marcus Harris that he wants to bowl round. Saqib Mahmood's already getting loose. I suspect he's
back on, yes.
Probably not removing James Anderson from the attack after 2 overs, but we'll see. So Hassan Ali round the wicket, bowling full, drawing Harris forward, and defending out to cover where Dane Vilas fields. Bit of movement there, and that was moving against the wind, so there is some swing out there. We've just not seen it last very long, and it's hard to see it lasting too long here. So if you're Anderson and Hassan Ali, if they could get even just 1 wicket whilst it's still swinging, that would certainly open things up. Hassan Ali bowls and punched off the back foot by Harris. He has beaten backward point, and that's gone for 4. Despairing effort from backward point, but it was timed well by Harris and just wide enough of Bohannon. Probably some slightly tired legs there at backward point diving for it, but I don't think anyone would have got there. A nice looking shot, forcing back foot punch from Harris. It's a shot he plays well, and it's 12 without loss. Harris's first boundary. He's on to 7. The deficit sits at 292. Hassan Ali charging past by Illingworth, bowling full, defended down the ground. And Lancashire letting Harris and Dent know that they're on top out there. Wild cries with every forward defence.
It's nice to speak to Hassan on Thursday. He admitted actually he was quite nervous. He was nervous about the prospect of opening the bowling with Jimmy Anderson, but obviously thrilled with how he performed on his home debut.
Hassan Ali in, bowls, and a firm defensive push by Harris, goes up to mid-on. It's picked up by Anderson for no run.
And understandably, said it was just a complete thrill to be able to walk off the field and to see Jimmy applauding him off. He took 6 wickets, and it was a little bit kind of surreal that happened. It was a great performance, but his T20 debut for Pakistan here as well, so he's got good memories of playing at Emirates Old Trafford.
Hassan Ali bowls, Harris defends and holds that back there with that shallow angle. It's so shallow sometimes, the angle that he plays that defensive shot with Harris. It's almost even more shallow than Williamson, who's one of the softest kind of shallowest defenders. I'm not careful now. Defending with the shallowest angle of the bat out there. Hassan Ali bowls, bit of swing there. But Harris wasn't too impressed. He drove it hard straight to mid-on though. Anderson set quite straight, and in another instance you might not have your mid-off and mid-on that straight, and that would have careered to the boundary for 4. But as it is, it's a dot that was played rather well by Harris. That's 4 overs gone already, 12 without loss. Gloucestershire, but like you said, there's so much depends on, it feels, on this top 3. Gloucestershire's middle order a little bit either short of runs or inconsistent in terms of the run production, but in this top 3 they have 3 performers not just of real quality but who've exhibited plenty of good form so far this season.
Another jacket brought out for umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy now. Must be chilly. Gone for the extra layer. Anderson to Dent. It's dug out. Ball is picked up by Parkinson at mid-on. And there is no run. Yorkshire have declared. So they're 406 for 3. Declared a lead of 498, with George Hill unbeaten on 151.
It's a good effort from him, with Karunaratne having, I guess, taken his place at the top of the order.
Anderson around the wicket, just loops up down into the onside. As Harris just tries to flick it out towards square leg. He's blowing a fair old gale for Jimmy, first game back. To his 3rd over. 2 slips in the gully. Anderson to Harris. This just plays this one out towards Bolton at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
It's been an extraordinary feature of Gloucestershire's games, where you can go back quite a way, and there's only a couple of matches, and they're both matches where Gloucestershire have either been chasing, well, in fact, actually no, they are both matches where Gloucestershire have been chasing a very low total, but I'll come back to that because it's kind of interesting.
Anderson to Harris, up onto his toes, gets on top of the bounce and steers it away into the offside for no run.
Well, I think that sounded rather splicey, and something's come flying off somewhere. I'm not quite sure what that is. Don't know. It can't be part of his protective equipment. Given to Steve O'Shaughnessy though, with those enormous pockets.
It's the magic pockets of Steve O'Shaughnessy. Anderson for Lancashire balls, and Harris up onto his toes, having to defend it, just keep it out. Pops the ball out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, well, I was going to, and I'll probably wait until next time.
Okay.
But I was going to expand upon Gloucestershire scoring more runs in their second innings than in their first.
Okay.
Because there's been a real running theme of it, and I'm not saying it's going to continue here, but it is intriguing to note.
Anderson to Harris. Little edge, yep. Harris departs for 7. Anderson picks up his first wicket of the match. His first wicket of the summer. And Harris departs. It's a snorter from Jimmy. And there's not much I don't think Harris could do about that. Try and play that. Caught behind by Phil Salt. And Harris is out for 7. And Gloucestershire are 13 for 1.
He managed to find some life in this. He's bowling back of a length. Troubled Harris with a ball that looked like it hit him on the splice of the bat. And this one was even better than that one, because it was the same length, just a little bit further away from his body, which forced Harris just to prod ever so slightly at it. But because of the ball that he spliced away out into the point area, he felt he had to play at it. And so edge found, because it was just that bit wider. It's just terrific, high-class, elite-level bowling from Anderson, and it's got rid of an excellent player and somebody in terrific form. A century in his first Gloucestershire innings and runs in the first innings here, but nothing doing in the second innings, but he got an absolute snorter from Anderson there. And I think this is just probably the thing about the first innings in a way. If a lot of the wickets have been down to balls like that and bits of bowling like that, you'd probably have not been quite so disappointed with the 2-5-2. But because the wickets didn't tend to fall that way, that's where the disappointment comes in. Bracey not on strike, I should say. He's at the non-strike. His end, a dent facing Hassan Ali, and the first ball of this next over is defended away to the leg side. But they have, Gloucestershire, scored more runs in their second innings than their first innings in both matches this season so far. Then you go back to last season, chasing a small total against Durham to end the season, another tiny total against Glamorgan. As that's an inside, well, I think it was an inside half of the bat, really, almost inside edge from Dent down to fine leg for a single. He kind of moved to roll the wrists on it after, I think after the ball had made contact with the bat, though. Look, late swing from Hassan Ali there. It looked so much later than anything that we've seen, even in the first innings. 14 for 1, so Bracey now does get on strike. More runs against Essex in the second innings, more runs against Northamptonshire in the second innings. Going further back to the now we're into the first phase of the competition. As Hassan Ali is into Bracey, and that's drifting onto the pads, and that can be worked down to fine leg much more comfortably by Bracey. Certainly nothing in that of any kind of alarm. So he's off the mark to his first ball, 15 for 1. So then you go back to Hampshire at Cheltenham. More runs in the second innings. Middlesex, guess what? Also at Cheltenham. Leicestershire at Grace Road. Surrey at the Oval. Somerset, there wasn't a second innings because it pretty much got washed out. Hassan Ali bowling. That's worked by Dent to square leg for no run. Then Middlesex again chasing a target below 100, so can't really include that. Leicestershire, that huge chase at Bristol, still going further back. And then you have to go back to the last kind of appreciable time when they didn't score more in the second innings than the first innings. You have to go back to that Hampshire match where they blocked out for the victory with the final wicket at the Ageas Bowl last season in April. And that's turned away by Dent for more runs into the leg side. They're going to take on Parkinson on the long leg rope. Just played wide enough of him so that they could come back for 2. Dent onto 9 and 17 for 1. So there you go. Those are just the numbers. And I'm not saying it will happen here by any stretch of the imagination, but it's been a theme. And it's been a theme of equally not enough first innings runs on too many occasions as the fact that they've scored, or accrued, the joint fewest batting points in the country last season, level with Derbyshire and only 1 behind Yorkshire. But it also goes to show that they have fought hard in second innings in general. Hassan Ali in, and then forward in defence out into the point area. At the end of the over, 6 have gone, but Lancashire have already taken a vital wicket of Marcus Harris. Caught Salt, bowled Anderson for 7, and one of the big fish as far as Lancashire are concerned already dismissed. 17 for 1 after 6 overs.
Yeah, especially after that first innings partnership that they put on together as well. So Lancashire breaking the Harris-Dent partnership early, second term round. Bracey was bowled by George Balderson in the first innings for 5. And he's on strike.
Probably he of all people could say good ball. Kind of came back through the gate on him.
2 slips behind him. Here's Anderson to Bracey. Onto that front foot, pushing out into the offside, no run.
And if he could score runs here, then what more can you ask of him, really? Because having got the 2 centuries, and they were both in tricky circumstances as well. I know you're up against some terrific bowlers here, but both the centuries that he scored this season were not easy batting conditions, either in terms of the game situation or the pitch.
Anderson to Bracey. That's it. Pushed out into the offside, no run.
But needless to say, in terms of just the headlines, I suppose, as much as anything else, but I don't think just in those terms, but you've got Anderson now with his tail up, having taken a wicket. Hassan Ali coming off a 6 for Test bowlers both. Saqib Mahmood likewise. Will face Parkinson with plenty of rough to work with outside his off stump. If he can score runs, then you can't ask much more.
Bracey defending again. Ball that's just of that kind of back of length area, and he's up onto his toes, and he's watchful right onto the bat. A little bit of movement away, and dropping it out into the offside for no run. Well, it's obviously an encouraging start to the season. You know, 2 centuries to start the campaign is terrific for Bracey. He's in good form, and this is an excellent challenge for him here, facing Anderson and Hassan in this first spell, and then Saqib Mahmood to come as well. Anderson just dropping his square leg fielder back, so there's a deep backward square leg. Comes charging in and balls to Bracey, just cramps him up for room, and it deflects back down the pitch, and Bracey steps backwards to leg and allows Phil Salt to come up and scoop the ball up in his gloves, hand it to his captain Dame Vilas, and it'll make its way back round to Anderson. Slowly creeps back towards the top of his mark. Into his 4th over. Wicket of Harris. Couldn't do much about it. Into to Bracey. Runs here, just flicked away towards square leg. Gets through for 1. It's important too, isn't it, to try and keep it rotated if they can, otherwise you're going to get him bogged down, one batter facing the same bowler. If you just can't kind of get away and can't quite shake him off. He managed to get off strike. He gives Dent in the final delivery of this over to negotiate. $18 for 1. Anderson's going to bowl over the wicket to Dent. And Dent is backing across and plays it safely away through the offside for no run. End of the over, just a 1 run off it. Gloucestershire starting 304 runs behind. 18 for 1. Jack Blatherwick's back on the field, so someone else is shuffling off. It's Matt Parkinson for the time being. Anderson 4 overs, 1 for 6, and Hassan will send down his 4th now.
Yeah, I wonder how long they'll go with the openers. They may want to. I mean, the first innings it was quite, you know, short, sharp spells. So Saki Mahmood might not be too far away from the attack.
Speaking to Carl Crowe about that this morning, the assistant head coach, about the choices that the captain's got, Dame Vilas.
Hassan Ali round the wicket to Bracey, and that's a beauty which has beaten him. And maybe it took a bit of pad, not quite short, but it wasn't an appeal which looked convinced that it was out, but they certainly wanted to make Bracey feel as if there was a danger he might be given out.
First ball that Bracey's faced off Hassan, I'm not sure, but it was an absolute ripple, wasn't it, from Hassan Ali?
Well, he faced one which was clipped down to fine leg for a single, but that's only the second. So first, you know, first ball on line, on length, as Bracey defends this one robustly back up the pitch.
Yeah, and Carl Crowe was telling me this morning that you know, I mean, the phrase kind of spoilt for choice, but quite literally, you almost feel obliged to give everybody a go. You're almost thinking, well, we've got all these options. You just keep everybody fresh in short spells, and actually maybe that it can be counterproductive because you want the bowler to get into a little bit of a rhythm and get into a spell. So I'm sure Dame Vilas wouldn't want it any other way, but it's also a conundrum.
Hassan Ali bowls this time wide of off, and Bracey can leave alone with relative ease. Yeah, I think in the first innings, I suppose at that point it was quite different because they weren't taking wickets. Whereas now Anderson's already got one. Hassan Ali looks certainly threatening it. Saki Mahmood is staying loose at mid-off, but for now you'd think why not, because it's not as if they're going to be able to bowl a second kind of full spell, so you may as well if they're bowling well, keep them going, I suspect, as Bracey looks to drive this one, and he's driven it into his pad and it rolls up the pitch. Bracey does like the front foot drive, and in his career best 177, which came in that second innings against Yorkshire, with Gloucestershire looking really out of the game, Bracey gave them some semblance of a chance to win the game. Never felt as if it would be enough runs on that surface, as Hassan Ali is in, and that's clipped through mid-wicket by Bracey. He's timed that quite well. There'll be at least 2. It's going out towards the boundary. There'll be a dive from Balderson. He's done well to keep it in. They thought about coming back for a third, which they might have made, but choosing discretion there. But good work from Balderson, tumbling away, because that ball was travelling at a fair rate towards the rope. Bracey onto 4, and it's 20 for 1. He played his drives and they went through cover, and often when Bracey plays the drive it goes more sort of cover point area. It was kind of an indication early on in that innings of the kind of touch he felt as if he was in, as Bracey plays with an angled bat into the gully, and there's no run to end the over. So 4 overs for 14 for Hassan Ali, but it does seem to be getting some late movement out there. And after 8 overs, Gloucestershire 20 for 1, Dent 9 and Bracey 4. So there was that 177 against Yorkshire, and the 117 that he made in the first innings of the season, just for Lancashire fans' benefit, was made with, I think it was 6 rain interruptions on that first day. On, off, etc. How on earth you build an innings through that, I don't know. Never mind the fact that it just meant that Sanderson and Berg could bowl constantly. And Sanderson and Berg on a surface that's doing something is not easy.
Anderson bowling to Dent. Just comes back in towards him and he keeps the ball out, steering it to backward point. Actually, more towards gully, really, where Danny Lamb stops the ball and there's no run. You know, that's a proper challenge, isn't it? First game, first match of the season.
Yep.
And you're on off. That's a and then to back it up with another terrific score against Yorkshire last week. He's in early now. He's at the non-striker's end. Dent's on strike. Anderson from the Anderson end bowls and forward goes Dent. Plays it up to Saqib Mahmood at mid-off, and there's no run.
He has done a fair bit of opening as well, Bracey, in his career. I don't know whether that's... You'd think, I guess, you'd think as a number 3 that it might help to have had some opening experience, but certainly didn't. I mean, I don't know if Bohannon has opened or not, but no, so certainly didn't affect things for him, but there you go.
Anderson bowls Dent. Flick of the wrist sends the ball out to mid-wicket. And there's no run.
But I guess all you can say is that it's not as though Bracey's not used to being out there very early, because, and in fact, I'd be interested, actually, I haven't crunched the numbers on it in his 56 first-class matches, but I can kind of, you know, for a general memory of runs, it wasn't as if he was getting out for nothing at all any time he opened. It didn't seem to make that much difference to him.
Mahmood comes across from mid-off to a short straight mid-off now. He's a couple of yards away from the pitch. Dent is in behind and defends back down the pitch, and Mahmood's leaping across to try and stop the ball and almost clatters into Anderson in the process.
Anderson's decided to kick the ball and then kicked it away from Mahmood. Dent actually stopped it in the end. I mean, it wouldn't have rolled far enough they'd ever have thought about the cheekiest of singles. Can't imagine the storm clouds that would have gathered around Anderson if it actually had kicked far enough away from him to get a single.
And again to Dent, forced to defend. That's all he can do, really. There's nothing there at all for the batters at the minute. Try and rotate it if you can, but chance to free your arms and play your shots at the moment. That is at the back of your mind for Dent and for Bracey. This exceptional opening pair with a new ball for Lancashire. Trying to get through this testing spell. Final ball of Anderson's 5th. To Dent he goes, and that is a single which he can work just in front of square. Comes back for 2. And completes the 9th over of the Gloucestershire second innings. 22 for 1, Dent 11, and Bracey unbeaten on 4. So 5 overs, 1 for 8. Anderson's opening spell. We'll see how many he bowls. First up from that Anderson end. Looks like we're going to see our first bowling change from the Brian Statham end. It's going to be George Balderson replacing Hassan Ali. Whether that might mean another switch for Hassan, we'll see. He's bowled in this first spell 4 overs, I think.
Yep.
For 14.
Whether it's just a case of Balderson got rid of Bracey in the first innings,
possibly,
I don't know.
Yeah.
Whether it's just that. He's going to be bowling round the wicket to him, which is the angle that got him. Whether there's anything more to it than that, I don't know. But you'd imagine Mahmood won't be far off from the attack, whether it's next over or Whether Anderson gets one more, we'll wait and find out. Balderson, it was his only wicket in the first innings, James Bracey, but he certainly kept it tight. 19 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 50, and he, it wasn't one of those ones where that was the only wicket that he really could have had. Balderson then in, and Bracey leaves around about the 5th stump. Doesn't carry particularly well through to Salt, but then this is a pitch which is approaching the end of the 3rd day.
Interesting move, isn't it, the Balderson one, to be kind of first change. I mean, just touched on there the options that Dame Vilas has got. It's been a bit of a golden arm in the first couple of games for Lancashire this season.
Balderson bowls, forward goes Bracey, defends firmly out into the covers, and Hassan Ali fields. Suppose also it's a great opportunity to give him some extra confidence. Not that he needs it, judging by the way that he's been taking wickets, but he's been taking wickets. Get him on first change ahead of some England bowlers.
Yeah, took the new ball last week at Canterbury.
Mahmood continues to loosen at mid-off as Balderson bowls full. Bracey once more coming forward and defending away into the covers for no run.
50 up for Tom Abel. Made an unbeaten 150 in the first innings. He's now 50 not out second time round. So Somerset a 129 for 2 and leads Surrey by 158.
Yeah, starting to take control of that one now with a lead of 161 and only 2 down. Balderson in, and Bracey defends. Another firm defensive shot that kind of thuds off the bat up towards mid-off, despite again the yelps from around the bat. That's as firm as you'll see a defensive shot hit. I think it's fair to say Northamptonshire aren't off to a particularly flying start, although Yorkshire batted on after tea for a bit, did they? Because they've only got through 4.5 overs. Balderson bowling, and that's clipped away by Bracey, down to fine leg for 1 run. 23 for 1, Bracey on to 5. So I guess they must have batted on for a bit, and Yorkshire wanted 500. That must have been the number. Because well, actually they didn't get 500 in the end, because it's 499 to win. That must have been what they were roughly after, to get Hill to his 150 and then get it near that 500 mark. Last ball of the over. Balderson in. Dent plays that one quite late. A few more possible causes for a yelp or two that time, but he got it away with plenty of bat on it in the end. So 23 for 1 and a decent first over that from Balderson. Just the 1 run conceded and probing away at the stumps every ball, bowling consistently. Still a little bit of movement out there. Ah, you've just talked out Tom Abel.
Ah, dear.
Well, not exactly the words that came to my mind, but Abel caught by folks off Ryan Patel for 53. So the game continues potentially to be afoot there if Surrey can take a few more wickets. Kent haven't lost a wicket yet. They're 50 without loss, still trailing Hampshire by 297.
Anderson in, wraps the pad of Bracey as he's looking to work it out towards the leg side. Umpire O'Shaughnessy gives that as a not out. Jimmy just clarifying the reasons behind it on his way back to his mark.
Didn't really have the look of a ball that had swung back, so I suppose it would have had to have pitched right in line with leg stump. So even from the reverse angle, you kind of imagine what was probably wrong with that.
Forward goes Bracey, defending into the offside. Anderson's bowling over the wicket to Bracey. He's got 2 slips in the gully. He's got Mahmood in this position at short, straight mid-off. He's probably 2 or 3 yards away from the pitch. So a mid-off and a mid-on, mid-wicket.
It's an odd position that for Bracey, because he doesn't. He tends to play through the covers really, rather than straight down the ground in general. If he gets a half volley.
Anderson in to Bracey. And the ball squirts down towards fine leg, where Hassan comes up to field, but a great deal of timing off the bat of Bracey, who moves to 6, 24 for 1. Anderson into his 6th over, halfway through his 6th over. The wicket of Marcus Harris. His little marker, I think, has blown away or been dislodged. It's also going to change line as well. He's going to bowl round the wicket to Dent. He was over the wicket to Bracey. It's angled in towards him, nudged up towards mid-wicket. And there's no run.
He might get another couple of results before the end of the day, with Sussex now 6 down, 105 for 6 against Worcestershire, trailing by 117, so the end might come there. Durham 85 for 5, trailing Notts by 173.
They piled on the runs, didn't they, Notts, today? Anderson to Dent again, just takes it off his hip, keeping the ball out, really just snapping it out into the onside. Content at the minute, Dent and Bracey to keep Anderson out, try and get through this Jimmy Anderson spell. Hassan's ball 4 overs from the Brian Statham end. Saqib Mahmood still waiting for his turn. 21 overs left. We'll see some Parkinson at some stage. Anderson back in, balls again, forward goes Dent. Play back towards James Anderson, and that is the end of the over. Bracey 6, Dent on 11. 24 for 1. 11 overs gone of the Gloucestershire second innings, 280 behind. Dent and Bracey facing a serious examination from some high quality bowling here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Of course, Notts have a great bowling attack, not just in terms of the fact that they're pretty good, but you've got Luke Fletcher, then you've got Patterson, and Patterson White. Patterson White with 2 T's, and then Dame Patterson with 1 T. Just some great combinations there. Balderson starting his 2nd over, and he bowls, and that's driven by Bracey through wide mid-off. They'll get 2. Didn't time it perfectly, and there's a bit of arguably unnecessary relay fielding done between Mahmood and Hassan Ali. 26 for 1, Bracey on to 8. He's timed some of his defensive shots quite well, but he's yet to really unfurl something too aggressive. Time it perfectly. Balderson in. I'll give you another opportunity there, because that was heading towards the half volley, but he's kind of shanked it up towards mid-off in the end. There is no run. So plenty of games in general this round which have been quite one-sided. Could be 3 innings victories, potentially all 4 Division 2 matches could be innings wins. Balderson in. Bracey plays a little uncertainly at that one. He's trying to defend it into the offside, and it's gone leg side. With Leicestershire 83 for 3, trailing by 235. Searching around to see the last time that happened, with all matches in Division 2 in the same round won by an innings. Middlesex winning by an innings in 82 earlier on against Glamorgan. Balderson bowling to Bracey, who flicks this one away behind square on the leg side. There's a despairing dive from square leg. Can't quite get there, and they will come through for 2. 28 for 1, Bracey into double digits on 10. Essex don't look as though they're going to lose by an innings, but the end
struggling, aren't they?
Would appear to be nigh. Yeah, 210 for 6, trailing by 7 runs. Got Dan Lawrence and Simon Harmer out there, so perhaps just about might be able to get something that they could bowl at. I mean, they know how difficult a chase of, what was it, 84 or something like that could be, as Bracey works that one away into the leg side, and it's picked up at mid-wicket with Croft moving across sharply, but there wouldn't have been a run there anyway. I suspect that pitch at Edgbaston is not quite as tasty as the one that was prepared at Taunton. On day 1, I think it was Matt Roller who posted a photo saying, can you tell the difference between the pitch and the outfield, or can you tell which one is the pitch? More likely. Balderson bowling. Bracey works this one more comfortably to Croft at short mid-wicket again. And the end of the over, 28 for 1, excuse me. Dent 11 and Bracey 10. And the deficit for Gloucestershire sits at 276.
Yeah, we're going to have first bowling from the Jimmy Anderson end. So Anderson's opening spell of 6 overs, 1 for 9. Saqib Mahmood is replacing Anderson. Picked up 2 wickets in that first innings. The damage done primarily by Hassan Ali, 17 overs, 6 for 47, but Mahmood 2 for 44. Wickets all falling predominantly in the afternoon session. It was a really terrific spell by Mahmood and Hassan post-lunch. It did the bulk of the damage really after a good start in the morning for Gloucestershire. They've already lost that 1 wicket though, of course. Harris out to a delivery of pace and bounce from Anderson. Will be Dent on strike. 2 slips and a gully. As Mahmood bowls and Dent just goes back and across and defends, and there's no run.
You might even go as far as to say that Gloucestershire can't afford to lose even 1 more wicket tonight. I know maybe 8 wickets in hand, 96 overs. There'd still be a chance, but just because of how important these 2 players are to Gloucestershire's cause, I think you might be tempted to say they can't afford to lose another wicket now tonight.
Mahmood ball, that's a good shot. Dent leaning back and cutting the ball. Great authority through the offside. It's a glorious looking shot from Dent. Sliced away off that back foot. And it raced out towards the boundary. 32 for 1. First real kind of free hit they've had, really, Gloucestershire, since they came out and started their second innings.
Yeah, and that was certainly a free hit. Dent is strong on the cut shot, but I think pretty much every batter worth their salt is putting that one away. Short and wide. Didn't look to have a great deal of pace about it either. Maybe the wind just getting used to that with the run up, and obviously it's his first over anyway, but yeah, it was a loose delivery and had to put away, and was.
Around the wicket, Mahmood now to Dent. He goes again, tries a catch. Well, it's over the top of Danny Lamb in the gully. Gone down to the boundary for 4 runs. Would have been a pretty spectacular one-handed take. Had Lamb even got something on it, may well have been a pretty impressive stop. In the end, neither happened, and 4 more.
It was an amazing attempt, because he not only did he launch himself as high as he could with one hand outstretched, but he also almost gave himself a little bit more time by still being able to bring the hand backwards, almost behind him, and try to bring it in. It was a terrific attempt. It would have been one of the catches of the one of the catches of the century if he pulled it off.
Dent off the back foot, trying to force the ball away, just jabs it into extra cover and There's no run. 36 for 1, Gloucestershire.
Oh, it was travelling so quickly
it was,
as well,
yeah.
wasn't it? I mean,
yeah.
Having looked at the previous delivery, it didn't look as if there was a massive amount of pace on it. That one looked as if he really did send that one down after what happened the previous ball, and then kind of late on it to send it over the gully.
Mahmood from the Anderson end bowls. Edged. Great take. Salt takes it. Both feet off the ground. Leaping across first slip. And Mahmood picks up his first wicket. It's the second to fall. Both openers who put on a century in the first innings have gone. Dent, the man out. Caught behind by Salt. Tumbling away to his left-hand side. It's 36 for 2.
Yeah, the angle, I think, probably as much as anything else, defeating Dent there. Maybe a bit of extra pace, but he just cut a ball that was just a bit too close to him. Again, it's in a similar way to how Harris kind of ended up being set up by Anderson. Mahmood has almost managed to use that short, wide, long hop to his favour to get the wicket, because he kind of got Dent playing the cut shot, and he was playing several in that over. Even the dot ball, he was trying to kind of force it away off the back foot, and it's led to the dismissal with the ball that was. And Harris actually was the one that was just a little bit further away from him, and he kind of fended at it. But that one, a bit closer to him, couldn't keep the cut shot under control, and Dent absolutely livid, as he would be. He's got out to one of his favourite shots, and he's got out kind of, you know, he's got out playing a shot again rather than necessarily a delivery quite like the one that Harris got, which was absolutely terrific from Anderson and just a great bit of bowling.
He's got runs, hasn't he, from in this over, playing shots that are not too dissimilar. Clearly it's a strength. It's a good take from Salt.
Well, Miles Hammond out at number 4 in his sort of new position for this match anyway, coming in ahead of Van Buren. So we're thinking about Parkinson to the Gloucestershire left-handers. Well, got rid of 2 of them already.
Mahmood in to Hammond. That might just come back in towards him. At least he played it as if it did. Keeps the ball out, bounces out to extra cover, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. A quirky one where Mahmood put one short and wide, and he was cut away furiously for 4, and then one that was up and over gully for 4 more, and then he manages to get the breakthrough. A wicket in the end for Saqib at Mahmood, and Dent, the man to fall in that over. 36 for 2, Gloucestershire. Bracey and Hammond are together, 268 runs behind.
Well, best part of 115 overs to bat without the services of Dent and Harris feels very, very tricky. Balderson in, and Bracey defends towards mid-on. There's no run. We said one more wicket really tonight even, and now they've got 18.5 overs, and I reckon if you're Lancashire, you'd have taken 3 down probably at the close, especially if it's Bracey who's out. I think you'd probably say you'd take that to get rid of Dent, Harris and Bracey. Balderson to Bracey, who defends away into the leg side, so couldn't pile any more pressure on James Bracey if you tried. It was already enough when he walked out there, but now having lost Dent as well, he's going to need something pretty close to that career best that he scored last week against Yorkshire, that 177. Balderson bowls, and Bracey defends to mid-on, and there is no run. So that's all you've got to do, just go out and score 177 plus. But just getting through the rest of the overs tonight would be a start, regroup in the morning. I wonder whether Lancashire are going to consider getting Parkinson on before too long even. Balderson bowls to Bracey, who once more is defending that onto the leg side. Croft picking up at short mid-wicket. I thought he bowled his overs, I think it was all his overs, was it not, from the Anderson end in the first innings? Certainly the vast majority of them. But it may be the Statham end that he comes on from, and perhaps if Balderson doesn't strike in the next couple of overs, that might be the move. Balderson in, full delivery. Bracey defends off the front foot back to the bowler. Sun has gone in, but away to our right there's very few clouds, so looks as if it's going to be pretty much the sunny evening that was forecast, but it's going to get down to single figures again tonight, and with a close to 30-mile-an-hour wind, it's going to be a chilly one. Balderson in. Oh, that one squirted into the leg side once more by Bracey. It's fielded at square leg this time by Vilas. A lot of these defensive shots are going leg side. I mean, Balderson is bowling with that angle and whatever movement there is, maybe just from the wind as much as through the air, is kind of taking it that way, but he's defending leg side rather than offside at the moment, is Bracey. 14 overs gone, 36 for 2. There's still 18 more overs left in the day's play, and whilst when the sun goes in, actually the light isn't incredible, but it's not going to be a problem because, as I say, sooner or later what clouds there are going to move across, and we'll have a sunny evening, I think.
This could be sunny. It'll certainly be windy.
I don't know. I pity. I don't necessarily pity the spectators because they chose to come here, but I pity the camera operators for sure.
Here's Mahmood around the wicket and bowls left by Hammond. Salt. Make sure that Hammond sees that has been taken down with him moving to his right-hand side. And there is no run.
He's having a good old go at that chewing gum, is Phil Salt behind the stumps there. You've got to be careful when you go diving away as to what happens if you're going to chew the gum, I guess. Apparently it does help with concentration.
To chew gum?
Mm.
Okay. Mahmood to Hammond again. Through to the chewing Phil Salt. And there is no run. He's got two slips next to him, to his left-hand side, Luke Wells and Stephen Croft. And the gully fielder is Danny Lamb. There's a backward point and extra cover, mid-off and a mid-on and a mid-wicket. And there is a fine leg for Saqib Mahmood, bowling from the James Anderson end. As Ed mentioned, blue sky. There's a chance we might be in for a sunny end to the evening, but it'll be a windy one. We've got, again, that troublesome door. It keeps being left open. There it is. Close the door. Catching the eye of the batter, Hammond.
Whose catchphrase was it? Shut that door. It was one of those, you know, classic comedians. Forget now.
Mahmood to Hammond. Again, it's left.
It was Larry Grace. I thought it might be. I just couldn't quite. Obviously, it's a bit before my time, but you've seen a fair bit of it. Yes, of course. I thought it was him, but I was just a bit hesitant.
It's always worth checking.
Yes, exactly. Before you go, I mean, you know, people will get up in arms about this.
Well,
I promise you.
A lot of things could upset
get up in arms about the fact that I couldn't remember it. Well, I remember it for definite.
Mahmood wide of the crease, bowls into Hammond. fends it off his hip and ball trickles behind square on the leg side. Hammond gets his first run. Gloucestershire to 37 for 2. That brings Bracey back on strike. Mahmood from the far end just waits for Bracey to settle into his crease and then come tearing his way back in. It's driven to Jimmy Anderson at mid-off. He scoops the ball up and gives that a bit of a polish, and Bracey rehearses a forward defensive.
It does feel somewhat of a cliche to talk about a pigeon sitting in a cricket commentary box, but just as that last delivery has been bowled, I was watching two of them. They were being blown about like bits of litter in the wind. Didn't even have to flap their wings once. Just extraordinary, sort of swirling about a bit in the ground.
Mahmood to Bracey, and that's left and through to Phil Salt. So that's the completion of the over. So 2 from Saqib Mahmood. 1 for 9, his figures. Jimmy started off 6 overs, 1 for 9. Hassan Ali 4 overs for 14, so short burst from Hassan. And George Balderson 3 overs, 1 maiden for 5. And he's going to continue from this Brian Statham end. So he's got a great opportunity, Balderson, with a new ball, being given a chance by his captain to contribute with the ball. Run out right at the end of the first day, and then he saw his teammates pile on the runs across days 2 and 3, so he'll be eager to contribute here.
Gets his first go at Hammond and works that one to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yeah, he had a dress rehearsal for that run out as well, just almost a carbon copy, played into exactly the same region. Zafar throwing a little bit more off balance that time, came down one step further for the one that he was run out on. Zafar hitting the stumps on that particular instance. Balderson is in, and Hammond defends away into the covers. That one actually looked as if he did manage to get a bit of movement away from Hammond. Just again looked as if it was happening quite late, which is something that we haven't, never mind when Gloucestershire bowled, didn't really see it in Lancashire's first bowling innings. George Balderson past the umpire, and Hammond looking to drive and has driven it to cover, and there's no run. Is that Blatherwick the sub on it?
It is, yeah.
Cover there. Yeah. It's a bit of a theme for Hammond in the first innings. He got really tied down. It took him about 19 deliveries to get off the mark. Ended up with 9 off 50 before flashing at a wide one from Hassan Ali and getting caught behind. Balderson in, Hammond drives this time. He does get this one through, and that'll be 4 through the covers. So Hammond with his first boundary, and Gloucestershire to 41 for 2, trailing by 263. Just a bit fuller than the one he got out to in the first innings, but the other difference there is probably just the pace of Balderson as opposed to the pace of Hassan Ali, just giving him less time to adjust. Balderson with the ball back in his hand, he's tugging at his shirt as he's running into bowl. He's in now, a full delivery as Hammond goes forward and defends to cover. Salt was the only one who yelped that time. He was, I'm not going to say he was feeling self-conscious, because I suspect he wouldn't have been, but he was the only one out there that did it. Was perhaps expecting a bit of support from elsewhere. Last ball of this over from Balderson, his fourth, and he bowls to Hammond, who forces that one off the back foot, but has hit it to backward point. So 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 9. Don't think they'll mind the drive for 4 at all, not least because it was how Hammond was out in the first innings. 41 for 2, and the deficit at 263. Bracey 10 and Hammond on 5. Just wonder how much longer will it be before Parkinson's given a go.
Well, the protective gear has been brought out for Stephen Croft. The pigeons are enjoying their afternoon, pecking away, which might tell you that with Croft strapping on the pads that, and a couple of helmets have been brought out, that maybe we're not going to be too far away, you would suspect, from this end for Parkinson. Mahmood in the sunshine. It's bright and sunny now. Bracey eases the ball to Balderson at mid-wicket. And there is no run. 41 for 2. Bracey 10 and Hammond on 5. Where is Parkinson? He's at mid-on, I think. Yes, doing a few stretches. Lancashire leg spinner. Will be into the attack pretty soon, you would think. The evidence is stacking up to suggest it. Mahmood to Bracey. That's defended out into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, you sort of felt 4 overs might be a potential point at which, if Balderson hadn't taken a wicket, they might look to change things, but maybe he will get one more. It certainly hasn't done anything wrong, just in terms of wanting to get Parkinson into the attack, I suspect. Not leave him waiting too long.
Mahmood around the wicket balls. Bracey getting up onto his toes, chopping the ball away into the offside. And there is no run. They want to be in the game, only Parkinson. He's that, you know, most spinners do, don't they? They want to feel as though they've got a big part to play, and he will. I'm sure you look at the amount of spin that was used by Gloucestershire and the evidence in front of your eyes in terms of what he's got to work with. See what he can conjure up in the not too distant future. Mahmood tears his way back in, bowls. It's heaved away through the onside, up and over mid-wicket. Wasn't massively well timed by Bracey, and Lancashire were crying catch. Got it beyond Balderson. And comes back for 2, takes him to 12, 43 for 2.
Still hasn't really timed an attacking shot, has he? And I think what we've seen on this surface is that if you are going to bowl short and cause any issues, you do have to get it up there, you know, right up there. Even the ball that got rid of Dent was rising towards shoulder height.
Mahmood to Bracey, full but wide of off stump and left into the gloves of Phil Salt. One ball left of the over for Saqib Mahmood.
But I mean, the other difference, of course, is the extra pace that can be brought by Mahmood. Get something extra out of this surface, not a tired unit. This Lancashire bowling attack had a long time to rest up and get ready.
Yes, they've been nice and fresh, haven't they? Since it's Thursday, really. Comes back in towards Bracey, and that's played away into the onside, no run. End of the over. 43 for 2. Hammond 5, Bracey on 12.
All right, we have protective equipment being reached for by Stephen Croft. So I reckon that this is going to be the introduction of Parkinson to the attack. He's got his cap off and removes his outer sweater. He's got the long sleeves on. Even underneath that one is a day for quite every jumper you could reach for, but with this wind, it's far more chilling in terms of the effect it has than just the temperature. The air temperature's not that low by any stretch, about 14 or so, but probably feels like about 6 or 7 with this wind. There's not really much between us and the water here. Over to our right. Keys. So Parkinson will come round the wicket to start with, by the looks of things. There is the short leg, there is a slip. Just going with the 2 close catches at the moment. They've got a fielder out at deep square, potentially for the drag down on the ball that's pitched into the rough a bit too short. Otherwise, pretty conventional ring. Parkinson in, and bat and pad quite close together. Rather optimistic appeal for LBW, given the fact that it was possibly bat first, and even if it weren't, Hammond has lunged, by the looks of things, away outside his off stump. Parkinson bowling as full as he can while still hitting the footmarks there. Parkinson in, that's a full toss on leg stump. It's been flicked away by Hammond through mid-wicket for 4. And if you get a ball like that, it's got to go. And Hammond, he probably wasn't expecting to receive one there, but he did. And it's 47 now for 2. Certainly looking at the replay, not one that came out right. And Hammond didn't, also again to his credit, the way that he put that away, he didn't try and hit it too hard, he just timed it into the gap. So now they've got 2 fielders out on that leg side boundary, and Hammond uses his feet, makes it into a full toss and plays a lovely looking on drive, and that is going over the rope now. So Hammond quick on his feet, and you're going to need to be if you're going to come down the pitch with any kind of regularity against Parkinson, but he made it into a full toss. That was a really nice shot from Hammond, so it's back-to-back boundaries for him. 51 now for 2. Hammond 13 from 14. Gloucestershire behind by 253 runs. Parkinson bowls wide of the crease, down the leg side. It's flicked away as 2 attempts at it from short leg, and from the gasps, that wasn't a bump ball. It was another low full toss, I think, which Hammond turned off the face of the bat. Croft on the dive, managing to get something on it, and just couldn't get it on the rebound. Not sure whether it was a bump ball or not. As Hammond comes down the pitch, he's turned that into a full toss as well, driven it through wide mid-off, and that's going to be 4 more. Didn't time it as well as the previous 2 boundaries in the over, but doesn't matter. It's gone to the rope. 55 now for 2. Parkinson wanting to bowl full. Hammond's getting a long way down the pitch there to make that into the low full toss. Will Parkinson drag his length back, or will he be quite happy with Hammond trying to use his feet? Parkinson bowls, Hammond stays put and lunges forward and defends with relative ease into the leg side, picked up by Croft. And the end of the over, so 3 boundaries off it. Hammond onto 17 from as many balls, 55 for 2. Gloucestershire after 18 overs. There's 14 more left in the day. Hammond, he played spin well last year on those turning surfaces at the Oval and Grace Road. Going to need him to do the same here. First over he's played well, but coming down the pitch with those those footmarks and the turn and bounce. It's a brave ploy, I think you'd say that.
So we've got this combination of now Parkinson's leg spin and the pace and skill of Mahmood from the other end. So Gloucestershire used Higgins and Zaffa in combination, even with the new ball. And there's Mahmood's into Bracey. That's played into the offside, but for no run. Certainly a contrasting challenge, isn't it, for the two batters? Further adds intrigue to the game when you've got your leg spinner involved.
Yeah, leg spinner and somebody with some good pace. Gloucestershire would have, well, Gloucestershire would have loved to have had the services of either Mohammed Amir, who came earlier, or Naseem Shah. Would have potentially added a rather different complexion to things in terms of their bowling attack.
Here's Mahmood around the wicket and bowls. Bracey off that front foot. Easing the ball away. Anderson's at mid-off to field. And there is no run.
Yep, and just to reiterate what I heard from Del Benkenstein earlier, just in case you weren't there at that point, it does sound as if they're happy with the progress that David Payne is making and that he should be available for them next week for Surrey, as should Mohammed Amir.
Mahmood around the wicket, up onto the toes goes Bracey, trying to play it away into the offside, no run. Well, that is a sizable boost to the attack for Gloucestershire for the game against Surrey then in Bristol next week.
Certainly is. Of course, it does mean that Zaffa drops out, but as I say, the pitches are not likely to spin too much at Bristol, but it might just affect the balance of the side a bit, which may lead potentially to more changes because of that, so we'll see.
Moved around the wicket, bowls again. Bracey trying to get the ball away through the offside, but Lancashire's fielders at mid-off and extra cover are there to field again.
Could potentially mean they can play an extra batter in a way and just go with Van Buren as the sole spin option. Well, I say sole spin option. Miles Hammond actually bowling a fair few overs here and certainly could have taken a wicket, so add him into the equation. Gloucestershire may feel they've got enough spin therefore, or maybe Jack Taylor with his leg breaks, potentially he comes into the side.
Bracey back to Mahmood. Ball just comes back in towards him. And there's no run. Well, I mean, having those options are great, aren't they? It's what you need, especially when you've got 4 or 5 or 6 rounds of 4-day cricket with a couple of days break in between. If you are able to kind of manage your bowlers and the workload that they've got. Lancashire in this game have rested Tom Bailey. It's an absolute luxury, really. Probably the most consistent bowler that Lancashire have had in the county championship for 4 or 5 seasons now. Played back to Mahmood by Bracey. And there's no run. 55 for 2. Bracey has 12. Hammond unbeaten on 17. Still 249 runs behind.
Yeah, so I mean, it's obviously a situation which Gloucestershire have been forced into to a certain extent. In terms of the seam of bowling attack in particular, but it was something that Josh Shaw said in the first round. Came up to do a stint of commentary at Northampton, and said that rotation was certainly going to be a part of it. So, yeah, obviously due to injuries and the effects of the COVID-19 illness that Payne suffered, affecting his pre-season preparations, as that squirted away into the leg side for no run by Hammond, picked up at backward square leg. Gloucestershire have been forced to kind of rotate the bowlers a bit more than they might have liked. Down the pitch comes Hammond, and this time just plays back to Parkinson. So far, Parkinson's looked a little bit wary of bowling it right into those really obvious footmarks, which Hammond has just gone to prod. Parkinson in, down the pitch comes Hammond, and getting to the pitch of the ball, making sure that he's on top of any turn and bounce. It's a bit of a conundrum for Parkinson, because if he does bowl it right into those footmarks a bit further back of a length, then it might just turn and bounce down the leg side. Hammond on the back foot this time, and playing watchfully to Parkinson. So he's messing about a little bit with Parkinson, Hammond, in terms of coming down the pitch, playing off the front foot, playing off the back foot, not doing the same thing any 2 balls in a row, really. As that one's popped up behind square on the leg side, Hammond was sort of indicating to the umpire that there was no bat involved, but Lancashire still with just those 2 close catches, short leg and slip. Ah, there we go. You saw him coming that time. Fired it in wide and shorter. Hammond was wise to it, though, made the adjustment and played it out into the point area, and there's no run. So the end of a maiden over from Parkinson. It's just terrific to watch. Leg spin, and somebody not afraid to bowl slow leg spin as well. This kind of, you know, fast leg spin, almost in inverted commas, where it's mostly just top spinners and googlies. Somebody who's looking to rip that leg break. And Hammond's kind of, at the moment, he's backing himself to be quick enough on his feet to make adjustments if necessary. He knows Parkinson doesn't bowl that quickly, so he's hoping, I think, at the moment that's going to be in his favour. But one false move and that's it. 55 for 2. Gloucestershire behind by 249.
You fancy every kind of delivery of the overs, and something could happen, which is great, isn't it? Real sense of intrigue. And I think if Parkinson is going to continue to twirl away from this end, then it does allow Vilas to, with his strike seamers, to keep nice and fresh, because Hassan Ali replaces Saqib Mahmood. Oh, that squares up, and it's a great attempt by Croft, I think. Diving to his left-hand side, flashing off the bracy bat, squared him up, and it went at pace to Croft. There's a fabulous attempt from Stephen Croft to take an absolute worldie of a catch. But he put it down. It would have been something special.
Yeah, I don't think the only thing there was, because of the fact that it was the leading edge rather than the outside edge, there was just a bit more time, potentially.
Hassan around the wicket bowls, and Bracy defends to extra cover. There's no run.
I don't know, did he get 2 hands on it, do you think?
I think he may have done.
Yeah, I think as terrific a fielder as Croft is, and he is a fantastic fielder, got 2 hands on it. It was, as I say, it was the leading edge, so it wasn't absolutely flying at him. I reckon he might think he should have caught that. Tough as it was.
It would have been right up there with one of the best. And Bracy pushes away into the offside. There's no run him, and he's got his own little kind of show reel of spectacular catches. Stephen Croft in various formats of the game for Lancashire. That would have been a welcome addition to it. It was a spectacular effort. First ball sent down by Hassan as well, replacing Saqib Mahmood. 4 overs, 1 for 11 for Mahmood. Hassan turns from the Anderson end. Steams his way back in, doesn't he? Balls to Bracy, who's trying to drive. It's picked up at backward point by Bohannon for no run.
No, this is a far cry from, at the moment, the 177 against Yorkshire at the moment. This is something that he's just got to, I guess, tough it out really at the moment. Bracy, he's not got much fluency. The ball is kind of squirting off that bat in all sorts of places. Can he tough it out?
Hassan to Bracy. getting forward, and the ball disappears to a backward point. Bohannon fields, no run. Welcome, listeners, on Sports Extra to Emirates Old Trafford. We've got the evening session on the third day. We've got Hassan Ali bowling from the Jimmy Anderson end, Matt Parkinson bowling from the Statham end. Gloucestershire 55 for 2. Still trailing by 249 runs, and Hassan steaming in and bowling to Bracey, who plays it to mid-on. And there is no run. It's Hassan's first over back into the attack. He opened up the bowling for 4 overs. His first delivery back in. He squared Bracey up, took a leading edge, it looped to gully. Croft almost took a spectacular catch. Of the 2 wickets that have fallen, it's the Gloucestershire opening pair who put on 100, well, to be precise, 119 in the first innings. Marcus Harris dismissed by Jimmy Anderson, his first wicket of the summer. A rising delivery that found the edge and taken by Salt, and then Mahmood got Dent caught behind for 19.
Here's Matt Parkinson bowling. Oh, that's another low full toss actually in the end. It's got through Parkinson, but there's backup, as it were, at mid-on, and so no run. This Hammond versus Parkinson battle continues. It's been really intriguing so far. Parkinson in down the pitch, Hammond looking to drive, and he's got it away through extra cover, and that will be another 4. Is that the 5th time, I think all 5 of Hammond's boundaries have come that way. He's just got to the pitch of the ball. He's been able to hit him almost anywhere. I think the first one was a genuine full toss. The other 4 he's made into, in fact it's 3, isn't it? Because there was 1 boundary that he hit off Balderson. But 4 out of his 5 boundaries have come off full tosses to Parkinson, but 3 of them he's made them into full tosses. And just a lovely moment at the end of last over when Hammond did come down the pitch. Parkinson dragging the length back and bowling it wide into the footmarks, and Hammond managing to make the adjustment and abort. Parkinson now coming over the wicket, and Hammond goes forward, and again with that long stride gets to the pitch of the ball and plays it to mid-wicket, no run. So 5th boundary for Hammond takes him up to 21. Gloucestershire 59 for 2. Bracey has yet to hit a boundary. Parkinson bowls a little bit over pitched again there on leg stump. Hammond can turn it quite comfortably to Vilas at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Something happening every ball though. Parkinson in and bowls, and that one's on a roundabout off stump. Hammond gets behind it, defends away into the offside. Parkinson kind of flighting it, as it were, against the wind from over the wicket. Got this powerful wind blowing right to left as Parkinson looks at it. And Parkinson in bowling, full, and Hammond once more defending. If James Bracey's looking at Miles Hammond with jealousy at the moment. Can you let me face Parkinson for a bit? Just something different. He's had a barrage from both Saqib Mahmood and now Hassan Ali. The end of Parkinson's 3rd over, and Gloucestershire 59 for 2, Hammond 21, Bracey 12. They trail by 245 runs, and there's 10 overs remaining on what is now, I was going to say it's a glorious sunny evening. It's a sunny evening, but that wind is probably not making it a glorious one.
Yeah, it's ripping around, isn't it, the wind? The flags are being battered on the roof of the pavilion. Fascinating 10 overs though on this 3rd day to go. Survival mode here as Hassan comes in and balls to Bracey. Just driven down the ground, but for no run. Earlier today, Lancashire declaring their first innings on 5-5-6 for 7. That's 304 runs in front. Double century for Josh Bohannon, 231 for him.
Yeah, highest score by a Lancashire player against Gloucestershire.
Dane Vilas for the century as well. He made 109. Hassan around the wicket bowls, and there's a run, I think, for Bracey here. Yeah. Managing just to fend it off, flick it away, hip height, down towards backward square leg, gets through for 1, moves to 13. 60 for 2. And Lancashire have been on top across the 3 days so far, apart from the morning session on day 1, which was emphatically Gloucestershire's. 101 without loss at lunch and 120 for the first wicket on the first day, before an afternoon which saw 6 fall and Gloucestershire all out for 252. It's Hassan Ali bowling, but down the leg side to Hammond, and taken by Phil Salton. There's no run.
Yeah, he's done well to get out of the way of that, actually, Hammond, because we saw 2 strangulations down the leg side in the first innings, and Van Buren's in particular was really quite similar to that. Just trying to pull the ball away, and I think it was a glove through to Salt in the end. Probably a wise move from Hammond's point of view to have nothing to do with it.
On 21, Hassan in and bowling. But he's back down and defends. It bounces out into the offside. Lancashire reckon he was a little bit late on that forward defence. Vilas coming up from extra cover to field. And there is no run. Lancashire have got the luxury of Jimmy Anderson, Hassan Ali and Saqib Mahmood as their 3 frontline seam bowlers. And then the leg spin of Matt Parkinson. Hammond bends his knees, waits for Hassan, who's in and bowling, and shuffles forward again and plays it out into the offside. Again, Dame Vilas fields, and again there's no run.
So remind me, Hassan Ali is available for the first 6 matches. Yep. And is there at the moment any plans announced for later on?
Not that I know of.
Oh, no. Right. Holding in suspense.
Yeah, Hassan's got the first 6. Obviously, Jimmy available as and when they deem it appropriate for him to play. Likewise with Saqib Mahmood. I mean, he's obviously not going to play in all of these first 5 or 6 rounds of games. And defends back down towards Hassan Ali, and there is no run. It's the end of the over for Hammond and for Bracey. It's another one chalked off because there's 9 left to go tonight. Got 2 wickets down. And they can keep it at that. It gives them something, doesn't it, going into that final day. Got 8 wickets to try and use to bat through the last day and try and save the match. Lancashire doing their best to prize another one out, at least another one out tonight.
Yep, you know, I said it even at 1 wicket, really. You felt as if 1 wicket was the... Potentially, you could argue 1 wicket was the maximum that they could lose, but 2, I think it's getting pretty difficult to even argue whether 2 actually is the maximum number of wickets they could lose even, rather. And Bracey in particular feels like a massive wicket, and he's flicked this one from Parkinson, starting his 4th over, flicked it to backward square leg, and there's no run. Parkinson just has been a little bit leg side-ish and has overpitched a couple so far. He's in now. That's a much better ball, which Bracey works with the turn to short leg, but much better in terms of line and length. And at the moment, kind of Parkinson has actually almost got to feel out Bracey to see what he wants to do with him. And Bracey clips this one to mid-wicket this time, and there is no run. You've seen Hammond use his feet, but my suspicion is, I don't really see James Bracey play against leg spin very much, but my suspicion is Bracey's probably going to try and play him from the crease. Parkinson in, and that's a delivery which has gone into the rough and turned and not got up very much. Bracey had enough time to get his feet back out of the way and then just about drive it. Picks up a single wide of mid-off, but again, it's not just the turn out of those foot marks, it's potentially the unpredictability in the bounce, and that one, it could have risen up, but it did the opposite. It it didn't get up very much. So Bracey to 14, 61 for 2. A couple of balls left in this Parkinson over, so resumes the battle with Hammond. Parkinson comes in over the wicket to the left-handed Hammond. That's short, and Hammond decides not to go through with anything too ferocious and just pushes the ball really rather than driving it to cover, and there's no run. Last ball of this over. Parkinson in bowls, and Hammond holding the pose of the forward defence. At the end of another over. Parkinson 4 overs, 1 made, 0 for 17. And 61 for 2, with Gloucestershire behind by 243 runs. Worcestershire need just 2 more wickets now to beat Sussex. Sussex still behind by 80 runs, 142 for 8 in their second innings, Division 2 match. And the young left-arm spinner Josh Baker's taken 3 for 43. I had a look at him last season in the Royal London One-Day Cup, and he looked a really tidy left-arm spin prospect. Nottinghamshire need just 1 more wicket against Durham. Durham 117 for 9, trailing by 141 runs. Wickets spread about, 3 for Fletcher, and wait for it, 2 each for Pattinson, Patterson and Patterson-White. Hassan Ali in, bowling to Bracey, who defends out into the covers. There's no run. So Notts on the verge of victory, Worcestershire on the verge of an innings win as well. Middlesex having already wrapped up their innings, an 82-run victory against Glamorgan. Roland Jones 5 for 40 in the second innings. John Simpson scored a century, half centuries for Stoneman and Roland Jones, who made 65 for Middlesex. Hassan Ali bowls, forward goes Bracey and defends a lot more comfortably than some of his others. That's gone up to mid-off, and there is no run. So that is the situation in Division 2. In Division 1, Somerset have collapsed. They're 158 for 7 now against Surrey. They were 132 for 2. So they lead Surrey by 187 runs. Half centuries for Abel and Banton, as Hassan Ali is in, and Bracey in behind that one and defending up the pitch. But Reece Topley 3 for 42, a couple of wickets for Jordan Clark, 1 each for Jamie Overton and Ryan Patel. Between Warwickshire and Essex at Edgbaston, Essex have passed Warwickshire's first innings total now, as Hassan Ali bowls to Bracey, who angles that one away out towards backward point. There won't be a single there, as it's fielded by the double centurion Bohannon. But Essex have lost Lawrence now, caught by Burgess off Miles for 44. Craig Miles, who replaced his former Gloucestershire and current Warwickshire teammate Liam Norwell on the concussion protocol. Miles has picked up his first wicket, that of Lawrence, and Simon Harmer, 46 not out, just been joined at the crease by Shane Snater. And Essex lead Warwickshire by 41 runs, but very much looking on top there are Warwickshire, potentially heading towards another win against Essex. Northamptonshire haven't lost a wicket yet against Yorkshire. They needed a further 452 runs to win. Northamptonshire 47 without loss. Vasconcelos and Young out in the middle. Hassan Ali round the wicket, and Bracey's tried to leave that one and really got caught in 2 minds there. Just hanging the bat out at it. It rolls through to Salt behind the stumps, but Bracey just going for a wander over towards square leg. If he could get through this remaining 7 overs, he's got to tell himself things might just get easier in the morning, but it has been such a battle for him out there. No boundaries, and without any disrespect to him, he hasn't timed a shot yet, really. Hassan Ali in, and he's bowled him! Middle stump uprooted, in fact he's broken middle stump. And Bracey is gone. Hassan Ali 6 wickets in the first innings, and he's fired one through at searing pace to James Bracey. And it's 61 for 3, an absolutely devastating Yorker from Hassan Ali. And like I said, he has broken middle stump. There's just a shard of it left in the ground. The rest of it is broken off. Thought he'd uprooted it, but in fact, that's probably a souvenir for Hassan Ali. And a huge blow for Gloucestershire. Still 7 overs left after this one tonight. In fact, that was the last ball of the over. But, I mean, play that. That is as good a ball as you'll see. Perfect middle stump Yorker. And Bracey out for 14. And Gloucestershire's top 3, which felt as if at least one, if not 2 of them had to be intact at the end of the day. Well, they've all gone, and that is some sight for Hassan Ali and a member of the Lancashire staff now walking off with that broken stump. I can imagine him probably need a fairly thick pair of gloves to take the splinter that was left out of the ground. Bracey battled away. He wasn't at his best. He looked to be getting through it, but Hassan Ali bringing out the Yorker. It was the first Yorker we'd seen. Just taking Bracey by surprise. And Dent out for 19, Harris gone for 7, and Bracey now for 14. And Lancashire's terrific attack has really come to the fore in this evening session. Can Parkinson join in the fun? It's Graham Van Buren, Gloucestershire's skipper, who has come out to the middle to join Miles Hammond, so no thoughts of a night watch with 7 overs remaining. And Parkinson continuing around the wicket now to Hammond, who works the ball to leg, won't get a run as Vilas moves across from mid-wicket. Parkinson is in wide of the crease and turned away off the leg stump by Hammond out towards deep mid-wicket, and a single can be taken. Hammond to 22, so that'll bring Graham Van Buren on strike for the first time. What a time to come out. Nothing to gain, everything to lose. But no thoughts of, I suppose it wouldn't necessarily be too early for a night watch to come out, but not this time. Parkinson bowls, very slow, flighted delivery, allowing the wind to kind of take it a little bit. It's quite full though, didn't give it much of a chance to turn, and Van Buren was able to stroke it out to cover, no run. Next delivery, forward goes Van Buren, and Parkinson able to field of his own bowling. It is quite a sight. Anderson, Hassan Ali, Saqib Mahmood, Matt Parkinson. Parkinson in, left alone by Van Buren. It's been tremendous to watch, even admittedly as somebody who would rather have seen Gloucestershire get through to the close without having lost a wicket. You've got to admire the skill on show. Parkinson bowls down the leg side. Van Buren looking to clip away, and wasn't too far off short leg, that one. But at the end of the over, as it's picked up at backward square leg. 62 for 3. Hammond 22. Started his innings really brightly against Parkinson in particular. But now for Gloucestershire, I think really 2 wickets was the maximum they could lose. 3 wickets, I suppose. At least outwardly they'd say they'd still got a chance tomorrow. and there is still plenty of batting to come, but it certainly feels a tall order already, and 4 wickets down I think would not quite be curtains, of course, because you've still got 6 wickets left, but 4 wickets down starts to look very tricky indeed, towards impossible. Hammond facing Hassan Ali, not quite sure whether he was looking for the Yorker again there, but Hammond was kind of having to reach down and dig it out. I don't think it was quite Yorker length, just a little bit further back, but certainly a full delivery, which Hammond could defend up to mid-off, and no run. That extraordinary moment there kind of interrupted my fairly sedate run through the rest of the scores from around the country. As Hassan Ali is in, and Hammond works this one away off his rib cage, really, out into the leg side for a single. And Hammond on to 23, 63 for 3. Kent 74 for 3 against Hampshire, who declared on 652 for 6. Centuries for Vince, Dawson and Brown. Dawson 171, Brown 157. And Kyle Abbott's already taken 2 Kent wickets, including Zach Crawley for 29, but it won't come as any surprise, as Scott Reed has finished his update now. It won't come as any surprise that Ben Compton is not out.
Of course he's not out.
The carnage, 35 not out off 77 balls. Felix Organ's taken the other wicket.
Of course he's not out.
So Kent currently in a very similar position to Gloucestershire, having lost 3 wickets and having to bat pretty much all day tomorrow with the 7 wickets they have left. Hassan Ali, 2 slips and a gully as Van Buren defends away to mid-off. Came out of the middle of the bat, that one, certainly. And picked up at mid-off by Saqib Mahmood. Gives the ball a shine away. I think that wicket certainly certainly gave me a lot else to think about, so I can't remember, but I think that's all the scores that I've given you now. Hassan Ali in to Van Buren, who drives wide of mid-off. They're going to get a quick single here, and Saqib Mahmood elects to hold on to the ball. So Van Buren off the mark, 64 for 3. Don't always mention the IPL scores. I know some people get angry about it, but I'm going to mention this one because Royal Challengers Bangalore got bowled out for 68.
Yes.
By Sunrisers Hyderabad, chased it down in 8 overs with a loss of just 1 wicket. Ouch.
It's a bit of a walloping, isn't it?
Yes, it's as much of a clunker as you're going to get in T20, I think. Down the leg side, this one, and Hammond, as he did before, makes sure that he doesn't get anything on it at all, just leaving almost in mirror image from what you're used to.
It all unravelled pretty quickly in the northeast, didn't it, for Nottinghamshire's emphatic win over Durham.
Oh, I actually didn't realise they'd taken the last wicket.
They've bowled them out now, yeah. Won by an innings and 141, all out for 117.
Last ball of this Hassan Ali over. He's in and bowls to Hammond, who digs that one out into the covers, and the end of that over. 5 left in the day as we've hit 6 o'clock, so we'll finish relatively on time. Gloucestershire 64 for 3. Hammond 23, Van Buren on 1. Oh, that was quite some delivery bowled.
I missed it.
You missed it. Oh,
I was between
no.
boxes.
Oh,
between
no.
commentary boxes. I mean, I heard it. I heard your description of it. But
You destroyed the stump.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
I thought the stump had gone cartwheeling backwards to start with, and I just saw this shard, sort of great big splinter in the ground.
Here we go. Let's have a look. Oh my word!
It's broken about, what, not even a quarter of the way up, but it's just this little little stump left.
It's Parkinson bowling, and that's played into the offside, and there is no run. Van Buren on strike. Yeah, that's pretty emphatic, wasn't it? Slip of the short leg. It's tossed outside the off stump by Parkinson, and it's ignored by Van Buren. Can't be too far away from being a wide outside the off stump from Parkinson, who's in from the stay of the men, bowls, and forward goes Van Buren and plays it back down to Lancashire's leg spinner, who, a little like Zafar Gohar in this fixture, bowled an awful lot last week in Canterbury for Lancashire. Spins his way back in to Van Buren, who's forward in defence. Play back along the ground and gathered by Parkinson off his own bowling, and there's no run.
Needless to say, it's a good sign if he does an awful lot of bowling here.
In once more, and Van Buren off the back foot, just trying to drag it down towards fine leg. Gets through for one run, got a little bottom edge on that. It's been given as a run, so he moves to 2. 65 for 3. Gets Hammond back on strike. So wicket for Hassan Ali, 1 for Jimmy Anderson and 1 for Saqib Mahmood. 3 to 4. The top 3 of Gloucestershire have been and gone. Hammond off the back foot just turns it out into the onside. And Stephen Croft under the helmet at short leg fields. Matt Parkinson retrieves his jumper, which was hooked into the back of Illingworth's trousers. That's the end of the over. 4 left tonight, 65 for 3. Still 239 runs behind. It is a bright and sunny end to the evening, but it'll certainly be chilly with this strong wind. And another bowling change. Hassan Ali's fiery spell from the Anderson end comes to an end, and Saqib Mahmood returns for Lancashire.
There's not really any let up, is there?
No.
I see Luke Wells doing some warming up. Well, who knows? Maybe we're going to get a change of leg spinner. Perhaps it was in hope rather than expectation, but he was doing some twirling at first slip. So we've got him at first and Danny Lamb at second, as Mahmood in bowling down the leg side, and Van Buren, he was out caught down the leg side in the first inning. He's not quite in the same circumstances as that. It was quite full, but quite similar actually to how Marcus Harris got out in terms of the fact that it was around about that line and length, but no touch on it. Stephen Croft ferociously encouraging Saqib Mahmood from gully.
It's enthusiastic, that, wasn't it? Giving it plenty.
Here's Mahmood, who bowls to Van Buren, who gets onto the back foot and defends into the leg side.
It's close of play at Wantage Road, where Northamptonshire are 52 without loss. It's in their second innings. They need 499 to beat Yorkshire. It's an excellent day for George Hill on St George's Day, scoring 151 not out. He's maiden first-class century for Yorkshire.
Mahmood bowls to Van Buren, who digs it out, and oh, it's gone over the top of the stumps. Another time I was waiting for the bails to go flying. Van Buren tried his best to dig it out. Even Steve O'Shaughnessy is trying to work out how that one didn't bowl him. That one, certainly from our angle, it looked as if that one did go right over the top of the stumps.
It had Luke Wells and Daniel Lamb in the slips hopping about, didn't it? That must have been agonising for Van Buren as to where that ball is going to land.
Here comes Mahmood past the umpire, and oh, is he struck on the pad there? No, perhaps it was bat first. It looked as if some Lancashire fielders thought there was something immediately wrong with that, and others were utterly convinced.
It felt like if there's not bat on that, then that's going to be pretty straight and probably given out. But yeah, the way that the appeal started and kind of unravelled maybe should give us a bit of a clue there. Good over back this, isn't it, from Mahmood?
I mean, yeah, I was going to say, what a testing spell. I think there was a big inside edge actually looking at it. Mahmood to Van Buren, who drives. Get any timing on it really, and it goes to mid-off, and there's no run as Vilas picks up. So we've got 3 overs left in the day after this one. Look at that, using the kind of end part of that long sleeve sweater to shine the ball.
Specialist long sleeve sweater.
Well, yeah, but you see it. You see others doing it,
yeah,
though, with the kind of skin types. Skin tight top as Van Buren defends away into the covers. I'm trying not to mention a brand name, you see. Assist. No run to end the over.
All right.
65 for 3. Hammond 23. Van Buren has 2. Gloucestershire behind by 239. There are 18 balls theoretically left in the day. A maximum of 18, I suppose I should say.
Close of play in Canterbury after Hampshire declaring on 652 for 6. Centuries for Vince, Dawson and Brown. At Kent are 78 for 3. Compton's not out overnight, but Bell Drummond, after his big score in the first innings, out for naught second time round. Crawley, as you mentioned, Ed, LBW to Abbott for 29. So 78 for 3, Kent, going into the final day. Trail by 269 with 7 wickets remaining.
It is going to be Luke Wells.
He bowls a bit for Lancashire. Did last year, first full season with the club last year.
Should be able to get some bounce from that height.
Absolutely, yeah. Wells replacing Parkinson. He's got a slip and a short leg. Three overs left. Wells around the wicket, and it's met on the full by Hammond, who strikes it firmly enough, but picked up by Saqib Mahmood, who on one knee gives that a bit of a vigorous polish as well, and waits for Wells to just mark out his starting position, and comes bouncing in again, shuffling back his Hammond, just tickling it through square leg to the left of Croft at short leg, low down to his left, gets through for a single. Hammond moves on to 24. Gloucestershire to 66 for 3, and again Luke Wells is the mark is run out, but of course the new batter Van Buren is on strike with this left-hand right-hand combination. So now got the right-hander to face Luke Wells. Short leg slip, backward point, deep extra cover, deep backward square leg. Wells over the wicket and played away by Van Buren down towards backward point. It's fielded and there is no run. 3 down, Gloucestershire. 2:38 behind. Wells again. Van Buren leaning into it and just playing safely enough into the offside.
Did somebody tread on his toe?
There was
whoever it was.
A random yelp from somebody out there. Wells in. Floated up and Van Buren is forward. The ball slowly rolls to extra cover and it's flicked up with the left boot of Dame Vilas, who gives another polish and lobs it back towards Wells. He wants his short leg to come into silly point. Last ball of his first over. Forward in defence, Van Buren. And there is no run. 66 for 3, Gloucestershire. That's 2:38 behind. Van Buren on 2 and Hammond on 24, with 2 overs remaining on the 3rd day here at Emirates Old Trafford. A day where Lancashire have declared 5-5-6 for 7. A day where Josh Bohannon reached a career best score. He went past that and then some with a bit of VAT on it. Got past his 174 and went on to reach a double century. Made 231 to help Lancashire declare with 304 runs, the difference between the two teams on first innings, and they've picked up 3 wickets so far. One of them for this man, Saqib Mahmood.
He's going to attack Hammond from round the wicket, from the Anderson end, and adjusts his feet and works that one to mid-on. And there's no run. Hassan Ali's turn to give the ball a bit of a shine and reach around to the back of his neck and then move on to the ball. I'll be thinking about reverse swing tomorrow if it comes to that. gets later on in terms of this ball's life, as Hammond leaves this one outside off and Salt takes it low down behind the stumps. Certainly got the ball to reverse in the first innings. Certainly could be a factor potentially if Gloucestershire can string it out for that long. Might be the potential catalyst for Lancashire. And then really not far off the next new ball after that, so there's always a threat with Lancashire's ability to get the ball to reverse swing, the bowlers they've got. Hammond sways out of the way of this one. Nothing to do with it. Mahmood trying to tempt Hammond into playing at it with the angle from round the wicket, sending it towards the off stump of the left-handed Hammond. But at the moment, with Hammond just playing for the close, Mahmood probably wants to straighten up that line a bit, but maybe we'll see. Maybe he is setting him up for that one that's just that little bit closer, wide, and then give him the closer one that he edges. Mahmood in bowls, and that is very wide, very full as well. It was a great big puff of dust as that one landed on the surface. I don't think even if that is the plan from Mahmood that he meant to bowl that one quite that wide. Absolutely no thought for a moment from Hammond about playing at that one. A few words of advice maybe from Hassan Ali. I'm sure it's not along the lines of don't bowl that one again. He's got 2 balls left in his work for the day as Mahmood, as he's in and bowls to Hammond. Oh, that one was a bit tighter, and Hammond left it. Sure whether it was exactly a coat of varnish job, as some of the Lancashire fielders are making it out to be, but it was on the tighter end as far as leaves are concerned. So now, does he kind of does he go for the one that Hammond definitely has to play at, just to make him play for his last ball of the day, or does he continue to try to tempt him into thinking that this is going to be the one that he's got to play at? Last ball of the day from the Anderson end, as Hammond drives. Certainly had to play at that one and didn't get any timing on it. Went straight into the ground and out towards cover. That's the end of the penultimate over of the day. 66 for 3, Hammond 24, Van Buren on 2. And it looks as if it will indeed be Luke Wells to bowl the last over of the day. All the options up the sleeve. I must say, I didn't kind of imagine that Luke Wells would be bowling the last over, but it may well work.
Yep, he's going to send the final 6 deliveries down to end this this third day with Van Buren on strike, unbeaten on 2. It's pointing in the direction of the BBC Sport website and app for further coverage once we're done here at Emirates Old Trafford. Still games progressing, still games in play. Surrey Somerset still playing, Warwickshire Essex still playing, Leicestershire Derbyshire still playing. We have our 3rd result because Worcestershire have beaten Sussex by an innings and 34 runs. It's the 3rd match of the 4 to have been completed with innings victories for Nottinghamshire, for Middlesex, and now for Worcestershire. And Leicestershire are still 176 behind and have 5 wickets remaining against Derbyshire to avoid a similar fate. There's Wells for Lancashire. Forward goes Van Buren in defence. And there is no run. As often can be the case here in Manchester, almost the best part of the day is the final part of the evening session. Van Buren goes back and works the ball down towards long leg for a single. He moves to 3, 67 for 3, and without doubt, in terms of the day, it is the brightest and the sunniest we've had since we've been here today.
But is that just because on the rainy days you've already gone home by that point?
That's an outrageous thing to say. Probably true. Hammond. He's on strike, slipping the forward short leg. Wind is whistling around the trousers of Luke Wells as he's in and bowling. Hammond is going back and playing it across his pads down to backward square leg. And there's Hassan Ali, man who caused a bit of vandalism earlier on, demolishing the middle stump. Tossed out wide, and Hammond brings his bat down and off the cue end of it. Just jabs the ball away. 2 balls left for Hammond to get through and then start again in the morning. He's working this ball out into the onside. He kind of got himself all tangled up a little bit there, Hammond, but he got bat and ball. He keeps it out. Kind of crab-like as he came, kind of half shuffling across and then forward and then keeping it out with the ball turning in towards him from those footmarks outside the off stump. Well, Wells asking whether that's an LBW or not, spinning round, arms outstretched. Little shake of the head from umpire Illingworth. With his black gloves on and his snood still covering most of his face. He flicks the bails off and calls stumps on day 3. 67 for 3. 32 overs Gloucestershire having to face in this final session, and they've lost their top 3 in a bid to try and save this match. Dent for 19, Harris for 7, and Bracey pretty comprehensively bowled by Hassan for 14. One for Anderson and the other one for Mahmood, but Hammond and Van Buren will resume tomorrow morning as Gloucestershire will try and see if they can bat through the last day. Lancashire leave the field. Josh Bohannon with a career best score to his name, and I'm sure the captain delighted with how his team have played again in this fixture, well, on this day in this particular fixture.
Yep, and I think they couldn't have asked for too much more out of this session here. I mean, you'd always like one more wicket, wouldn't you? It's always one more wicket. But having got rid of Dent, Harris, and Bracey, I think getting rid of probably on paper Gloucestershire's 3 best batters, I don't think they could have asked for masses more than that. Miles Hammond provided some good resistance. In fact, he looked again potentially a bit more comfortable against the spin than he did against pace, and it was almost as if he kind of got his innings going by how he was able to play the spinner, and he looked pretty good for the most part for his 24. Van Buren had a scare as the ball bounced over the top of his stumps, but he is still there, and Gloucestershire, I'm sure they will say and they will feel they do still have batting left after this. Higgins has batted for an awfully long time this season for his 139 against Northamptonshire, batted with Tom Lace in that innings with a huge partnership, and Zafar Gohar has scored valuable runs in the second innings of both the matches so far as well.
A young fan with
the broken stump.
With the stump.
That is lovely. Well, it had to be a souvenir for somebody, didn't it? If it wasn't for Hassan Ali, what a thing for somebody to take home. Going to cherish that for the rest of his life.
The young lad with the stump that's been snapped in half had a little picture with Hassan as well, which was great.
Yeah, lovely little touch there. But yeah, 7 wickets in hand for Gloucestershire, 96 overs to bat tomorrow. And you'd imagine Hammond and Van Buren are going to have to do a fair bit of it to start off with. If they could get through that morning session somehow without losing a wicket, then all of a sudden things start to look a bit more possible.
Well, there hasn't been a wicket for them in the morning sessions on days 1, 2 and 3 so far. So let's see if they can continue that pattern tomorrow. Give them something to work with heading into the afternoon, certainly. We shall...
definitely, but you know, it's got to be Van Buren, Hammond, Higgins, Lace, Zaffer. Hope from what he's done in the first couple of matches he'd be able to bat for some length of time as well, but it's got to be the, I guess, pure recognised batters that are left for Gloucestershire. Who've got to do the work tomorrow. They've still got some hope of drawing, but it's going to be really tough against a good attack and having lost their top 3.
Okay, cheers, Ed. Before we get drowned out by the hover cover on St George's Day with a slightly more gentle-looking breeze. It's not quite quite as ferocious as it has been for most of the day, but the flag still billowing on the roof of the pavilion opposite where we're commentating from. But that's it from me and Ed. Thank you for your company throughout the course of the day. We'll be back tomorrow morning for the 4th and final day of this fixture. Gloucestershire, second innings, 67 for 3. They trailed by 237 runs. Let's take a look back on what actually was a very special day for Josh Bohannon.